On 8 minutes past the hour, welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show kickoff hour. We are right here ready to go in studio, and we thank you for being with us. Busy weekend to recap, plus a lot to look ahead to as we get ready for the week together. We got the Good Time Gang all settling in, plus Adler, Rick, and Bubba join us in 1 hour from now for the live show. All right, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, boys.
What's happening?
Yep.
What's up, Buttercup?
Yeah, about it.
How y'all doing?
Yeah, good.
Good.
Fair to middle.
Fair to middling. Greg, let's go back to Friday for you. You had a remote.
Oh, I did.
You did. How'd it go?
Yeah, nobody showed up.
No,
about
okay. I was
baseball.
wanting to know if
had no baseball discussion, so it went great. Everybody come, hung out, and we had a good time.
Everybody was wanting to know, did Bo show up?
He did not.
He did not. Okay, because
okay.
There was a
we were going to discuss baseball.
A chance he might show up and debate you on some things, but he did not show up.
No.
So there's your update for those of you who have emailed asking.
He would have had to bought a vehicle before he left.
He would have, or had some pizza.
Yeah.
Papa Murphy's.
Yeah, have a pizza. It was good.
Yeah. Well, I knew
meatballs too.
I knew that since we didn't get some obscure picture from you,
there was
or
nothing.
Hey guys, you won't believe this. I was thinking that he hadn't have shown up, but that was interesting. That did Forest Hills, did that in Piedmont, did that start yesterday?
All that.
Or Saturday?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Did you have to go?
No. Then that's a good thing about the vendor mall. It just runs itself.
Okay.
I can't remember.
Hey, look, he's pulling back. Please look how he's putting
the Cunningham's on it.
Yeah, yeah, that we know that much.
That's right. And
Yeah.
everything, I haven't checked. I'm sure everything went great.
Yeah, okay. Terry sent me one time to get a piece of furniture from a setup like this, and to your point, nobody was there. It ran itself, and but there was somebody that ran the front.
Yeah,
and then you check out with
really
them,
cool.
But you ain't got to worry about it.
How about that?
Yeah, that's I know you like that a whole lot better than I've got to physically be there. That's not good.
These are these are good little deals.
Yeah. I'm always amazed when I go to UAB games at Protective Stadium. For those of you around the country that do not know, Protective Stadium is the new stadium. It's in downtown Birmingham. It's in between Topgolf and the Legacy Arena at the BJCC.
Right there.
And
used to be parking. Now they can't park.
Yeah, this is where if you have a concert, here it comes. If you've got an event, hey, that's where we're hosting and all that kind of stuff.
Between
the big venues.
The venues.
Yeah. And so I'm always amazed by things that are going on at the BJCC that I knew nothing about.
A lot happening.
So I'll get off normally my standard exit, and then I'll creep through a couple of red lights to get to where I've got the season parking pass, and then I get out, walk over. But sometimes there's Saturdays that are much busier than others, and there's people walking everywhere.
You knew something was happening at Legacy.
And I'm thinking, what is going on that I knew nothing about? And it's like it is just not new. It's not like, oh, it just happened Saturday. It's like most Saturdays.
Oh yeah.
And
I'm
thinking
something in one of the venues. They got smaller venues inside the bigger venues.
Yes. And so I'm thinking to myself, well, all we think about is college football. I mean, here I go to the game and all that, and these people couldn't care less.
No,
they're all walking in this event, and there's women.
Expo.
There's women please understand, everywhere.
So you knew it was some chick thing.
Oh my goodness. And so this past weekend I get there, and hey guys, it is backed up where I get off the exit ramp. It's backed up
and
to that red light.
You had it timed just right. And
I did. And I'm thinking, what's going on? And I creep along, and there's people. I don't know, y'all just, I don't know where you got your driver's license from, but I think a lot of it's distracted driving, I guess.
Trying to find a parking
space.
But
you clearly turn. What are we doing? Why are we waiting? The person is a quarter mile.
Get a little scared. Sometimes just stop.
Man. And so I finally get up past like the overpass where I'm now crossing Legacy Arena, the BJCC. And I get stopped again from what I call Yellow Coat. And Yellow Coat's the person that's event staff, and they're directing stuff. And I roll the window down and went, hey, what's going on? I don't know. I'm just here working. I'm like, okay. Thank you, but thank you.
Smarted off a little.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate
Sorry
you.
to bother you.
Hey, thanks a lot, man. And so then I go and I creep along and the parking deck where they have us parked is almost full. Okay, and I'm thinking, what? Now there's a lot of people that are parking, and I see them in their blazer green, and they're headed to the game. But now you've got the game, you've got a legacy, you got all this piling on together, and everybody's trying to park at the same place. And so I finally
that one parking deck is really popular.
Yeah, I finally get in, and I park. And I'm a little behind. You know what I mean? I'm not way behind. They just like to put their eyes on me about maybe 45 minutes before my first thing on the mic.
Yeah.
And I get that. And plus,
they're used to doing that. When you weren't there, they're probably like, oh, boy.
Yeah, because I have gotten a text. Hey, man, you here?
Yeah.
Where are you? One time, a phone call. Yeah, I'm here.
I got
park. And so I finally get in, and nobody knew what was going on. And then I was like, I went back and I saw a commercial, and was Christmas Village this past weekend?
Oh.
Do y'all know if it was or not?
It draws a big crowd.
Yeah.
That is a popular one.
No, let me see here. Christmas
You got caught up in that crowd,
Village,
you were in trouble.
2023 Birmingham. Let's see, because it was that type of crowd. I promise you it was. Okay, here we go. Yep, SS. I think that's what it was. Show info here. Hold on, let's look.
In that holiday spirit.
Yep. See, Thursday through Saturday. Let's see here. I'm looking for a date. Could somebody give me a date? And people are probably screaming. Yes, it was 1st through 5th. There it was. It was y'all. There were so many bags coming out, and people coming out trying to get in.
Saturday was a big day.
And the Christmas Village, it has a long history with the show because a lot of times Betty and Sherry would broadcast live from there or call in during the live show, and that was always fun. But yeah, Christmas Village was this past weekend, and it almost
that's what got you.
I got behind. I come running in, and I was okay as far as. It's not like I was, 10 minutes from going live. Yeah. But, we have like a pre-game production meeting on, okay, this is kind of the timeline. This is what's going on. Hey, this is what's changed, this stuff like that. And I was a little behind on that, but I got in.
You had to wing it.
Hey, let me say that the Christmas Village shoppers, they're very intense.
They get out on Saturday and get after it.
Yeah.
Early.
And you really have to have your head on a swivel or you'll hit. You got to be watching because they don't wait for the right crossing. They'll just cross the street because they're trying to get in.
Second only to the Rick and Bubba Expo.
And I'm really surprised too because more people have their Christmas stuff up early than I've seen in the past. Either that or I'm just paying more attention. But like
I passed one, and I was telling y'all every morning that has been up at least 3 weeks.
I told Terry.
They may have been trying to throw a little shade at the scary yard, but it's been
I got home Saturday night. I said, Terry, we're behind.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Why not take care of your holiday shopping now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds and save now because you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, the code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
There's never a wrong time to protect your family, but this fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new Simply Safe home security system. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit Rick and Bubba under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Okay, so I am hearing from some of you in the audience, hey, yeah, my wife went. Oh, hey, I got pulled into Christmas Village. I was there. And if you missed that, I was headed to the UAB game, thought, I'll just ease on in. And I turned the corner, and where the Christmas Village was at a Legacy Arena there at the BJCC, it's all right there within the same block. Traffic was backed up and put me in a bind. Have you ever done that? You think everything's good, and all of a sudden
you got an account for this.
Yeah, and that didn't really show up on any type of maps, app or something like. It's just like I stopped once I got off the exit. I was like, okay, I'm off the interstate. I'm good.
And then bump,
there it was. But so that was a little bit of my Saturday. Elevated the heart rate a little bit, but you know what? We got in there, and UAB got big win against FAU, an AAC opponent, and it was homecoming, and so it was a good day. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah,
man.
the weather was good.
And I heated up a little bit, but
a little hotter than
it was nice. And so then I get back, and the Alabama LSU game was about to kick, and man, what a game that was! Good gracious! And I missed a bunch early. Jacksonville State and South Carolina.
The 11 o'clock games were good.
Goes to the end, and then, man, Jack State threw a pick that South Carolina ran back, and you had Texas A&M, Ole Miss. There was a lot of good games on Saturday.
So
I just missed a lot of them.
That was only South Carolina's third win of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow, they've been in about every one of them, though.
If Beamer would have lost that one, it'd have been over for him, I think.
Yeah, it would have been pretty interesting for sure. And I forgot all about the NFL being in Germany playing. Did y'all remember? Okay.
I don't watch them when they're in America, much less in Germany.
Yeah, but these foreign games, I don't get it because those people don't care.
I think they care a little more than you think they do, Greg. There's a market.
The point of
over
us
there for
packing
it.
our junk, going all the way over there.
Packing our junk. That's so good.
Gotta get our junk going.
I love you saying packing.
I didn't watch any of it. I don't know.
It was the Chiefs and the Dolphins. The Chiefs ended up winning, but I forgot and got a notification that they had won. Apparently, it was a pretty good game. But there was just a lot of great sports on football this past weekend. If that's something that you're into, I sat down and watched the majority of the Alabama game. And Melrose, but I tell you what, he is.
Well, Melrose can play.
Yeah, great. He is something.
Both
else.
of those quarterbacks were putting on a show.
That was fun.
I mean, a show.
Yeah,
it's the only college game I watched. I watched South Carolina and Jacksonville State, and then I took a nap, and then I watched the next. I woke up at 2:30.
Oh,
Bubba got a text from me at 2:30 Saturday morning because I could not sleep. And he had texted me, and I had forgot to respond to him, and so I knew if I didn't respond to him that I would forget again. So I just went ahead and texted him at 2:30. I was up from 2:30 until like after the Jacksonville game, and then I took a nap.
Oh boy,
could not sleep. Don't know what happened. Don't know what happened.
Big eye.
Real big eye.
Good night.
You might as well get up.
Hate that.
And matter of fact,
I do a little yard work.
Don't know what this says about my household, but when I went to bed, Braden had some buddies over, and when I got up at 2:30, I could hear them still downstairs. Had some Xbox drama this week I want to bring up at some point.
Xbox drama?
Yeah, at our house. And
you didn't throw another one, did you?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
I think
Didn't you pound one or throw it or break one? Say it was out of the house. We're selling them and
not
stuff?
my best moment.
Okay.
But anyway, I think
canceled Netflix, all of it.
Yeah,
I think that was a PlayStation. It might have been an Xbox, but we didn't really go over well because now we have two in the house. We'll explain that later. But yeah, woke up and could not, and I thought, Bubba may be up right now. I'm just going to text him real quick.
He could be.
So anyway, but I watched all of South Carolina, Jacksonville State, and all of LSU, Alabama. That's the only football games I watched all weekend.
Yeah,
but I watched them in their entirety.
Okay.
So.
Well, being at the UAB game, I was just getting notifications, and then people are just talking while we're hanging out at the JSU South Carolina game, the Clemson Notre Dame game, the Texas A&M Ole Miss game, and then Oklahoma State Oklahoma. There's just a lot out there. Alabama, LSU, of course.
Last time them two are going to play.
Yeah.
For a while. I mean, scheduled.
Yeah.
Because Oklahoma's jumping.
Yeah, and then Washington, USC. It was so bad that Lincoln Riley he's fired as defensive coordinator.
Well, they ain't played a lot of defense this year. I don't know if it's that guy's fault or not.
Caleb Williams was balling, holding his mom or somebody.
Took squalling.
I heard, and I could be wrong, but I heard somebody say that no California team won in college football this weekend, that all of them got beat. At the hands of like Oregon and Oregon State and all these other teams. Washington.
Oregon still looks good. Bo's playing well.
Yeah, he did. He's playing. I'm proud of Bo.
Yeah.
How about that?
I mean,
I am. I'm just proud of Bo.
He went as far away as you could from here, and it's really done well.
I was thinking about this yesterday. I thought, man, I'm proud of that young man. I mean, goodness gracious.
His ball, when he throws it, it looks different. He never. Well, you know why? Because he's running for his life here at Auburn. When you're running towards the hash, trying to not get sacked, you have to sling it downfield. It hurts you a little bit.
His dad was in studio before Bo played his first snap at Auburn.
Yeah.
And he made now listen. Don't hear this the way it's coming off, but he said some things that I thought, I don't know about that. It was not from an arrogant stance or anything like that, but he's obviously proud of his boy and probably a little biased, obviously. Yeah. But he said some things that I thought, probably ought to tap the brakes on that, Dad. That's my mindset on that.
Yeah.
Turns out he was right.
Yeah.
His son's pretty good at football.
Sure is.
And going to be up for the Heisman.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And a good move for him.
Yeah, he got caught up in the horse and stuff at Auburn, and then
and get bailed.
And to your
smartest
point,
move he made was get out of there.
Greg, to your point, didn't move right down the road. Didn't move in the just any team. We got plenty of football teams in the South.
Oh yeah.
He went as far across the country as you could possibly go.
And he had the tie with that coach.
Yeah,
who didn't come from Georgia
which
to
helped.
get there.
Yep,
And
did.
think he had coached him at Auburn at one point.
He did.
And but wow, it's turned out really well. They got a good team.
They do.
We'll see.
They sure do. One that we have to discuss during the main show and play the video. Have y'all seen the Texas Southern tuba player punching out a Jackson State
but I would like to see
fan? And here's what's so amazing.
You don't see that a lot.
He doesn't miss a beat.
So he keeps playing the tuba while fighting. He deserves some kind of award.
During the game between Texas Southern and Jackson State Saturday, the Texas Southern band's tuba player was dealing with a heckler.
Yeah, don't mess with the tuba player.
Right, and he's standing in front of the tuba player, and he's just verbally letting him have it. The Jackson fan confronted the tuba player with a drink in hand and began to yell at him as he tried to play along. The tuba player then he tried, you could tell, to kind of like shoo him away, and it just wasn't working. So the Jackson State fan kept getting a little bit closer. Guys, he punches him, the tuba player. He releases his right hand from the tuba and pop out. And that guy goes flying back, and he keeps on playing.
How about that?
It's pretty funny. We have got to see that today.
I got to see that.
But anyway, Texas Southern lost to Jackson State on the field, but, man, that was something else in the stands. We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A A to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba,
25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so raise a hand here. Raise a hands. Who got thrown off a little bit with the time change yesterday? Got dark. And look, it's going to take a couple of days. We'll get adjusted. But the first night, I was thrown off.
Yeah, I had my clock set right, so I didn't mess that up. But, yeah, last night about 6 o'clock, it felt like it was, to me, even later than 7, which it would have normally been. But it felt like it was like 9 o'clock at night, and I went in there and it was 6.
Yeah.
Amanda and I both got in the bed at 7:45 last night.
It just throws you off.
And we were like, what are we doing?
It's just weird.
And you know what I did? We couldn't find anything to watch last night. Nothing.
You should watch what I told you.
Do you know what? Well, I didn't.
I can't remember what it's called.
I didn't want to watch that on the little TV in the bedroom.
Okay.
I wanted to wait and us have the full experience in our. And she didn't want to watch it because she's all in some other show. Bass Reeves.
I think it's the new something. It's Paramount Plus, right?
You don't like me saying Reeves for some reason.
I don't think it's it. It's the guy, the Yellowstone guy. Taylor Sheridan. I tell you, he can write a series.
Mm-hmm.
Greg?
It's good. There were 2 episodes available on Paramount Plus. We watched them both.
Yeah, so you should
Ernest T. Bass, something like that.
It's Bass Reeves.
Is it?
Yeah.
That just didn't
Lawman
sound right.
Bass Reeves.
Okay. That didn't sound right to me.
I've seen the promos for it running. You know, I didn't realize it was released.
Everything that bunch does is good.
Well, you know what I put it on? Top Gun Maverick.
Did you really?
Yeah. Anytime it's for some reason that and Moneyball are my go-to movies when I just need background noise or it's just not time to do something. I need something going on.
If I told y'all what was on the TV, I can't. Terry was watching some little girly,
Well, we
movie.
all get caught up in that.
I know, but
who don't get caught up in that?
Who doesn't? Who doesn't? So. So I went through Saturday night. Unlike Greg, I don't wake up at 2 a.m. in the middle of the night to change the clock. So I went ahead and did that when I went to bed.
Okay.
But I went ahead and changed the microwave clock, the manual stuff. Now all the smartphones and all that, it changes itself. But, things that, like my backup alarm, the microwave, the oven has a time, all displayed and stuff. Went through, changed all that. Then the phones will automatically do it. Then when I got up to serve Sunday morning for church, changed my truck clock. I keep forgetting that it doesn't change. Some do, but it didn't. And so Reese and Reese and Terry came to the late service yesterday. And after I finished cleaning up all the stuff at the church and everything, and I get home, Terry is like trying to get Reese ready for where he was going, and he was going to meet Tyler for an afternoon round of golf. And I'm like, "What are y'all doing?" And he's going to be late. He's got to go, and he's going to be late, and all this kind of stuff. And her car clock does not change either, and they got caught up in it, even though your phone does and everything else. And he's finally slowed down and was like, ooh, and it was like, wait a minute, I got more time. But I'm like, what are y'all doing? He's like, well, he's got a tee time. He's got to go.
He was so relieved.
He got caught up, and they started laughing. Couldn't believe it.
I don't know if the vehicle I got now changes. I didn't really pay that much attention this morning, I guess.
Yeah.
Mine was right yesterday morning when I got in it, and the only clock we have, I think the microwave we probably need to change, but for some reason it's always set on 0 . It doesn't even show the time. But the oven is the only thing.
Does y'all's, and I'm sure it does if it does this. I had one truck, if you go in like to the Eastern time zone, it'll swap.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah.
And then swap back.
It does just like the phone.
Yeah. But so what is this about the Xbox here? What drama you got?
Well, there were a couple things that I wanted to accomplish when I left here Friday, and none of which were accomplished. I wanted to go get a steroid shot. And Amanda made the comment Saturday morning, I didn't need to do that because I would go get the flu from somebody there. And she said it's going around. And I made the comment that I don't think I've ever gone to the doctor to address something and bring something else home. I've never done that my entire life. And so I just said, and I wasn't feeling bad at all, so I was kind of feeling better. And I asked her, I said, do you think this will eventually go away on its own? She goes, it will. She goes, you're just in that fall seasonal allergy mess, and it'll eventually go away. I said, all right. So then I said, well, let me address the other thing. Now, the other thing was us getting a Christmas tree, an artificial tree this weekend before they're all gone.
Yeah.
And while we got a little extra money, because it just timed it right, hey, we need to do this, and I don't want to have to deal with this in a couple weeks. Like, let's go ahead. We ain't got to put it up, but let's go ahead and get it. I'm off. I don't have practice today. We don't have a match. None of that. Friday. So that was my plan. Friday afternoon, I got a text message from Caroline that I never thought I would receive in my life. Never thought I'd get this text. Hey. And evidently I guess it was late that afternoon. Was it Friday afternoon? Yeah. It was late afternoon. They were out of school. They were already out of school. And I hear from Caroline in a text message, Braden won't let me play the Xbox. The new Fortnite game is out, and I want to play it with my friends. And I simply text back to her. And we were in the middle of practice Friday when I got this text, and I texted her back, and I said,
believe it.
I said, never thought I would receive this text from you, and I left it at that.
And that's a
because
fact.
we were because it was. I was like, what in the world? So then I get in the car and I head home. It's probably 4:00 Friday. We've wrapped up. No, I'm sorry. It's like 6. It's like 5:30, 6 o'clock. So we didn't practice till 3. So it's late, and Amanda texts me and she says, this Xbox drama is real. We have to address it. And I'm like, what in the world is going on at my house about the Xbox?
Calm down about that.
Yeah, for real.
So then I get another message. Now, this is wrong, okay? But this is typical brother and sister, and he got punished for it, okay? So hear me on that. There were some consequences. He went to play. Now Caroline Braden leaves because he's got tennis practice. She finally gets a chance to go play. So you know what he does? He takes the batteries out and hides them in the controllers. Yeah.
No,
so,
he didn't.
Jerk move, and we addressed it.
Oh, my
Don't think
gosh.
I didn't address that. And of course, he thinks I'm just kidding, that kind of thing. No, you weren't kidding, buddy. Yeah,
he had something. He didn't want her messing.
Yes, he didn't want to come back in the house after his tennis practice and not be able to get his hands on the controllers.
Hilarious.
And so I didn't say anything that. What was it? Let's see. Yeah, didn't say anything that night. I just we went to bed probably 9:30, 10 o'clock, something like that. And we didn't practice Saturday, but we did practice Sunday. NCAA rule, we can't practice on Tuesday this week because it's some civic duty. They set it up to where I got to watch what I say here because I can't be too negative, but it really doesn't make sense that they set it up for election year. So like tomorrow would be a day that we'd go vote if it was a presidential election.
Correct.
Well, the problem is when the NCAA set this up, we don't have an election every year.
Yeah.
So they said on this day, if you're out of season, which we technically are, we're fall season, we play in the spring. That's when it gets real. You can't practice, do anything countable towards your time that you have allotted, practice, workout, stuff like that. So we can't do that Tuesday. Well, we got a big tournament coming up. So instead of giving them the whole weekend off, I gave them Saturday off. We practice Sunday. We'll practice today. We'll take off tomorrow because we have to. So I was to go vote, which, by the way, think about this minute. I got 8 international kids that can't vote anyway. So none of it makes sense. Yeah. Okay, typical, and I'll leave it at that. So Saturday, I wake up early because I told y'all that already. Couldn't sleep, and going about my morning. Amanda gets up. We make some coffee. We're hanging out. We're having a good morning. And I even got in front of it with her too. Because she always asked me like at the worst times to go on a walk. Like it's not like Speedy and Terry go on a walk all the time. Like it's their standard thing they do. I don't like going on walks. And I don't like being ambushed by walks either.
I didn't say I like it.
Well, but it's kind of your routine. Y'all do that about every day. Yeah. That's kind of your routine.
I always go, honey, are we going for a walk?
We don't have that routine because I'm never there. So but I know she enjoys those things. So I said, hey, if we're going to go on a walk, let's plan that out because Alabama starts about 6:30, and so anytime between like 3 and then. If you want to go do that, we'll do that. And I was hoping she'd forget, but she didn't, and we went on a walk. It was great. But the point is, about 12 o'clock, I started getting more Xbox. Hey, we got to do something about this Xbox thing. Caroline really wants to play with her friends, blah, blah, blah. And I said, here's the deal. The other thing that I wanted to do this weekend was buy a Christmas tree. Get it over with. You've been talking about getting a new artificial tree. I said, so if we're going to do that, let's do that. And she goes, well, what if we just go buy? We promised Braden would get him a new Xbox for graduation and some other things coming up. Why don't we go ahead and do that? Give him the new one. Let Caroline have the old one. Then everybody wins. And I'm not worried about a Christmas tree. We got 2 of them in the attic. And she is low maintenance about that, and I appreciate it. I just said, listen, whatever you want to do, but that's about the same amount of money that the Christmas tree is going to be. So no new Christmas tree if you do this. And right now, anyway. And she said, okay. So next thing I know, I'm kind of
decorate that.
Do you remember what I said? I said I took a nap because I woke up at 2:30. When I woke up, I was getting can you help me set up this Xbox?
Mm-hmm.
So we now, because this new Fortnite game has come out, we have 2 Xboxes in our house, which I think is complete waste, but I'm not going to fight that battle.
Wait till you, like when JC will come home from college, and just wait till you hear screaming back and forth, and you go up and you're like, is everything okay? And they're just hollering in headphones to each other, let's go, let's go. And then you hear, yeah, that's right, JC, and whatever. And I open both doors, and I'm like, are y'all playing together on 2 different Xboxes we're teaming up with so and so, and they're separated, but they're just screaming in the house, let's go, and what are you doing? He's behind you. I'm like, what's going on up here?
Caroline had 8 of her friends, all girls, all into this, playing all Saturday night.
That's funny.
And she felt left out Friday night because she didn't get to play. And I was like, so y'all are really into this? And she goes, oh, yeah, we love this. I never thought that from her standpoint. I see this from Braden all the time and get it.
For her,
but I never thought Caroline would be wanting to play Fortnite with her friends.
Funny stuff. We'll take a break. Well, but you know what? It does cancel out the tree. It's about the same price as you said. We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hi, I can help whoever's next.
Cooper's overnight shipping company has to deliver the goods.
Ship these gifts to your grandkids.
They need a logistics manager to keep the wheels turning.
126 packages going to Toronto, Tuscaloosa, Montreal, and Minneapolis. Oh boy.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I've been taking Nutrafol 4.5 years.
My hair was thinning.
I was under a lot of stress.
I like Nutrafol because it's drug-free and the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
My hair feels thicker,
stronger.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. Buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, it is 8 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you for being with us here on the kickoff hour. This portion of the show is sponsored by cbdistillery.com. As you start another week, you could be, having better focus, concentration in your life, or perhaps even be more calm. 81% of CBD users say it helps them with stress and anxiety. That's a big number. Maybe you're looking to sleep better. 90% of the CBD users say they now enjoy improved sleep. Whatever the case, go to cbdistillery.com. cbdistillery.com. They offer a full range of carefully formulated CBD and other plant-based solutions. So check them out at cbdistillery.com. Enter promo code Bubba. It's going to save you 20% at cbdistillery.com, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. All right. So we've talked a little bit about the time change, how weird that was. We've jumped into
It'll be weird again tonight.
It will be. Look, give us a couple of days. We're not going to whine about it too much because it's just part of life, but it still throws you off a little bit.
I think where Tuberville was up there stumping, trying to get it changed. He was saying this is ridiculous.
Supposed to have him on Thursday. He's all fired up about it.
Yeah.
How about it, what's funny about this is for 2-3 months, I've driven home after practice every day from Jacksonville and had that sun in my eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Today when I leave, it'll be dark.
Yeah.
Completely dark.
Oh, yeah. You'll get all sleepy.
It makes zero sense.
9 p.m. and it's not.
And it's the same. It's almost, it'll feel like I've practiced, changed the practice time.
Right.
Yeah, at some point, I'll probably have to turn the lights on. Like it's that, it makes zero sense. And that's the thing, like it affecting our bodies, whatever. That's one day. But this whole it just being pitch black dark at 5 o'clock is insane. Now, I think we can look out here in a little bit and we'll see the sun earlier, but that's beside the point.
Yeah,
that does me no good.
You're right. Even going to ball games in the afternoon. See, now I'm used to it. I get there at pregame. The sun's out. But now I'm gonna feel like I'm late going to the game, and I'm looking at it's 4:35.
Yeah. I know. Guys, look, hey, we got to talk it out, y'all. Just give us some time.
Just weird.
Give us some time because it is it's a weird feeling. And I felt sorry, too, for Tyler and Reese because they were trying to get a tee time to play golf yesterday afternoon. And I told Tyler when he texted seeing if I could go, and I couldn't. I said, hey, you don't forget now, it's going to be dark around 4:45, 5 o'clock to the point where they'll start pulling in carts and all that. Huh? What are you talking about? With the time change. Oh, man.
You forgot.
Yeah. This was Saturday when they were, trying to organize it. I'm like, oh, yeah, it's real. It is real. All right, so did y'all see, and I saw a little bit of it and listened to when he wrapped up, but did y'all see Nate Bargatze?
I did.
Bargatze on
the really good.
First of all,
on game day.
Watched all of College Game Day, by the way. Every bit of it.
The week up to this,
First
when
time.
they announced him, people were
complaining. Because he had no tie between the team.
And a lot of people didn't know who he was. Yeah. I thought he did great. Yeah. He's funny.
He's a really funny dude.
He's one of the guys that can say something that if he didn't say it, it wouldn't be funny. It's the way he says it.
You're right. His delivery.
And I thought he did. I thought he did great. I don't know why all these people, what it matters if you've got a connection to.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Well, look, he's hot right now. Nate Bargatze is who we're talking about. He is a big Vandy fan and even threw some comments when he was sitting with him about
he pulled his Vandy hat out.
Yeah. But hosting Saturday Night Live. He's got all kinds of specials, and he's just funny, and he's clean, and it's just so refreshing. Funny guy. And when they announced him, to Greg's point, everybody was just up in arms. I mean, believe it. And it's like
acting like crazy people.
I'm like,
about it.
okay,
what's
it's
the
not.
big deal?
And I was going to say,
and I knew. I said the guy's a funny guy. I bet he'll do good, and he did. I thought
first
it was
and
really
foremost,
good.
it really isn't that big a deal.
It's really not.
It's just for entertainment and fun, y'all.
And he ain't the first guy that wasn't a household name that's done it. Either.
No,
you know, that, like,
who's that guy? Well, all that. But
lately
anyway,
he's becoming. But
yeah, he's a pretty big deal now. But he called himself the Rudy of comedians.
Yes,
at one
that's
point.
funny.
Yeah, that was good. Always an awkward moment. And now, Helmsy, you brought something up in the group text, and like I said, I was listening to it at the time that he wrapped everything up. Did you say Pat McAfee took his shirt off?
At one point,
and I saw people are concerned about
with
Pat's
Coach Saban
skin.
out there.
About his skin
Coach
or
Saban's
something.
I don't know about that.
Oh, everybody's. It's just weird what everybody gets into. Good night.
His skin looked fine to me, but he just
Coach Saban handled
weird.
him pretty well.
He did.
You can tell he was getting his nerves a little bit.
No, Saban goes on his show every week.
He gets paid.
Like they're buddies now.
He gets paid to do that,
which is strange to me.
It came out that him and Aaron Rodgers get paid a lot of money to go on Pat's show.
Pat gets a lot of money for his show, so he can get good guests. He can pay him.
Did I see where Nick Saban said he busted a blood vessel in his eye hollering at practice this week?
Yeah, he did.
You could see it.
I don't remember who the player was. Did y'all see? There was an interaction right after the game, Saban and a player who actually had transferred from Alabama to LSU.
Story.
And Saban, I saw the clip, and Saban walks up and they hug. It's a nice exchange. And Saban tells him, you'd be playing more here with us.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said, if you wouldn't have transferred, you'd be playing more here than you are there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But it was funny. It was interesting to see that.
Which is a chance you take when you do transfer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. This Pat McAfee thing, I know it's a...
I just got to be in the mood for him.
Well, for some reason, I evidently just like the guy. And he does things that would get on my nerves. Like the shirt thing was secondhand embarrassment to me, and I didn't want that to happen. And I was like, Pat, why are you doing this? But I love his commentary.
A lot of stuff
I love his excitement. Everything,
Yeah, I agree.
He seemed to doesn't care what people think. I like that.
Yeah.
Well,
I got to looking at the signs.
And he's pretty smart. He's a pretty smart guy.
I got to looking at all the signs behind him.
Yeah.
One of them said, my granddad dated Miss Terry.
I love those signs.
Comes up with that.
We'll be right back. Main show starts next.
Rick and Bubba.
Or watching somebody playing it. And I thought, we got a major issue here.
Yeah.
This can't happen.
Right.
And so then we removed the phone for a few days. The first 6 hours of removing the phone was a rough ride. Mm-hmm. It was like, I was like, this is scary. This is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And
I guess what I'm saying is your kid playing this type thing 8 to 10 hours a day? You say, well, hey, man, you make $3 million. And like you said, there's a lot of people who didn't. But there's a lot of things your kid can make $3 million doing you probably wouldn't want to do.
Right.
And so I'm just saying, does the negative impact on this person's, I don't look people in the eye. I this is my obsession. This is where I feel. You know what every drug addict says? I take the drugs because it makes me feel the way that I think I should feel.
Yeah.
And if you're like, well, if I'm not doing this game, I don't feel right. That's not good. Mm-mm. I mean, that's I can't think of anything to spend 8 to 10 hours a day on that you would say. I mean,
and this guy may have a well-balanced deal where he's doing that for 8 hours a day and then going to do something else outside. I don't know. But still, that can't be healthy.
He would be the exception.
He would be, no question.
Well, I was about to say, where's the rest of the day?
Yeah.
There ain't much left.
No. You sleeping 8, you got 8 left. What are you doing with that time?
And do not, under any circumstance, tell Speedy.
But we do
Everybody
know,
in Helena knows.
we do know now that while they were testing some of these top secret military jets, people saw them and thought they were UFOs.
Yeah, now that,
and they were not UFOs. They were just top secret military jets. But they were using public reports to see if they had accomplished what they wanted to do, far as sound compression, far as not being able to see it. So
it was interesting that you said sound compression as you were losing all compression.
Yeah.
For some reason, nearly shut down.
What happened?
He ran out of breath.
That sound.
He started blinking.
I thought he was joking.
It was funny. It was funny. It happened right at compression.
I know. And then he tried to go eyes got to blink.
By the way, I think there was a moment he was passing out.
I think he just took a knee down the ball.
Listen. The brain said, "Quick! We need more air, more oxygen, more oxygen."
It was a good point too. And
It was.
Speedy Bubba is down the ball.
Look, he won't move. He's just letting the clock run. You need sound.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. How you doing? Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour. We start with the national anthem. Here we go. Let's go. 7.5 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. As Rick and Bubba history is being made again today, and you can participate at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll update you on things from the weekend. We'll take your phone calls at the number I just gave you. We'll look all around the world to see what is happening since the last time we gathered. We do know that a Rick and Bubba University, a brand new one, is available now. It is Letters from You, the audience. And Bubba and I had a great time with that, answering your questions as best we could. A lot of behind-the-scenes information there if you enjoy such a thing. And you can catch that wherever you get podcasts now. It is available. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. That's behind us. Our YouTube experience now enhanced because Eddie Van Adler. He takes the driver's seat and he grabs the wheel. He'll drive you through the rest of the show on the live option with our YouTube channel, or he'll be doing the archives for you too. You can enjoy later, including a best of hour to all Blaze TV subscribers. We're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to yet another edition of Rick and Bubba.
You dropped the bomb on me, baby. Everybody. You dropped the bomb on me. Whoa. There's the Gap Band. There's the Gap Band. Bubba, I hope you had a great weekend. Welcome back, bro.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
It was busy.
Mm-hmm.
It was relaxing.
Mm-hmm.
The weather was very nice. A little chilly early.
Mm-hmm.
But, gosh, yesterday coming back in and that time change, I'm like, wow. I cannot believe this.
Did you see my text to you?
I know.
It's already dark, Bubba.
I know.
Yeah.
I was trying to stay awake and watch some TV last night, and I mean, I was so sleepy, and it was like 6:30, and I'm like, what? What is going on here?
No, that happened. Sherry and I have gotten on a routine of going to bed early, getting up early, and I've had to tell her after we went back to standard time, being this far east, it starts getting dark about 4:45, and it'll get darker even earlier as we go forward. And she was like, "Oh, I tell you, I don't know. We may go ahead and go to bed." I said, "Hey, baby, it's 6:45." Yeah. And she's like, 6:45. I said, "Yeah, I think we can make it to 8." And so it was 8:30 maybe if we get wild. I
flipped on the NFL game, and I don't even think I even picked up what the score was, and I was gone. I already had the timer on the TV. I was out.
Well, we had stuff this time of year. We're in a drought, so where we live, and so there everything, and it's beautiful. We have this bright sun every day, and of course, with evaporation, anything that our pond right now is almost. I mean, it's almost completely empty. And then the pool, goes. It starts going way down. So what was funny, and talking about us not having any daylight, and I seriously, you need to go out there and put some water in the pool, because it starts making all the noise and the sucking sound and all that. Right. And I said, yeah, I'm gonna get that. I said, that's probably my afternoon thing. She goes, baby, if you don't go now, you're gonna be out there in the dark. Yeah. And I said, wow. I looked outside. I'm like, it's dusk. And what time is it? 3:30. And so I stood out there and tried to get that done. But we'll, I had a thing happen yesterday which was kind of odd, and we all try to game plan a little bit. So I was coming home from church yesterday, and we were in separate vehicles because I actually had the chance to preach both services yesterday. So Sherry went to our life group, so I had to leave before she did, and so I said, I'm gonna grab some gas on the way home. And I go to the gas station, and they have no gas.
Oh.
I mean, not one pump.
Really?
And I was like, what in the world? Are we some kind of gas shortage?
Wait a minute.
I mean, there was not they all had the yellow bag on them. Every single pump. I mean, this was on Sunday afternoon. And I was like, well, no, that throws me because now I'm going to have to get up and get to.
Problem with the delivery truck.
Yeah, something, I guess. I don't know, but it didn't. I went somewhere this morning. It was fine, a different place. But I mean, it's been a long time. I've seen a pump or two not have any.
Yeah.
But the entire place didn't have any.
I mean, that carries you back to the Jimmy Carter days.
Right.
Yeah.
And
wait a minute.
Wait a minute. And regular was $2.99, and I thought, well, heck, what's the problem?
Yeah.
And so anyway, I just thought that was weird.
Talking about the time change and it getting dark earlier and all that. Reese came home right around probably maybe 6:15, and he pulls in and he goes, "Hey, what's going on in the neighborhood?" I said, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Man, there's people walking." And he goes, "There's a bunch of cars down here, and it's just everybody's out doing stuff." And I said, "Well, see, to them, it's not 6; it's still 5 something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like nobody can adjust." He goes, "Yeah, normally when it's dark, you don't see a bunch of people out walking and doing stuff."
Well, they're going out by their clock.
Yeah.
and they're looking, going, where's the light?
Yeah.
And then we. I'm not trying to brag, or bring any attention to myself. That's just what happened. But got in today. Y'all gonna be very proud of me.
Okay.
Very proud of me. I got in my truck. Everything in the house.
Okay.
I was able to change the clock on. For some reason, I don't know why, because this is a very modern Ram 1500 that I'm in, but I guess it's different packages or whatever. And this does not have the super high-tech package.
Mm-hmm.
It's still great, but it's not. There must be another level because the clock did not change itself.
Yeah.
And I looked down and I panicked. And I said, "Rick, do not panic. Don't make Speedy go out there and do it again this year or whenever the last time we did a change back in spring." And I said, "All right, I can do this.
Yeah.
I can do this. Just pay attention." Now, I guess you have to go to the handbook because there is nothing up there that says clock or set clock.
Right.
So I had to get in my mind and go, I wonder if that picture of the truck means all things truck.
That's it.
You have to guess on that because there's no indication of
Intuitive.
that.
It's supposed to be intuitive.
And so I pressed the truck, and then all the different things about the truck comes up, and I found set date and
Well,
time.
look at you.
And I actually successfully changed the clock in a place where it didn't change on its own. In a truck. Not trying to brag.
Just what
I
happened.
bring attention to myself.
Of all the clocks, I say at our place, probably about half of them change themselves now, and half don't.
Yeah,
which really leads to confusion when you go in. You go, "No, wait a minute, which one is right?"
Yeah. Am I the only one?
I took about 30 minutes to reset clocks. And
Me too.
I just stopped because I said I'm not going to lose the whole hour.
I'm about the same. I'm probably 60-40 to the change by hand.
Yeah.
And I had, of course, Sherry has one that's just your standard face clock. That's just for decorative.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to start backing that up and trying to look and see where the little hand's pointing to try to get the land where it's supposed to be? So anyway, we're all where we live. We're back to standard time, and we're so far east. A lot more dark than light.
You know the thing about it, it's just amazing that in this day and time, and I think we the people overwhelmingly would like to see it stay the other way, that we can't fix this.
I know.
We're 2 blocks here.
I know. Right. Yeah, you're right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You never know with little Frenchie being with us. I'm introducing him to just all sorts of music. How about he likes Three Dog Night. He played the song about the sitting, and so he really took the Three Dog Night. I don't know why, but he did. So we have a lot to do. I was rolling through the stories of the day. We're going to cover the gamut today, and your phone calls will be part of it. I'll tell you one thing, Bubba. I had a little, and I've talked to you. I know this is an area that is interesting to you because of all the various treatments that we have needed and will continue to need as we go forward physically. And so one of the things that I have found that helps me tremendously with this ever reoccurring knot in my left shoulder. There's been all kinds of theories on where it comes from and why my right shoulder never does it, but only my left. But they're only theories, and it starts out being kind of uncomfortable, and then it goes to being more uncomfortable. Then it goes to something has to be done,
right?
Because it's aching. All you can think about is that knot in your shoulder, and I roll lacrosse balls on it, and I'll even go in Helmsley's office and roll a baseball on it, and then eventually you'll go, something has to be done. And the thing that I have found that works the best is dry needling.
Yes.
The dry needling, it really does do a good job on this particular thing. Now, I can't vouch for what it can do for anything else, but as far as you having a muscle that's got a knot in it and you need it to turn loose, it really does well. So Frenchie and I were trying to do a little better yesterday, and he's doing this little workout, and I'm doing mine. And I said, hey, I want to show you something. I said, I got to deal with something with my shoulder on the way home. And he's like, okay. He does. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
And so we go in, and I said, I want you to come in here, and I said, now you can have this treatment today too if you need it. And that guy,
imagine what he did.
And that guy gets out the dry needles, and I can just hear Frenchie, and he's just like, oh, oh. And so when it is
disturbing to watch.
Yeah, well, when it hits the muscle that's in trouble, it just starts and that muscle starts to gyrate and trying to turn loose. And I didn't know this, but they said that they've had students who are trying to train, to be physical therapists, and they said that they've actually had some of them pass out. And I said, really? Wow. He said, well, I don't know. Some people just don't like needles. And
needles in general.
And when they see you take needles and shove it into muscles, some of them don't do very well for that. But it was he took a hard pass on having dry needling. I said, well, maybe I said, well, one day you're going to need it, so you need to learn it. Right now, so you're all limber and everything works the way it's supposed to. But one day you're going to need it. And his injury's better, by the way. His knee's better.
Yeah, he seemed like it was okay the other day.
He just said that he's made a decision that the type of training he needs does not include weights.
All right.
Yeah, he said weights, and he keeps doing no. And so
it is different thing depending on what you're doing, I guess.
And now that Sherry's home, I've told her about the plate thing, and he's immovable on that. We got in the whole thing about that last night, and
just wash his dish and go on.
Well, what I did last night is I said, because
there's some things I like a plate for too, like an open sandwich or something you might cut, or you can't really, especially if you're trying to watch a little TV.
Yeah. So it was. But last night I showed him what he actually. I said, well, now you got to clean up all these dishes. So and he did a good job.
Yeah.
But it was we had dinner last night, and Buddy, I tell you, he produced. He'll produce a dish, because we're gonna have a dish for everything. Gosh, he loves dishes. And again, he tried to start that claim again that the paper plate tastes different,
right,
which is the most bizarre thing I've ever heard in my whole life.
Well, I know you acted like you didn't want them, but I did talk to Terry yesterday, and she is going to make him a batch of protein balls.
Well, good. Probably won't make the list of things he says about America Friday.
Yeah, well, you don't know. He ain't tasted
Well,
them.
that's true. He may love them.
You may, these are good.
Mm-hmm. Hey, back to your shoulder. Have you tried one of those massage guns?
I haven't. No.
I mean, going to bring it in for us.
I've got one now.
I mean,
I'll bring it in for you.
I've had one put on me like at the It's 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us for a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. You can be part of it today. We'll get to those calls later. I know we've talked a little bit about it in the kickoff hour, so if you were kickoff hour, some of this you've heard, but we're now all coming together. But looking back over the weekend, and we always unpack the weekends, the college football action, there were some great matchups this past weekend. I know we all saw bits and pieces of it. I know, Speedy, you were with UAB because I got a lot of folks sending me pictures of you and all kinds of stuff, as they always do. They're still waiting on you to come and blow fire, but I know that'll be that's something you need some training on.
Yeah, don't try that without proper training.
Right, yeah.
Well, thank y'all.
But I will tell you, if y'all want to walk through it, all I saw was when we started, jumping around, there were a bunch of really good because the way my day was set up on Saturday was I had some time, but as the afternoon came, we were taking Mom out for her birthday, and because she's 82, and apparently Sherry and I are unofficially 82. Our dinner reservation, and this is not me trying to be funny. By the way, this is not me trying to be funny. 4:30.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. That was our.
Well, I mean, it's already dark. So,
right.
True.
So anyway, we did that and had fun and went by and saw Dad on a Saturday, but before we went to see her, and so I had to look at those early games, and then of course I got back home in time, and Greg and I laugh about this a lot. Our mom is a huge football fan, and she loves to watch football. So
from high school on up.
So she was almost like, when you get when we get back from the restaurant, are you wanting to kind of? And Mom just said so loud and clear in the vehicle, I got to get back home, get my pajamas on, watch LSU Alabama. And I was like, well, yeah, me too. So I saw that until they knocked the quarterback out had the potential that it was going to be one of the greatest football games ever.
Yeah, fun to watch, wasn't it?
And but once Bama takes out the LSU quarterback, it's over at that point, because Alabama could score as many times as they wanted to, and apparently LSU could too, for the most part. And which made it a lot of fun if you didn't have a dog in that hunt, and you could actually sit back and enjoy it and watch two great football teams play, or two great offensive football teams. I think Alabama, you could tell even before the quarterback got hurt, they had the edge because their defense was better than LSU's.
Yeah, and it looked like they'd adjusted
slightly
because they broke serve because everybody kept going back.
Mm-hmm. They did break serve. You're right. Of course, now that holding penalty killed LSU, but and holding penalties will kill you, because you were at that point going, we have to keep scoring.
Yeah.
If we ever have to punt, now we're going to get down by two. Two touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
And
don't give it up.
Yeah.
Don't give it up.
Both of those quarterbacks elevate your heart rate if you're for the opposing team.
I don't know how you stop
because they can extend plays, use their legs, and you think you got them. We got them.
Everybody covered.
3rd and 15, we're good, and they just get a first down.
The moving forward of Alabama's quarterback is incredible, and now that young man is a handful.
Yes,
early in the year, that first game, and then of course he loses the starting position for a while. He just didn't have a feel of the offense, and now, as he said, his own words, nobody has to work on me running the ball. I got that. Yeah. I got to work on the rest of it, so that when I run the ball, you don't think that's all I can do. Mm-hmm. But he himself said, now running the ball for me, I was born to run it. So nobody has to work with me on that one. But where I need to work is the other parts of being a quarterback.
Yeah.
And he's gotten better.
You can just see him progressing.
And he's not great still at being an accurate passer, but he's good enough you have to respect it, because he can hurt you, especially throwing the deep ball, which makes his legs now more devastating. When he turns upfield at a 4.4 speed, and he's a big man, good gracious. And then LSU's quarterback, he's phenomenal.
Yeah,
you can't get on him.
You can't get on him. And then, of course, Alabama eventually did, and that was
it.
Finally that's one of those penalties that are always worth it.
Guys, I'm taking him out.
That's one of those penalties where you go, well, and it wasn't not targeting. And some people were asking that I think it was targeting. I don't think it was. It was roughing the passer, but I'll take a roughing the passer right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because the game's over now.
Yeah.
Because once he was gone, it's over. So Alabama has just continued to improve, and they, as we predicted, will be a force to be reckoned with as we get toward the playoff.
Yeah, and the official playoff poll will come out. Is it tomorrow night? Tuesday night. AP is out. The top 5 teams remain undefeated: Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, Florida State, and Washington. And then you have the ones on the outside looking in: Oregon at 6, Texas at 7, Alabama at 8, Penn State 9, and Ole Miss at 10. Ole Miss is hanging in there. They had a tough win, and I think it was one of those games where they had to prove that they were worthy of that top 10 ranking, and they did, and pulled out a tough one over Texas A&M.
Y'all helped me with that, because I was watching that game. That was all those early games I was trying to maneuver. Somebody helped me, because I did have to leave and start getting ready to go get Mom, or to go by and see Dad, then go get Mom. So what happened, because it was 38-35, A&M was in field goal range, and I had to leave. Mm-hmm. Did they miss the field goal?
No, it got blocked.
It got blocked. Okay.
So they were going in for a touchdown to win it. I was at the game. We had downtime, so I was kind of trying to pay attention to some of it. And it's funny following along with the team Rick and Bubba text group on what's happening, and so it makes me want to check and look. And I thought he had Texas A&M had thrown an interception, so I close it out and move on. And then I get to the sideline, and somebody else goes, "Hey, did you hear they overturned the interception? It wasn't an interception." I'm like,
"No,
what?
I did see that. I saw that."
And then he goes, "Yeah, but Ole Miss blocked the field goal, but it was like a 49-yard field goal anyway, or it was in the 40s, but they got a hand on it for sure."
Okay. I wondered about that because I saw them turn over the interception where Ole Miss thought they had won it, and it was not an interception. You didn't have control of the ball. And then I thought, well, now A&M's going to kick a field goal and it's going to go to overtime.
Yeah.
So they blocked the field goal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did y'all see Lane Kiffin on College Game Day?
I heard it. I didn't see it. I heard it.
Saw it. Tell you something else. I love his interviews. He's on the field. He's decked out.
Oh, sure.
They're all messing around.
Nobody's
with
cooler.
Talking about how he looks good.
Yes,
looks
they're
healthy.
They're all kind of picking at each other like we would. And Lane says, "Hey, y'all have fun in Tuscaloosa today. I hear I'm supposed to say go Tigers, so go Tigers," or something like that. It was really good.
Did you
really
see the Tom Hanks thing? Was I don't know if somebody has
what was that
pulled something. Was that at LSU?
Was that at a speaking event or
was
something?
that something old they brought up looking like
I don't know. I don't even know what happened.
There's some footage out there, and I don't know if it's old. Because sometimes people pull things that are old and make it work for what's
he's
current.
talking about going to Tuscaloosa and beating Alabama.
Yeah, he says, and if we do this and we do that, who knows? And all these things you need to do in your life, whatever.
Yeah.
Who knows? Even with those things, LSU may go to Tuscaloosa and beat Alabama, and if that happens, then we can do anything. And I don't know if that's old and somebody brought it out.
I'm like you. I saw it on something.
Right.
I don't even know what it was.
So a lot of people were showing that too. But again, that could be the times we're living in. That could be a speech from who knows when.
And how about the Battle of the Gamecocks?
Yeah, that was very interesting. We'll talk about that when we come back. You also had, I know I can't say it, Nick Bartletsky.
Nate Bargatze.
Nate
Bargatze.
It's actually, I think it's actually Bargetzi.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
He was
We've been saying it wrong the whole time.
He's giving us
he
a pass
allowed
for
us
that.
to.
Yeah.
He was the picker on game day.
Yeah, he did a great job.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's what I'm asking.
At Godspeed, they've done that, but I mean, and it certainly feels good when you're doing it. But I
you don't get relief from it.
No, it hasn't made it turn loose. It seems to do the same thing that the lacrosse ball or the baseball does. Okay. It provides some relief for a minute, but it doesn't get it to turn loose.
Huh.
But again, I haven't done a lot. Maybe I should try that more. It was like one time, hey, put that on me.
For how long did they put it on you?
Not long.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It may work. I don't know. We'll see. The U.S. women's soccer team, boy, haven't they been a lot of fun. Instead of our country being able to enjoy what should be a pleasant moment, they've turned it political, and we've got every kind of claim you can think of. And one of the claims was that, soccer is unfair to women because women should be paid the same as the men. We broke down the numbers on that, on why men's teams receive a certain amount of money and why women's teams receive a certain amount of money.
And that was based on money they brought in.
Yeah.
And by percentage, the women were making more than the men.
Yes. And now,
although lower in total number,
right,
just because of the money.
Percentage-wise.
Right.
It'd be like saying everybody's paid a percentage of what they bring in, but if you're a woman who's a salesperson, we pay you 20% commission. If you're a man, we pay you 10%. And if the man still sells a lot more than the woman, he might have a bigger number.
Right.
But she's actually paid a higher percentage. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. That's an oversimplified example, but that really is it in a nutshell.
Well, the women's soccer team has filed a lawsuit against the U.S. Soccer Federation, who I guess is the people who pay them and organize this. The U.S. Soccer Federation released a letter from its president Monday saying that it has paid the women's soccer national team more than the men's national team in recent years, a move that comes ahead of mediation in the lawsuit that they have filed. Now, he said that the numbers are put together by the U.S. Soccer president. It was conducted by U.S. Soccer staff and reviewed by an accounting firm, and it will add fuel to the complex debate over how the Federation has compensated its championship women's national team. Now, when you come to all this, the letter says that the U.S. Soccer has paid the female players $34.1 million in salaries and game bonuses from 2010 to 2018, while paying the men only $26.4 million during the same period.
Mm-hmm.
Women team members receive salaries plus bonuses, and the men receive only bonuses, although they are larger ones according to the letter. The compensation structure for the two teams is different because of their respective collective bargaining agreements, not because of gender.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, each one made their own deal. Okay?
Right.
Molly Levinson, who is a spokeswoman for the players, called the letter a sad attempt by the U.S. Soccer Federation to quell the overwhelming tide of support for the U.S. women's national soccer team that they have received from everyone from fans to sponsors to the United States Congress.
Well, how can Molly say that when, even her statement is very general and broad? Did they send more money to the women's team or not?
Well, if they have a collective bargaining agreement,
right,
they're going to have to follow that. That's a legally binding contract.
Right.
So you are under no obligation to just change it midstream just because you don't think it's fair. But according to them, the way it is written up, they say they're paying the women's team more. Now, again, it's all going to be in the numbers and how you want to, put it all together. I noticed they're also quoting from 2010 to 2018.
Mm-hmm.
So, that may look better for the Federation, whereas 1 year out of that may look better for the women's argument. So, but here's the thing. They've got a mediation coming up. If that doesn't work, I guess they'll go to court over it, and they will decide how they are supposed to be paid. But I don't know, when you look at the discrepancy in money that the two generate, how you're ever going to say that they would be paid the same. I don't know how they do that. It's going to be, it's just going to get down to what some of these players are willing to play for, I think. But they obviously have drummed up a lot of noise and support and political pressure for the Soccer Federation to pay them more or do a better job or at least explain it. I don't know.
Well, it's I certainly understand they want to get the best deal that they can. Sure. 35 minutes past the hour, another hour on another day, on another week of the Rick and Bubba Show, mypillow.com/Bubba. Go there right now because if you are looking to get the MyPillow 2.0 right now, there's great opportunity, 50% off. Yeah, the most comfortable pillow you've ever slept on, and this pillow has now even gotten better because we now have the temperature wicking fabric that keeps the pillow cool all night, which helps you to sleep better. And then, of course, the perfection that we already had in the MyPillow. 50% off King and Queen. Christmas products, I know. They are in hand, so you can get exactly what you want. Go ahead and get those out of the way. If you're looking for stockings, if you're looking for maybe a tree skirt, throw blanket, rib knitted hats and scarves, the buy early savings are 25 to 35% off right now. Kitchen towels, 25% off. Dog beds and pet blankets, $19.99. Men's and women's sleepwear, 80% off. And all you got to do is go to mypillow.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com. You can find it right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you mentioned it going to the break, looking back over the weekend. We did have the Battle of the Gamecocks. And they said that's the first time the only two teams that go by Gamecocks in Division I had ever played each other. Is that right?
Yeah, that was big for Jack State to get to play on that stage. And, they've been moving up and playing the bigger teams over the years, and now in Division I. And, we said on the show, I would not have been surprised if they had won that game. And they played them right down to the last 2 minutes of the game. Looked like they were going in to possibly win or, worst case, tie, and had a pick six go the other way.
Yep.
Long one.
Long one. Yeah, like they were down on the 15-yard line, I think.
So to credit to South Carolina for making the play. Pressure on the quarterback definitely helped there. So they made the play to win the game. And we were discussing, I didn't realize, and we mentioned this earlier, that South Carolina was only 2-6 this year, because I know they've been competitive, and it looked like Beamer was kind of had them headed in the right direction. But as we've said, when you play in the SEC, you can be pretty good and be 2-6.
Oh yeah, real quick.
You just lose games so easy, and and
there's no off weeks,
And Helmsley had mentioned he thought if Beamer had lost this game, against a smaller school, that he might be in trouble. Is the seat getting a little hot? I mean, I kind of thought he had them headed.
Last year they had a really good year for them.
They did. Yeah.
No, I think he would probably be all right now. But like I say, it wouldn't have helped him at all.
Yeah.
We've met Shane Beamer before. Like him, was a fan of his dad, and met him when he was at Mississippi State as an assistant coach, and I think he's a fine man and a good coach, and I think given time he will be very successful.
Yeah, he loved our beef jerky.
Yes, he did. Southern California having awful issues, and Lincoln Riley fires the defensive coordinator.
Gotta get a little heat off myself.
Well, and plus, Lincoln Riley, I know this isn't possible. Now, Bubba and I have done these kind of studies, okay? We have, and we're not pretending that they make sense. We really aren't. That there's certain uniforms that seem to keep a personality no matter how many changes you make on the staff or players. I don't know how that's possible. I don't even think that can be possible, but it just seems to be.
Yeah.
And,
it really does.
And so on Lincoln Riley, I know this isn't possible because all you have to do is go hire somebody and recruit. But for some reason, wherever he goes, they can't play defense.
No,
and
that was the only thing at Oklahoma they lacked.
Right,
and they're doing the same thing here.
Yeah,
great offense, great players on offense, but I don't know.
And while at least in recent history, Oklahoma's not had a good defense. When we grew up, they had a great defense, and Southern Cal used to have a great defense.
Oh yeah, back when what's his face? It said the Seahawks now.
Yeah,
when they were winning national championships like crazy, their front was ridiculous.
Yeah. So I don't know why Lincoln Riley spawns bad defense. I don't think that's possible. But
you can recruit good defensive players at USC. I promise.
You can get other defensive coaches. You can swap all that.
Yeah,
he didn't even coach defense.
But that's the only reason. I mean, because they've scored points in every game, and when you're scoring 40, 50 points a game, you expect to win. But the defense can't stop anybody.
If you come from an offensive background, does defense just naturally suffer a little bit? And vice versa. And we've seen other coaches come from the defensive side, and their offenses seem to not be very well. But it does seem like you could hire that out, doesn't it?
Well, recruit too. We got transfer portals. We got free agency.
Is it a priority? Do you think it's a priority in recruiting that if I'm an offensive guy, I put more effort and time into the offensive players, or what? Because as you said, something is tracking here.
You can even pay defensive players to come in.
Are you shaking your head? What do you think?
No, I mean I think y'all are all on it. I think with the transfer portal and U.S. guys, Southern California. Come on, are you kidding me? It recruits itself.
The Garnet and Gold. I mean, that's a historic program.
But it just seems like, in general, the Pac-12 in general, all right,
doesn't play defense.
Doesn't play a lot of good defense.
But
now,
why
again,
is
in
that?
general, I'm not saying that team can't in one game come beat an SEC team
but
or
why is
something
that?
like that. But I don't know.
That's
priority.
The question. That's
coaching.
The question.
It's not players. It's not players.
All right, let me try this. And I know you can pay, and I know you can do transfer portal. I know there's some truth to this, but this kind of gets canceled out by the things we just said about the portal and being able to be paid. I understand that if I play defensive line, I play linebacker, okay, I play DB, there are certain programs that seem to send me to the NFL with really good contracts, and there's great coaches there. So I may desire, as a great defensive player, to go to a school that plays great defense, okay?
Got that.
So, but... And I guess this is the thing I've heard before. If I'm not getting to play, but I'm really good defensively, I think the transfer people come back and say, no, you're assuming they're good enough to play defense. There's a reason they're not playing at the school they're trying to leave. That doesn't mean they're good enough to play for us either. So I guess that does. But then you get back to paying. My goodness, if I can pay a good defensive player to come, I mean, of course,
I do think
how many of those players can I pay?
You can pay a good defensive coordinator.
So yeah, but I do think the best defensive players in the country are attracted to the SEC and the Big Ten.
I agree. Yeah,
because they know. I mean, that's where the best of the best go.
So I could actually get paid to go there as much as I can get paid to go to a team that doesn't play defense.
Yeah.
But by the same token, why don't you bring a coach out of
too.
that, put them in charge of defense, give them the money for NIL, and then you ought to be able to build a defense, but they never do.
Prime example, Spurrier was lighting it up at Florida. When he hired Stoops is when they started winning national championship because they started playing defense.
Right.
Because they were known to be a little light on defense his first few years there. He brings in Bob Stoops, and all that changed.
So this and that may be getting to the root of this. Is it possible that if your offense scores too much or too quick, the defensive players don't get rested, and as close as all of these athletes are now and all these teams, just being a little bit winded and a step behind can make a big difference in how well you play defense?
Well, I think it also goes to some coaches, and I will say coaches here, do a better job than other coaches based on the ever-changing atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in football right now is designed for offenses to score points.
Yes.
Defense.
It is an offensive league.
Right. That's right, but it's becoming an offensive sport.
And everywhere. If you look at scores all across the country, even in the SEC, it's like that. I mean, we got SEC matchups that are just as high as this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That was the point I was about to make. So in this environment, there are still coaches that do a better job of playing defense in this environment than others.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you saw Alabama. They were in a game just like this Saturday night, but they were able to find a way to get somebody to finally punt. So that's
the game.
So they have found a way to still not play what we would consider to be great defense as far as points and stats in the past, but there are to be people that can adjust to the environment today and still play better defense than USC's playing, and the Oklahoma
with the resources they have.
But I will say this: there's no doubt, and you have to understand that. To Helmsley's point, the sport has changed so much, it's almost as if the sport is saying we don't care about defense.
Well,
and I'm talking about some of the things they're doing to the defenses now are unbelievable.
Is it September 30th, Ole Miss and LSU, 55-49. You tell me LSU can't play defense?
Yeah. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I mean,
of course. Now,
there's a lot of games
Saturday night. I'm not sure they
do
do.
high-scoring offenses.
But hey, listen, if that quarterback doesn't go out, you can look at that score and go, well, neither one of these teams play good defense.
Exactly.
And I think that's where we're headed.
You can go single game.
You
can do single games, but overall, I'm just saying overall, you can pick and choose scores.
You can, but I see where they've only given up 20 points at some points too.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm not just picking and choosing. I'm actually looking at all of them here.
Yeah, you look this coming weekend at the Big Ten, Penn State and Michigan play. It'll probably be a low-scoring game. You know, that might be a reflection of their offense.
I was about to say that might say more about the offense.
But I mean, I'm just saying the Big Ten's known for their defense as well. I don't know what it is, but we're on to something. I just can't figure it out. Now, is scoring overall up? Yes,
it is.
But it just seems like this has been a pattern for a long time.
Well,
this isn't new.
What you're going to find is the sport is changing, and then the ones who adjust to it defensively will win more than the ones that can't.
Yeah. But your defense you just want to, like say, make them punt sometime during the third or fourth quarter and you win the game.
Bo Nix is liking it out there, I can tell you that.
He's playing well.
When you walk off the field and score 42 points on undefeated Washington and lose, you get mad.
Yeah.
But this is and you're seeing this a lot. First of all, you see that the Federation is trying to say there's not this discrepancy they keep talking about. But it's kind of like I've been watching with the in other sports, and we've talked about whether how you feel about it one way or the other. You're watching these rookie contracts in the NFL, where they agree to a rookie contract, and then they have a good season, and then they come back and say, "Well, I'm gonna hold out. I want my deal renegotiated now, or I'm not gonna play." Even though it's the deal that you made, and when that deal's over, you certainly would get a better deal. I go back and forth on how I feel about that. I mean, you agreed to this deal for a certain amount of time, and then when the deal's over, then you come back and say, I really played well and I should be paid more. But what happens is you go, well, if I just won't come and play, then y'all will renegotiate the deal that I agreed to originally. And there's something about that bothers me because you've made an agreement, and then you're going against the agreement, and then you're saying, well, I'm going to make life miserable for you unless you change my agreement. And I certainly understand once it's over and you've got the ability to come back and say, hey, I showed y'all I was worth more than you paid me. Yeah, but we didn't know that when you came in as a rookie, so we're the ones taking a gamble that you might turn out to be a dud. So that's why we all came up with an agreement that we could all live with, and this is our agreement for the first 3 years you play in the NFL or 2 years or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think you ought to honor the deal you made. Now, here's the thing, too. These rookie deals are now under a cap.
Right.
that the NFL owners agreed upon. And the reason being, and if you remember Sam Bradford, I think was the last one that got like $50 million. Well, the rookie deals had just got so out of balance with some of the other players. They put a $20 million cap on it, and I think that's what Cam Newton went in under the $20 million deal. But after you do your 3, 4 years, whatever it is, then, he negotiated up for a better deal. I just think you ought to honor what you've agreed to. Now, if the team is especially happy with someone and they want to enter into that renegotiation at a quicker date to keep a player happy.
Yeah, if everybody agrees on that, sure.
And in that respect, they can be sure they lock him down and he doesn't go into free agency or a bidding war, which might cost them most.
If both parties, if both parties say, look, you've done so well, we want to renegotiate this, that's fine. And I think the women's soccer team, the problem they're going to have is still the same problem that's been brought up. If you go in at the next time you get a chance to renegotiate and say, look how popular we are, of course, first of all, they didn't help that. They could have had a much broader audience if they had handled this differently. And then they keep saying, yeah, but you still don't create the revenue that the men's do. If the men do, you've got to create the revenue that warrants pay. That's how the world works. You can't.
If they come out of this with a structured pay deal that says, look, you're going to get X amount of what comes in the door, the men's going to get X amount, the women could actually lose money in that.
Exactly. That's kind of the point. All right, so some other things to talk about today.
Well, Rick, I've got to get a crown replaced today.
Is that today?
Oh, no.
Yeah. So what happened?
Well, I think I've just wore it out.
Well, it gets a good work.
If you do the work of teeth in my mouth, it gets it's a lot of miles.
Yeah,
a lot of miles.
Yeah, your teeth.
Yeah,
boy,
they're fine. They're just wore slap out.
Through
it.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if you have to trade them in, the trade-in value is zero.
No, there's nothing. And I've had it a long time though, but I mean, it's I've just eat right through it. That's the bottom line.
How many meals do you think it's seen?
Thousands.
Yeah.
And I tend to eat on the right side of my mouth accidentally anyway, because I think of my oversized tongue that I always bite my lip and stuff when I bite chew on the other side. So I just, without thinking, chew on my right side all the time, which is not good because you wear that side out first.
Oh, yeah.
You need to spread the work around in there.
Yeah, boy, you do.
But that poor crown, he's seen a lot of stuff. He's eaten at some of the finest places on the planet, man.
My gosh. If that crown could talk.
The food he's seen.
Can they give it to you and let's keep it in something?
I don't think there's going to be much left when they get it off.
Yeah, I've got my gold one. I still keep it.
Well, you would keep it. I mean, it's a precious
He may be happy to retire.
No, you tired. That's a tired.
It's a tired crown.
Put me in a shadow box.
Yeah, if they were judging my age based on that, they ain't no telling what they like. You would a dog. Ain't no telling what they think how old I was.
I'd love to interview that crown.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I remember the all-you-can-eat buffet just south of Auburn, and they'd talk all about it.
Yep.
You know, it'd be great.
Got that. I think I had a little cavity next door. They're gonna touch up too while they're in there. So.
Now I know that
next door.
Nobody enjoys going to the dentist. I mean, nobody. But I mean, I know that you have always had.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Another episode of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast now available wherever you get podcasts. Letters from the audience. Your letter may have made it. If you haven't seen it or heard it yet, check it out. It is available. And Speedy, we know that over the weekend, we mentioned this, you, of course, being the hype man that is one of the most sought after by football teams, both professional and college, and high school, really, if they could have you, all over the country. And
he's coming to Thompson Thursday.
Well, he should. So he's hyping and working the UAB fans into a frenzy. We actually have some footage of that. Look.
Yeah, this is the best seats in the house here. This is where they get food and everything. But I ran up on the Albertville 10U football team, and we all love youth football.
Oh yeah,
and I got to meet them. They were actually recognized during the game. But Xander, who is on the team. He's having a big birthday today. They say he listens on the way to
How
school.
about it, Xander? Happy
so just wanted
birthday,
to say
buddy.
Happy birthday to you, and it was great meeting y'all and hanging out with you. And hey, you talking about Rick and Bubba? Fans,
Yeah,
they were
man.
screaming Rick and Bubba.
Let's
Rick and
go
Bubba.
with that.
You know they came with energy too. So
Sure.
So
it was great.
So that was good, and glad you finally found a parking space after forgetting that Christmas Village was nearby.
Oh,
Look,
man.
if you didn't hear Betty Lou Bussey whipping these women into a frenzy, you should have been listening.
Yeah, I should have known
you got
that.
a plan for it.
But hey, it was quite the shock when I rounded the corner and everything was backed up, and I'm like, oh no.
Don't nobody play games.
So could we hear Speedy whooping everybody in the show?
Oh,
is this a
no.
video clip?
I don't know what this is.
I thought I saw a play button.
Yeah.
So a listener just sent this to me.
Who was that? Who? Oh, he was in front of me.
Yes.
Oh,
He's
okay.
filming it.
right there.
And y'all, Speedy, the echo is so brutal.
Oh.
You do such a good job of hanging with the echo.
You
man.
have to. You have to kind of really.
But here it's
yeah.
pretty echoey, but here you go.
Hey, guess what? Not only is it time to celebrate some great food, but how about we go to school cameo? I need everybody on your feet smiling back. See if you can get on the camera.
Oh, wow. Look at Pal.
Let's go.
Look right there.
That's the first thing you have to tell even with the Titans. Listen to me, because
Right.
if you listen to the echo, we're gonna look
my
like a bunch of
goodness.
goodness.
You got to live in your own head, don't you? I mean, you just cannot
You do.
listen
You have to just
your ears.
ignore it
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
I know they're Blazers, so there's really probably no reason to bark. But did I just miss hearing that bark?
Yeah, come on,
Rick,
blow
bark.
flames.
I don't bark a whole lot.
Next year, maybe blow flames.
Right.
Yeah.
Greg, what do you think about this?
Yeah, if you have
Ooh,
a good
that's a
time,
dragon.
Yeah, there we go. Bubba,
If you could get midfield, go like Gene Simmons.
Gosh, if he would do that. Yeah.
The last home game coming up is against Temple, so
you're doing it then.
I need.
One of the more bizarre stories
Here we
out
go.
of the NFL yesterday.
It's on now.
The Minnesota Vikings.
Yep.
It's always something. Man.
So, Bubba, what's going on with your beloved Vikings?
So, Kirk Cousins goes down.
Your
with an
favorite
injury.
quarterback.
Your favorite
Ever.
No,
You wished him an injury.
Have y'all seen
I
him?
think he's a super guy.
I hope you're happy.
I just think
How you feel?
they're kind of in a rut right now.
Now he can be a super guy with his leg
That
extended.
commercial on him is funny.
Their backup quarterback, Nick Mullins, who we've had here on the show before, is on the injured reserve. So the third string quarterback who has never took a snap in an NFL game.
In a game, okay.
There's your buddy.
Jaden Hall comes in
Where's he from?
And he gets hurt on the second play of the game. Do I understand that right?
Yeah, rolled out for the rest of the game.
So the Vikings had brought in another quarterback, an emergency quarterback. They had traded for Josh Dobbs from the Arizona Cardinals. And he didn't even get into practice with the team. Never threw
Showed
a
up in
pass to
uniform,
anybody.
huh?
Never took a snap.
Doesn't know his teammates' names, by the way.
And
that's
that's
a real
him.
thing.
They show him on the sidelines meeting with the offensive line, trying to learn the cadence.
Yeah.
What to call. I mean, they're running through snaps on the sideline. I mean,
He went up, hey, I'm Josh. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, and you brought up a good question. If something had happened to him, what do you do?
They said there was I forget who
someone
it
who
was.
played quarterback in high school.
Probably.
Or do they have somebody come out of the stands or what? But
Greg,
anyway,
Greg, what would
Dobbs,
y'all do if they were scanning the sideline and everybody says, now, if they lose this man and you look and I'm over standing there fully dressed out for the Vikings,
Beard and all.
and everything,
Yeah.
and I'm just taking a little pep on something, looking around. What? Hopefully I'm not needed, but I'm here.
I got it.
now Josh Dobbs, former quarterback at Tennessee, he'd bounced around the NFL for the past 7 seasons. I think was planning on retiring.
Yeah, I think he was
when the
trying
Arizona
to become a
Cardinals brought him
broadcaster.
back, right? And he
all of a sudden
goes
you look,
into
it's
the
on the
game,
field.
Rick, and leads the Vikings to a 31-28 victory.
No, he didn't.
Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Over the Falcons.
No, he did.
Good job, Falcons.
It was really
On
Hey,
the
Falcons,
road,
good
Rick,
job.
on the road.
No.
I mean,
What
is
team?
that crazy?
And what team was it that the kicker got hurt and a position player
yeah.
had to
Saw
kick?
this Texans.
The Texans.
Yeah.
Rick, he's kicking the
How'd
ball
he
off
kick?
and making field
Really
goal.
good, by the way.
Good.
Really
He's like
good.
number 33 or something.
Yeah,
like that.
he's like a safety.
Yeah.
All right, you know what just happened in my mind? You know, Greg, you know how we love a downtrodden Bubba when he's just done with something.
Yeah.
It's our favorite Bubba. I want you to picture now. Let's take this story, even though it's a very interesting story, and it is very
Watch
good.
this, Rick. This is the
Oh, I'm
Texas
sorry. This
kicker.
is 33. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm watching.
29-yard attempt, by the way.
All right.
Bam.
Wow,
nails
right down the middle.
Yeah.
You know,
Good kid.
you don't see a lot of.
He's a running back.
You don't see
running back.
You don't see a lot of
running
dreadlock
back? Is that
kickers.
right?
You know what I
You
mean?
really
You
don't.
He's so thick.
Got a little
He's
swagger.
kicking it,
Got a little
yes.
swagger after it too.
Right down the middle. Right down the
So do you think he's practiced that?
Look at him.
Oh, yeah,
Do
he
they
has
go
been.
over emergency?
Yeah.
Wow.
He
I
has
guess
been.
so. Can anybody kick?
All right, Greg. Now
Anybody.
let's reverse it. Now let's pretend Bubba came in for today's show to start the week as a Falcons fan.
Oh.
Imagine this story going the other way, and they pull some person and he took a snap, and we still lose.
He beats us. He takes it down for a game-winning drive.
Wouldn't you be so
Oh,
mad?
yeah.
Oh, you'd be furious.
Rick, that's Atlanta radio today.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah, they can. Watch how bad we are.
And of course, before you know, they go take some guy to the pep band. But this is amazing. But it also shows you just how good the world's greatest football players are. You know, if somebody can just kind of hold it together and let people make plays, you can still got a chance.
You know, the Falcons are very Vikings-like.
They are.
And,
That's good,
and there's a
Coming
lot
that
of
Super Bowl they're in.
well, that's what I was going. The heartbreak there has
had
been
it
as
won.
equal to the Vikings, and so now when you look at it, the Falcons are sitting there today going, of all teams to do this to us, it was the Vikings.
We
Now,
stole one.
Insult. Yeah.
We stole one.
Yeah, I mean,
Look, they even got Dobbs' name spelled right on his jersey.
nah, they do. That's funny. Well, it's it goes.
Is Minnesota the hottest team in the NFL now? Well, they've won like two, hasn't it?
On fire.
Three, isn't it? 1 and 3.
Well, right now you feel like but.
Hey, they're on a streak. What they're on.
Yeah.
Is one of my favorites is with this guy right here is when he wants to reassure us he's aware that Kirk Cousins is a good man.
Yeah.
He is a good man. He is a good guy.
Have y'all seen the commercial about that?
But he wants us to know
here's what
that
happened.
he's aware of that.
Rick, here's what happened. Rick, Kirk Cousins drove him crazy. Then he watched that QB special, and it showed him at home, and he's really a nice guy, so now he feels bad.
No, I knew he was a nice guy before that.
Bubba wants him to
We've been
spend
in
more
a
time
book with Kirk Cousins.
He's a good husband and a good daddy, and Bubba wants him to spend more time with them.
I just don't think he's an $80 million elite quarterback.
Wow.
Performance-wise.
You're missing him now.
How you like your new quarterback, Dobbs?
Hey, Dobbs, rock on, baby.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, we don't like talking about this, but it's a topic we can't avoid, and that is what's going to happen to us when we go on in. Life insurance is not a lot of fun to talk about, but I will tell you this, it can be quite complicated, it can be quite annoying, it can be quite a hassle unless you go to our friends at Ladder. Ladder, they have ladderlife.com/Bubba. They have simplified this process because at the end of the day and at the end of our earthly life, here's what we want to know. How much money is my family going to get? How much money is my spouse going to get? My kids, are y'all going to pay them? And the answer is yes. And right now, if you are looking to insure yourself for $3 million in coverage or less, that's a lot. You don't even have to see a doctor. No doctor, no needles, no paperwork. Just answer a few questions about your health in an application. Ladder's customers rate them 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot, and they made Forbes' best life insurance list. All you need is a few minutes and a phone, a laptop, either one, to apply. And then Ladder's smart algorithms work in real time, so you'll find out if you're instantly approved. You're not waiting around and wondering. No hidden fees, cancel anytime, get a full refund if you decide within 30 days, I don't think I'm going to do this. But you should. And listen to your buddies here. The older you get, the more expensive it's going to be. So why don't you go right now, ladderlife.com/Bubba. It's never been made more simple. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. That's ladderlife.com/Bubba today. A little, you get gassed for cleanings. So, I mean, this
I get gassed for copays.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So, I don't know whether you're afraid of the dentist or you're addicted to the gas.
No,
I can't.
It's a legal way to do drugs.
Yeah. It's not like I go and get extra cleanings or anything. I'm like everybody else. I cancel and don't go, enough.
Right. Yeah.
But since I'm going, I'm just a little antsy with all that going on. I don't like, all that, like a lot of people.
Well, yeah, nobody really loves it.
And, Dr. Dudney does a wonderful job. Not better than any other dentist, Rick.
No,
according to the disclaimer.
No, of course not.
They do a great job, and they're good friends, and they make it as pleasurable as it can be. But I get a little tense. Nervous is not really the right word, but just a little tense.
Now, I know it relaxes you, but do you go to sleep?
I can, and what I usually do
with your mouth open and them in your mouth, you can go to sleep.
What I usually do is I try to schedule it.
You can, by the way.
I try to schedule my dentist visits during my normal nap window.
Yeah, smart.
And so that helps to relax me too.
I'm just trying to get my tongue out of the way. I can't go to sleep.
Well, I'm fine. I can sleep, but they'll ask you if you're okay. I may tell them today not to ask me quite so much.
You talking about when you can't talk? You okay?
Yeah, just do what you need to do and rock and roll.
I have to be very, very, very careful of letting my mind go anywhere, because my mind can take me to a place where I start kind of, if I just don't allow it to happen, I can't let it go places like if they put that old plastic thing in there, rubber thing, which they didn't do the last time for me, which I was thankful. If my mind ever starts thinking, I don't think you can breathe real good, what? And then I'll check in with my mind. What'd you say?
Well,
wow, they got a piece of rubber in there. It's kind of blocking. And I'm like, what, huh? Then now I start. And if I start thinking like that, I have to watch myself.
Quick, get him the gas.
That's the reason why I'm not crazy about the gas, because it allows my mind to play more than I want it to.
Well, see, mine goes the other way. It relaxes me. I go out through the solar system, and everything is good. And I don't know. I've never, experienced some of the other highs in the world out there, but that one is number one.
Well, that's why people like to get high. I don't know if you knew that.
Is that what
It goes back to my original statement a minute ago.
Is
You're
that
legally
what?
doing
Let me
drugs.
ask you this: the
people steal natural.
When the people get high, when they get high, is that from other things? Is that the same type feeling you get from the gas?
Yes.
Let me clue you in on this. The reason why people like to get high is because it feels good.
Right. I know. I got that.
Yeah.
I got that.
But
I've never done that high, so I didn't know how it compared to the gas high, if you want to call it that.
There's various highs.
Yeah.
Yes.
And but all of it has the same deal. But the problem is, just like all things that look beautiful, it kills you. It says come on in here, and then when we got you and you start trying to leave, you can't leave because you want to feel like this all the time.
Right.
But if you keep feeling like this all the time, you're eventually going to be dead.
But see, I feel good with this situation because, like I say, I don't go and ask for extra cleanings.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I don't make my 6 months now. I'm lucky to get in there once a year.
Yeah, but I recall
but during that moment, I enjoy that to try to get my mind off of them other things.
But to Greg's point, and I think Helmsley chimed on this too, there are people that get it and they put it in balloons,
and whippets,
and they go out and take that in to feel exactly how you feel today.
Would helium do that too? Is that
no? That just makes you talk funny.
Why does makes you do like this? Hey man, hey baby.
But yeah, people try to steal.
I'm getting another crown today, baby. Bring it.
People try to steal bottles of nitrous.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And they call it whippets.
Whippets.
Whippets good.
And what they do is
I'm out of the loop.
They're going to inhale it just like
I don't
you will
run
today,
with them, folks. I don't know what y'all talking about.
No. But I'm just you asked the. It is 6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us as we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up a little bit later, so be standing by for that. And also, we'll update you on some things that are going on this week. And then we're still looking back over this past weekend. And unfortunately, Bubba, welcome back for a brand new hour. A brand new hour, and Speedy, Greg, Helmsley, and Adler also here. So, unfortunately, another update from over the weekend, and some of you have been reaching out and asking were we aware of it, and we were, and we read the story that was reported from 1819 News last week, and the interview that was done by the mayor of what's the name? Is it Smith Station?
Smith Station.
Yeah, and then also who also happened to be the pastor of First Baptist Phoenix City, I believe I have that right.
Yep.
And so he did an interview about some things he does in his private life, which became public knowledge, and unfortunately, we do know that law enforcement went to give him a welfare check. For whatever reason, we don't know, he fled, and as they were trying to talk to him, he took his own life over the weekend. So we know that's a sad situation for his family, his friends, and of course that entire community, just a terrible thing. So it was a rough story that seems to only be getting more rough. So, and what we're going to do, everybody was asking about this. I don't know what what is yet to come out and what is yet to be done, and the other stories that may be revolving around that, and some of it we had access to but did not report on because it was unconfirmed. And I will say this, and we've talked about this. There's certainly going to be always attempts to blame this and blame that, and present a narrative that really wasn't accurate. I would say this, that most of the people that are going down a narrative that there's someone other to blame than unfortunately the person, most of them did not hear anything that we even said on the show.
Right.
They had no idea, and so it's all going to be part of everything else we're talking with. And the bottom line is this: it's sad, it's horrible, and our heart breaks for everybody involved.
Yeah, and I would say this, too, for other people that may find themselves in what they feel like is a situation they can't get out of. Suicide is not the answer. There's always a way out. There's always a better way to address this, and it's always sad when we see this, Rick. It really is.
It is that, man. There's nothing that you can't find your way out of, and try to do a restart. And of course, we even talked about that, about some steps that could be taken, to start over. And again, at the same time, if something that you're talking about, if any of us, if we decide to say this is who I am, this is what I do, and this is why I do it, and you do that in a public forum, I mean, people are gonna have opinions about it.
Yep.
But if people, there are things that are said about us every single day that could get you to a place if you're just like, well, my goodness, I just don't even know if I want to be around anymore. But there's always hope, and there's always you can't let that be part of the problem to make the situation even worse. And don't ever be sold that everybody be better off without you, because that's one of the biggest lies that the adversary always tells.
Yeah, you can't. You just can't listen to those voices. You can't do it.
No.
And it doesn't matter how bad the situation is, and how you may be right or you may be wrong, or whatever the case may be. It's just not the answer, and it is a big lie. It is, and it sadly entangles a lot of people.
Right. So that is an update that we are aware of, and I know a lot of you are like, "Hey, man, I just now heard this, just now saw that." So yes, we are aware of it, and yes, it is sad, and hopefully they can start the process of healing with all those that are involved in this, and I'm sure there'll be other things that will roll out over time, and you just hope it doesn't turn into something even worse than what's already happened. So hopefully that I know that community is turned upside down, and was and is, and now it's even gotten worse.
Yep. So our thoughts and prayers are with all of you in this.
Bubba, also some other stuff from the weekend. I don't know whether you saw Cut 8, and I know this has to harken back to you a little bit. Did you see the Texas Southern tuba player take on a Jackson State heckler? And I mean,
no, I didn't see it. I heard you guys talking about it this morning, and I thought that must be precious video.
Yeah. So here is the Texas Southern tuba player taking on the Jackson State heckler. So here we go.
It's not going to happen.
It doesn't have audio for some reason, but
and then gets back to playing.
I mean, wow.
So
tuba player can throw some punches.
So he never even breaks playing the tuba. Bam, bam, bam,
But no, and this guy is coming up.
Sat down.
Yeah, this guy is coming up to heckle.
Now, who is the guy coming up that looks like the pilot there? Is he
the band leader?
He was part of the band.
Yeah, okay.
That's a snazzy outfit.
Yeah, it is.
By the way, the tuba player goes right back. Not only does he not stop playing, or he stops momentarily, but then he goes back. And when we come back around, this guy's laying down being punched.
He's doing the dance.
He's back on the tuba again.
What was the guy saying to him?
I don't know, but he was standing right next to him. I mean, screaming at him.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Bubba, I'm afraid what we just saw was something we say. He was then given a dose of shut up juice.
Well, he couldn't get a good swing on him because the tuba looked like it was kind of limiting, but he got him a couple of jabs in there. You know, he's lucky he didn't just crown him with the whole tuba, man. He could have just leaned over and hit him right on top of the head.
Yeah, he can't quite get his shoulder into the first few punches, but watch here. Then he kind of brings that. See,
last one he got a little more turn.
See how he got his legs and turned his hips on that last one?
It's hard to punch wearing a big tuba.
It's extremely hard to punch wearing the tuba.
He got the tuba behind it. That kind of helped it. Helped it a little.
But think he could have just put that thing over and crowned him with it.
The first time I watched this, I thought that I'm getting the guy in the blue shirt and the other guy mixed up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because he laid this guy out. He's actually laying down. So he's not sitting down. That guy getting punched, he is actually laying under the seat right now.
Yeah, correct.
See, I didn't see that.
No, I didn't either.
I thought it was just
blue shirt grabs him.
Blue shirt
slings him around.
blue shirt's not the guy that got hit.
No.
And so he's laid up under the just out.
Yeah,
I see it.
Yeah, he got slung around.
Good point. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, and Bubba, when we come back, we also have found the Tom Hanks deal that everybody was talking about, and apparently he's at a World War II museum dedication in New Orleans.
Is this recent?
When he makes this comment, and we'll come back. I don't know whether I guess it was recent. So it was him doing that over the weekend, and we'll come back, and then you have a comment from Saban Chu. So we'll come back. But yeah, it looks like Tom Hanks, that was a this weekend comment while he was part of dedicating that World War II museum in New Orleans. And the fact that he was in New Orleans is why he said it. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Question, and yes, there are people that
we don't run with them either.
Yeah,
I'm not educated on it. Let me put it that way.
Right. But yes, this is a pleasure.
Because I like to get high on life.
Right. Well, I just get
nitrous oxide.
Yeah. I love how you bring it back.
When it administered in a proper way.
Right. Under the supervision of a professional.
Yeah. And they get you. I mean, time you leave, it's back to normal.
Well,
you know that it does.
It's amazing.
It leaves you quick.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's
So what is that? What does it do? Is it taking oxygen from your brain? Is that it?
I don't know. I don't know how it works.
It's a heck of a nap. I'll tell you that.
Next segment, talking about doobage.
The effects of doobage.
I want y'all to use nitrous oxide in other places too. To some of those other pain pills.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. With research and studies and moving things forward and theories that are starting to be created. Boy, we have one today that's really gonna set the whole world. A lot of you are gonna say, what? Well, what? Here is the headline: overweight people really do enjoy their food more than other adults.
And Rick, if I can sum that up,
yeah.
Food tastes better to fat people.
That is the study, and we have said this.
Well, that's
Bubba.
groundbreaking.
Well, listen, we've said this for so many years. One of the things that I believe a lot of the weight loss programs fail to address is this study that fat people mainly are fat because they like the way food tastes. No one has ever. No one has ever. That a person of weight, as I've said 1,000 times, drinks a milkshake because they're hungry. They don't have dessert because they're hungry. They don't eat the third helping because they're hungry. they do it because they're enjoying the food experience so much, like a drug. A lot of drug talk today.
They like the way it tastes.
They just like the way it tastes in their mouth. And
guilty.
And this study is saying we can confirm that we can draw a line to overweight people and people who love the taste of food.
I bet you can.
Now, Rick, you know why, Rick? Because normally people that love the taste of food may eat more.
They might, Greg.
So we got to study it.
So let's see. Do I eat more of things I enjoy and less of things I don't? Yep. Most people do.
Rick, this research was done at the University of Iowa, and they studied 161 people of various sizes.
Mm-hmm.
They found that obese women needed 12 and a half pieces of chocolate to fall to the same level of taste perception as non-obese women who ate only 10 pieces of chocolate.
That's why they're obese.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yep.
Screaming.
People who were hungrier before eating were more likely to enjoy the food more.
Whatever you do, never go into that grocery store
So
starving.
if you're hungry before you start eating, I mean, again, groundbreaking.
I could have wrote this study in 10 minutes.
You know, I don't mind a good study.
Yeah.
But let's don't waste time and money over something that is so obvious.
Have you ever gone to the grocery store hungry?
Oh, Rick, I did the other day.
Don't ever do that.
You know what
start
gets
throwing
me?
all kinds of stuff in your
You know
boat.
what gets me? The box of crullers. Every time. I can't even look at it.
Now, they said, too, that women stopped enjoying or perceiving the food quicker than men.
Well, that's probably true.
Hearing nutritional information prior to eating the chocolate didn't affect their enjoyment level.
No, it wouldn't affect me at all.
We'd plow right through that.
Doesn't affect me at all.
No reason putting a calorie count on that.
Look, it's this simple, Rick. Fat people like the way that food tastes in their mouth. That's the bottom
That's
line.
it. Look at the next line of the next page. Food tastes better to fat people. Well, yeah. That's how we got fat.
Let me just throw this. I love good old homemade chili. And every time I eat it, those last two bowls, I'm full.
Oh, of course you are.
But I eat them anyway.
The last two bowls?
You know why? Because they taste good.
Yeah.
But see, that
And
goes,
then I'm miserable.
that goes back to the point that I'm trying to make.
Back to hunting cake.
All this appetite suppressant, like some people will say, and it's true. Let me tell you this, it's 100% true. If you'll eat, give it a minute on that first helping, and your body will consume it, and then you'll feel full.
Hang on.
But that does nothing to address why people are fat. Full has nothing to do with it. It all has to do with.
It tastes good, and I want to taste it.
That was good, and I want more of it. I like it. I love it. I want more of it. That's the problem.
You know what I think would help if we
Screaming guilty.
if we did this, and I'm very guilty of this.
It's 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us on a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Your phone calls coming up bottom of the hour. So one of the things that we were looking at is what in the world's this Tom Hanks thing we kept seeing over the weekend involving the Alabama-LSU game. And we think we have it now. Adler did some research, and it looks like that he was part of dedicating a World War II museum in New Orleans. So the fact that he was in New Orleans, he thought he would throw in a comment about LSU going to Tuscaloosa in an attempt to try to defeat Alabama. Of course, they weren't successful. And he makes a comment that became caused a lot of fodder over the weekend on social media. So here he is actually making the comments at the dedication.
And faith can lead us into the greatest possibilities in the world that we still cannot even imagine. Hope and faith and wherewithal and the ongoing attempt to try can accomplish magnificent things. It can build a massive campus out of a handful of buildings and some artifacts. It can fuel the efforts of people over for 30 years in order to see it to its conclusion. It can build pavilions dedicated to peace and to liberty. Hope and faith and collective effort may even lead to LSU beating Alabama tomorrow. And if that can happen, ladies and gentlemen, we can accomplish anything we set our minds.
So apparently that was straight up, and he knew that was a daunting task, and it was. And Alabama, did it end 42-28? Is that how it ended? Yeah. Okay.
You know what? I think he looks good with Helms' haircut.
Well, Can I say this too? And I know he probably wanted to be respectful over what he was doing, but nobody would have been upset if he wore sunglasses.
Yeah,
it's tough.
Speaking from one who struggles in the sun, I mean, he was struggling with that sun.
And think about this: all the movies he's been in, and he's there probably due to his tie-in doing World War II movies. But then he makes the reference to football and going to Tuscaloosa, and he's also been in a movie that had to deal with that.
Oh yeah,
so
he
was Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump played for Alabama. Everybody knows that.
Now, Adler, tell me about 7B. What's going on here?
No, I'm sorry. You asked Adler. Go.
Yes, this is Aaron Anderson and Nick Saban speaking to each other after the game.
Okay.
Helms brought it up in the kickoff hour.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
He left Alabama, went to LSU.
He transferred, yeah.
Okay, all right.
And Saban has a comment for him. It's kind of hard to hear, but we can. You'd be playing more here than you are there, is what he says. And they say it in good humor with each other. But
you got to say that.
You'd be playing more here than you are there.
All right.
All right. And that's easier to say after the win too. You know?
It is. Sure, it is.
Everybody's more jovial after a W.
Right, and of course, is there any report on the LSU quarterback? Is he coming back anytime soon?
Wasn't he going through concussion protocol?
Yeah. Is that what it was? Yeah. Okay. Somebody said Josh Dobbs playing for him this week. I don't know.
He probably could.
I don't know whether that's true or not. So and also I know that we didn't. All right, I'm gonna try to say it right this time.
Oh, here we go.
Nate
Bargatze.
Bargatze.
Wow. Nate Bargatze.
I used to say Bargatze, but I heard.
And we think that the correct is Bargatze.
There is a funny clip, and I wish we could find it, with Jimmy Fallon and Nate Bargatze, where
Bargatze?
That's what I think it is.
Okay.
I think we've been saying Bargatze, and that's wrong.
Would it kill him to have a stage name?
Well, and that's the thing. Is
would have been a good idea.
Evidently, Jimmy Fallon said it the wrong way,
correct.
and he never corrected him,
That's
and
correct.
he doesn't correct anybody.
Can we just call him Nate B?
No, he said, you call me Nate's fine. I mean, he don't really care.
Yeah, well, when
he thinks that his family has been pronouncing it wrong this whole time.
When I tell you the clip with him and Jimmy Fallon, when he says, based on you and your influence, we've just decided you're right and my family's wrong. Yeah,
it's excellent.
It's funny because you see Fallon's like, well, I'm sorry I wasn't saying it right. He goes, nah, we just gave in to you the way you said it. Yeah. But that man is a funny man.
Guy.
Totally clean.
Yeah, when he hosted Saturday Night Live, they did announce it correctly, and it wasn't Bargatze.
Correct.
But I've just finally nailed that. So can I stay with that?
I think you
Has
can.
he given us a pass?
No, I think he's given everybody
how do
a
you
pass.
say it?
Bargatze.
Get. It's Gets, not God.
Right.
Get.
Get, Rick, get.
It may be Gate. But it's not
Bargatze.
Gotts. It's not Gottsy.
Now, here is that bit.
This is hilarious.
That you've been talking about when he was on Saturday Night Live. This is the George Washington bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's basically saying all the things in our country that we don't know why we do things we do, George Washington did it. And it's all the silly things we talk about.
Courtesy of NBC.
All right, so here he is on Saturday Night Live. Here we go.
How many liters are in a gallon, sir?
Nobody knows.
And, sir, in this new country, what plans are there for men of color such as I?
Distance will be measured in inches, feet, yard, and miles.
So he will never quite field that question. So
how many feet are in a mile? Nobody knows.
It's so funny.
So good.
So that is. I guess he did a good job. I didn't see it. The way my day fell together, I didn't get to see.
People were being all wake up to it. Were griping because he ain't tied to either team and he ain't that famous yet. Whatever, but he was good. He's funny. He's a big Vandy guy.
I noticed this. I know that which there has to be humor tied to that.
Oh,
did he go there?
Yes, and he did marry an Alabama girl.
Okay.
So that's his actual tie.
Yeah. Okay.
He said that's why he had to pick Alabama.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that was one of the things that everybody was talking about. Was
everybody in the room knows who he's married to. By the way, and I'll tell you we have a tie to who he's married to.
Well, I knew that because when he first was making some noise.
Yeah.
Okay, and he had one special that was about to come out on Netflix, The Tennessee Kid.
Yes.
And I remember you kept trying to get our attention that, hey, we can get this guy on the show, and he's going to blow up.
Y'all thought it was Chad Gibson football and wouldn't give me anything.
Right, we did.
That's a good throwback.
And you kept saying that he's connected to somebody that you know, or we all know.
Yeah, we all know him.
Okay. Yeah.
And then, of course, now the mistake is now he's selling
It's
out
tough to
arenas.
get him.
He's
It's
selling
tough
out
to get him right
arenas,
now.
and people are begging him for specials, and I keep searching for a new one. So he's not. Getting him now is a different.
We could have gotten him back when I first asked.
Yeah.
And it's probably going to be tough now.
Yeah, be a tough order right now.
Yeah.
Who knows?
And we could have been on the list of people who mispronounced his name.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, but very funny guy, and it's that kind of funny that anybody can go and enjoy.
You know, Greg said it best. Anybody else saying the things that he's saying are really not that funny, but his delivery and the way he does it, it is hilarious.
Yeah, it's not somebody, it's his delivery.
I mean, him picking football games and the way he was doing it was hilarious.
Yeah,
to me.
really was. How about America wins when he was talking about
the Army and Air Force.
Yeah,
He picked America.
I'm picking America.
But again, but you're right. What made people like him though so wonderful in the fact that he could hand his material to strangers everywhere.
Yeah.
And they could walk in and do the exact material, and they wouldn't be funny.
No, they wouldn't.
It's all about the delivery. It's all about the way he looks.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's all about the way
mannerisms,
the way he carries himself.
Yes.
It's just kind of like Regan. I mean, a lot of times, you tell somebody a Regan
his
thing,
looks are funny.
and they kind of look at you like, well, you should have seen him do it.
I can't do it justice.
Right.
Y'all want to hear another quick George Washington clip? All right,
please.
Why not use meters and kilometers?
We will, soldier. But only in certain unpopular sports like track and swimming.
We won't use it exclusively, but only in a couple of sports.
It's so mixed up, isn't it?
And they hit them all. I mean,
it's excellent.
It's
The one him trying to explain football.
Oh.
And trying to explain how that game was going to be, that
Right.
to me was the funniest.
Because they're puzzled by the name, as we all are.
Right.
You kick it. Sometimes it's worth 1 point. Sometimes it's worth 3.
Right. There's some
good.
kicking. I like when he says that.
Some
There is some kicking, but not a lot. But not a lot of kicking. All right, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Greg goes to the phones, and we'll take your phone calls. You pick the topics. You ask the questions. You bring information to the table. It's your turn on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Were his picks right for the most part? Did he get his picks right?
I don't know what they were.
Okay.
Yeah. I know he picked America and Alabama, so he got those two right.
Okay, good.
All right, bottom of the hour, phone calls next. First phone segment of the week coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't think we chew our food enough and leave it in your mouth to get the taste of it.
I agree with
You're
that.
afraid somebody's going to get the rest of it.
That's right. It's down the hatch, baby. And then you don't taste it anymore.
You're right.
Did y'all break?
We don't chew it long enough. And I have
agree.
another theory. There's no proof to this. It's just self-observation on my part.
It's as good as this study we have on this other.
I enjoy a soft drink when I have a meal, okay? A lot of people do.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather, usually with a meal, and I wouldn't have it at other times of the day. I think the acid in that helps to break down and digest your food quicker, so you feel like you're empty quicker, as opposed to drinking water with a meal.
Yeah.
And, I think that's why it's come down through tradition. We eat salad before a meal because I think they're trying to fill you up,
Sure.
that in theory. But I've always heard if you drink a big old glass of water before you eat, you're not as hungry too.
Yeah.
Helps to fill you up.
But again, hunger's not the problem. It is initially, but then, if I say, this is really good, I kind of want some more of that.
Mm-hmm.
But Greg, you're full. I know I am, but it doesn't matter.
But what we've got to do is figure out a way not to make it taste so good.
Maybe we'll put something bad on it.
Well, like when you have a cold and you can't smell, taste doesn't.
That's right.
It doesn't taste near as good.
It doesn't.
Right.
Are
So
you
I don't
saying
know how you would ever do that?
Well,
eat with tissue stuffed up in your nose.
You cram up.
the question is,
and nobody will want to eat with you.
That's true.
I haven't figured out how you go out and create a society for fat people where everything they eat doesn't taste good.
No, that's the problem.
I mean, that's an undertaking.
Well, let me ask you this: maybe there's a way to desensitize your taste buds some. Just lower it down a little bit.
You talking about a procedure or something where they fire something to it?
Some drug or something.
Ain't nothing better than to be starving.
drug.
And all of a sudden there's that meal you just love. And you're starving.
Yeah.
And and when it hits your tongue, love it. I'm on a jump.
Sure. But you're right about that grocery store. You're buying stuff you don't
Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah. Don't go hungry.
Yeah.
Don't go hungry.
Why? I'll take some Cajun trail mix.
What are we doing? Are we just,
the stuff you never buy.
I don't buy groceries
there's
a
a
lot.
box of wheat thins in there.
I don't do the grocery buying a lot, thank goodness. But like for hunting camp and all that.
Oh, yeah. Don't do it hungry.
And I'll even get to open and start eating stuff before I get checked out. Drink something. I'll drink something in a minute before I get
I drink a chocolate milk every time.
Yeah.
Now.
Matter of fact, I've been like down when Sherry's asked me, like, can you go by the grocery store and pick up something? You know what brings me back up? I'm going to drink a chocolate milk. And
while I'm in there, I'm going to get a little bit.
So I'll always save it, so scan it and check it out.
Or not.
So
I know when I think, well, there's the fat
stealing.
guy's got to have something to drink before he gets out of the grocery store.
I'm not stealing. Well, when somebody told me that after a workout, a chocolate milk is as good as any protein drink.
That's been a breakthrough.
That's all you needed to hear, didn't it?
Now, I think that's probably absolute
Bubba
garbage,
said that.
but somebody told me so. I mean,
Rick, I think Bubba
Well, guys,
said
you got to work out before you drink it for it to help.
Yeah,
That's
right.
part
Well,
of
it
it. You
depends
just
on
can't
what a
drink
workout
chocolate
is.
milk.
Yeah.
Strolling around the home improvement store is not a workout. Bob.
I put about 3 miles in that place. What are you talking about?
You got to get reset. So, study has come to the conclusion that most people are fat because they like the taste of food. We've been saying that for how many years? Wait a minute. You mean to tell me?
And you still do.
That fat people like the taste of food and overeat? Automatic.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Everybody come on with it. The real Greg Burgess is taking your phone calls at 866 We Be Big. Fieldofgreens.com. Delicious, delicious, delicious. You know what I'm trying right now? Because a lot of you keep asking about, all right, is there other flavors? Because some of you, yeah, there is. I just, for the first time, tried the wild berry flavor. Really good. So if you're struggling with the original green and you're like, even though I think it tastes fine too, but if you were saying, I need something else, wild berry is great. They have a lemon lime one now. All has the same stuff in it. Just a different taste, and that might be more to your liking. The wild berry is almost like you're drinking Kool-Aid or something, so it's really good. So go to fieldofgreens.com right now. Why? Because the Mayo Clinic and many others have said, look, here's how the human body is set up. If you want it to run efficiently, it needs fruits and vegetables, 5 servings a day, not just any fruits and vegetables, but the right fruits and vegetables. And you know what? Field of Greens take all the guesswork out of it. And I take it twice a day. I love the results, and you will too. The Mayo Clinic says if you can get in these servings, it'll help prevent heart disease, it'll lower blood pressure and your cholesterol. I've seen all that take place. And also, it helps vital organs like heart, lungs, kidneys, and another thing where I've seen a really, really huge difference is the immune system. So go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, get 15% off, or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and if I can help you with the product at all, let me know. Always, I'll do my best. Here we go to the phones, 30 seconds a pop. We'll start with Ron in Mississippi. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Ron, go right ahead.
Good morning, guys. Hey, 2 takeaways from the weekend, and don't read a lot into it. It's just one of those scratch your head, like I don't know about that.
Okay.
So on the game day thing with Nate done a great job. I watched it, but it seems if you're gonna be at a school, it should be like if I'm at Auburn, you get Charles Barkley. If you would do something like you would get somebody that's affiliated with that.
Heard this all week last week when it was announced, Rick.
And Ron, if that's your preference, I understand it. I kind of have a different point of view. I want it to be good.
Yeah, I do too.
I want to be entertained. Yeah. I want it to be really good content, and I couldn't care less whether they're connected to the school or not if it's a great game day experience, and I get a good program.
And College Game Day is not looking to just entertain LSU and Alabama fans.
Yeah, it's a national
They're looking to
broadcast,
entertain the entire nation.
Right.
And let's be honest, they've been in Tuscaloosa a lot.
Yeah.
And they probably are running out of guest speakers.
Probably so.
You're right. But to me, if I'm watching it, whatever all of you have said, which I agree with, so they bring a person out that's tied to Alabama, but they're not any good.
Yeah.
They're not entertaining. They're not funny. What did that do for me? Other than they were connected to Alabama.
No.
I think I want the best guest they can find. I couldn't care less if it's connected to the school or not. Yeah. So if he did a good job, that's all I really care about.
Here's another thing. I've yet to hear anybody say it should have been this person. Like, give me an answer. Give me a suggestion.
James Spann comes to mind.
Don't just tell me you didn't like Nate. Don't be that guy. Tell me somebody you would actually have put in his place.
Of course, I hate to break it to everybody who does the James Spann, campaign. He actually graduated from Mississippi State.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But anyway,
didn't he get in front of?
He directed the band.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Tracy in Alabama. Tracy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
I may be late on this, but I don't know if you guys have seen the video from Halloween of the 3 boys that are about 10 years old that were dressed like. Well, one had on a President Joe Biden mask, and the other 2 were dressed like Secret Service agents, and like he kept going the wrong way. I think at one point he went to a trash can to get candy, and
I saw that, and that was hilarious. And I want you to think about this, Tracy, which you probably already are.
Mm-hmm.
Those are children.
Yeah.
Those are children. So, so they see it. They see it. They see how bad this is.
Mm-hmm.
These are not even adults that are like sitting there watching the news. These are children.
Mm-hmm.
We continue. Let's go to Richard in Sweet Home, Alabama. Richard, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
So please tell me the phone call between Baseball Bo and Helmsy was recorded, and how much do y'all want for it?
I would like to hear it as well. Did he show up at Greg's remote Friday?
He did not. We asked about that
Baseball
in the kickoff
Bo?
hour.
No?
He said he did not show up.
I'm with you, Richard. I want that. I want that badly.
Well, I had a front row seat. I enjoyed it.
It wasn't.
I was in there just listening to it.
At what point did you realize you were trying to reason with unreasonable people?
A little longer than it needed to be, about 6 minutes in.
Let's go to Sylvia, Chipley, Florida. Sylvia, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
Just wanted to say you had told a funny story here a while back about y'all took a friend to a men's conference. Evidently, he had never been. He wasn't saved, and his experience there was just hilarious. Maybe in the future you can tell that story again. It was really, really funny.
I think that was Gary. Was it the funny story about Gary
getting in a fight with a pastor?
I don't know.
That's
the only thing I can think of too. Yeah.
Let's go to Lynn in Athens, Alabama. Lynn, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I appreciate listen to your show. Appreciate everything y'all do. Athens plays Oxford this weekend in the first round of the playoffs. Was wondering what the scouting report might be for Oxford.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't follow the high school program very, very much. I saw a little bit of them playing Friday night because it was on a local TV thing against Jacksonville. I understand they have a good football team, but I don't know much.
What
about
did
them.
that score end up?
It was ugly.
Yeah,
it was ugly. Yeah, I stopped watching about 42-7.
Really?
Yeah, or something like that. It was.
Well, we were all wondering why they were playing.
Right. Well, I think it's a combination. You have two different classifications, but sometimes a smaller classification can actually be better than a team at the bottom of a bigger classification.
But that ain't the case.
But in this case, Oxford's actually a really good 6A team, and
I would say if you're playing Oxford, you better be ready.
Yeah. So, but I don't know the details like players or anything like that. And they probably won't be anybody wearing 75 because it's probably a return. Daniel,
that was on the wall.
Daniel in Kansas. Daniel, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys. I was listening to your kickoff hour this morning on this trip out here, and heard Holmesy talking about his kids fighting over the Xbox. I have 3 kids that all fight over one Xbox, even though we have 2 in the house, and it's the Fortnite and some game called Rec Room. I don't even know what kids are into these days, but dude, I feel your pain. It's constant. I have to shut them off for a month at a time just so that it's, get over with it.
The story, Rick, I don't know if you heard it. I think Bubba was listening this morning, but I never thought I would receive a text from my daughter saying that my 16-year-old daughter, saying that Braden won't let her play the Xbox, that her and her friends are trying to play Fortnite.
Yeah, I forgot.
I never thought in my life that I would ever receive that message, and I did on Friday.
Really? See, I forgot about Fortnite.
There's a new one that's come out, and everybody's all fired up about it. And evidently, her and her teenage girlfriends are as well.
And they've never showed any interest in Xbox before?
No.
We continue. Let's go to Dusty out of Mississippi. Dusty, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing today?
We're good.
We're good.
Good. Well, I just wanted to say, man, I'm ashamed. I'm not ashamed to be an American, but I'm ashamed of what our America has come to. Mm-hmm. I'm ashamed of our leadership. I'm ashamed of the fighting and the bickering, and I'm ashamed of the people who have never ever sacrificed one thing. I've fought and I have served my country, and these people standing up.
Thank you for your service to the country, and we understand your sentiment. Mitchell.
Thank you very much, sir.
In North Carolina, Mitchell, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think College Game Day missed out on having Roll Tide Willie.
Is that the guy that we?
Yeah.
I've noticed there's not a whole lot from him this year. Is he still around?
No, he's still around.
Oh, yeah, he's still around.
He's still around.
Okay.
I don't think ESPN could risk putting him on
TV. No. Well, how did I miss the videos of him the first couple games when Alabama was struggling?
There's a few around,
and they were trying to find their way.
Yeah.
And of course, they found it.
Yes, they have.
Well, like I said, a bunch of us coached their butts off this year, and they put together quite a little daunting force right now. I guess people aren't sending them to me anymore. I hadn't seen any, but you're right. I don't think he could be the guest picker. I don't think you could
I'd
do
tune
that.
in. I know that.
Yeah, it'd be hard to hear him because there'd probably be so many times that the audio was unavailable or beeped. So I don't know. All right, we'll come back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Bubba, speaking of the comment on the state of the country, have you seen the story today? And the title is this: How Biden is in worse shape than any president since Jimmy Carter.
I don't need a doctor to tell me that.
Right. Okay. We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Stories. We're now tracking Paige Thompson, 33. She was arrested. This is a transgender ex-Amazon employee arrested for a huge Capital One hack after stealing data from, stay with me now, 100 million customers in the U.S. and Canada. How did Paige get caught? Bragging about it online. That's
people just can't help themselves, can they?
No. Well, they talk about people who investigate crimes will tell you one of the ways they catch people quite often is they just can't be quiet about it. They got to tell somebody.
Yep.
And so this one, though, when you're talking about it online, that doesn't. If you're savvy enough with online stuff to steal all this information, aren't you aware that you're creating a trail
on social media that the investigators just trace right back to you?
Well, Rick, you're trying to find logic again. Why would you steal this to begin with? Why would you make some of the choices you're making in your personal life? And then why would you brag about it? I mean, we got all kind of flags here.
Yeah, and this is what we would say a biological male who thinks that they are a female and then begin to live as a female. And but that's kind of neither here nor there. We have a criminal who was stealing people's identity while working at Amazon. Or was it happening while he was there?
Well, it says that it happened between March and July of this year by breaking into the bank's servers through a misconfiguration in its firewall, and the data was being stored on Amazon's web services cloud, but Amazon insists it wasn't to blame for the hack, and Capital One says that it admits it was their fault in the infrastructure
Hang in there.
and not Amazon's fault, which led to the breach. So that's how Thompson got in there.
And Rick, when they talk about Amazon Web Services, they have massive hosting ability, and they host even some of the other services. Like I know, wasn't it Apple that admitted a lot of their stuff was on Google and some of it on Amazon? So between Google and Amazon, the lion's share of web services is hosted by them, even though it comes through another company who is reselling it.
Again, the bizarre part is they found all these different posts where Paige was bragging about it. And even people are saying to Paige, "Hey, this is sketchy stuff. You're gonna get arrested." Mm-hmm. And now and then they say they found out that sadly, as you see, that this person has some obvious issues. That now this person is suicidal and wants to be deported.
After looking at her trail of social media. She had gone on saying that on the social media.
Deported where, though?
Right.
I don't know.
Where is he from originally?
Yeah, I don't know. If you're going to be deported, don't you have to say, I want to be deported to...
Or you have to go back somewhere you came from, right?
I was about to say, because this country says if you want to leave, then just leave. Mm-hmm.
Now that they're arrested, they want to be deported,
right? Yeah, but you're right. To be deported means I'm going back to where I came from.
Yeah, by definition.
Yeah, right. That is
after FBI agents searched her home and broke in. They found that Capital One wasn't her only target. It was other companies too. They didn't disclose what other companies were there, but they say it largely is going to affect customers and small businesses as of the time they applied for their credit card products from 2005 to 2019.
100 million.
Yeah. And of those 100 million, I think 140,000 had Social Security numbers and 80,000 had their credit card details accessed.
Yeah, and I know some people, obviously are confused, and you certainly want to have compassion, but I think some of the males that say they want to live as women and they think they really are women, and you can see some situations where you go, well, that person made the move and you could can sell themselves as the other gender pretty well, but it's sad to see somebody like this that works so hard to as a man to live as a woman, but only to turn out to look like Geddy Lee from Rush.
Yeah,
I mean,
he really didn't have the face to make that move.
Yeah, you got to have the look to make that move. I mean, literally, it just looks like Geddy Lee.
It really does.
Yep. And so anyway,
Tom Sawyer too.
Right. Mm-hmm. And then in the transgender world, even though this is not a transgender story, but there's a transgender person that's done all this. This leads us to the thing that we keep.
It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Couple of things coming up. So this week, if you are in and around Birmingham, Alabama, or you can get there, a couple opportunities coming up from themanchurch.com. Wednesday night, Indian Springs Church, Indian Springs, Alabama. James Spann. We just mentioned James Spann. He'll be speaking at their next Man Church, and you can plug into one of our small groups as they're going through one of our 40-week curriculum. So that's Indian Springs there in the Birmingham, Alabama area. That's in North Shelby County. If you want to go hear James Spann. Now, Thursday night, my home church, Valleydale Church, had the honor of preaching there yesterday. But we have a Man Church coming up this Thursday night. Bubba, we have 21 different chilies ready to go. The big chili cook-off. Why do I feel like once we fill these men with 21 different chilies and then go into a worship service that we could be privy to an unknown tongue? I think that a joyful noise could be waiting. But anyway, so
the tuba story comes to mind.
Yes, it does. Blake Prime will be bringing the message. I'll be interviewing a couple of guys that have actually been in the strategy and how it's impacted their lives. And going to get to do a song with the band, too, also. So that's coming up Thursday night, the 9th. That's at Valleydale Church. So a couple opportunities there in the Birmingham, Alabama metro area for Man Church coming up this week. And I get a lot of emails. Hey, is there a Man Church going on that I could get to? There's a couple right there.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you about something I'm doing this week probably tomorrow.
Have you got all your act together on that?
Well, we're getting there.
Well, I don't think you're doing enough for that community. That's just my thought.
Yeah.
And I think I shared that with hams everywhere. All right, so Bubba, I don't know if there's a glimmer of light that is, we have been sitting on this show saying none of us really believe. Tell me, there's no one, Democrat, Republican, Independent, whatever, Republican, nobody believes that Joe Biden can run for another term. I mean, or that he's doing.
And that's not nothing to do with politics.
No, that's just living in the real world, which apparently no one lives in anymore. But here we go. We've got some terrible polling. As I read one of them going to the break, where that his chance for re-election looks worse than even Jimmy Carter's did because of how badly it's gone. And even one of the Democrats, Pramila Jayapal, has a comment saying for the first time she's starting to be concerned. Here we go.
But I will tell you, this is the first time, Jen, that I have felt like the 2024 election is in great trouble for the president and for our Democratic control, which is essential to moving forward.
So she's starting to be concerned, and Bubba, the polls are they are absolutely ugly. I mean, ugly. As a matter of fact, it has ABC talking about the polling for Biden and just how ugly it is. Now, this is ABC. This is not Fox. This is not Newsmax. What's the News Nation?
Air America.
All this kind of stuff. Here is ABC, and you can feel their panic. Here we go.
This is probably going to lead to a lot of Democrats increasing the chatter that Joe Biden should step aside and make room for another Democrat.
And I think the problem that Democrats have is they don't know who that Democrat would be right now. I don't think that people look at Kamala Harris and feel like she is ready to take that step forward. They look across the rest of the party, governors, senators, mayors, House members, and they're struggling to figure out who they could put up if it's not Joe Biden. And so I think the reality is Democrats are probably going to run Joe Biden.
Bubba, what about Gavin Newsom? She doesn't even mention Gavin Newsom?
Yeah, well.
Is he going to ride in on the white horse?
Yeah, I mean, he's working on his foreign policy right now, going to China and all of that.
Right,
so you see he's doing that. I think even Fetterman took issue with what he was doing a little bit, saying, hey, are you running a shadow campaign? I saw where you made some comment about it this weekend.
Bubba, 1 year from the election, that's where we are right now, okay? 1 year from the election, Gallup has an approval rating of 37%.
So how does that rank up with other presidents looking for re-election? 1 year into their re-election, Trump had a 43%.
Now,
Obama had a 43%. George W. Bush had a 54%. Bill Clinton had a 52%. George Walker Bush, Daddy Bush, had a 59% and ended up losing that one. Ronald Reagan had a 53%. Jimmy Carter, 32%. So Biden and Carter are the only ones with 30s at this point.
And for some reason, because of his age and the fact that he seems to be losing his faculties, that's why they're saying a 37 for an 80-year-old who's losing, obviously, his cognitive skills versus even Carter at 32%. His 37% is worse because of these other things. Because at least Carter had his health and was able to know what he was doing.
But you never know with these things. These numbers can be deceiving this far out. Because, like I say, Daddy Bush had a 59 and ended up losing.
Yeah, well,
to Bill Clinton.
But again, look at the state of Biden. Right. Everybody can see it. And one of the things they're concerned about, and so is Democratic Jasmine Crockett, there's a drop among Black Americans. Mm-hmm. And usually the Democrats say, "Now that belongs to us," and no, there's no touching that. And she explains why
black Americans are also starting to cool on Biden. Here we go.
Here's the deal. Perception is reality. And so when you look at the data that was provided in this poll, it talks about how people feel. And when people decide whether they're going to the poll or whether they're not going to the poll, it's all about how you feel in that moment. And so while the facts may not align with their feelings are dictating their reality. Their reality is that they said that they feel better or they felt better when Trump was in office. But we've been trying to push back. We've got some very popular African-American artists that are out here saying things like, oh, I got checks when Trump was in office. I want those checks again, not understanding that that really came from Congress. So we've got a couple of things, the perception issue, and then we also have an issue as it relates to civics in this country and people not understanding exactly how any of this works.
I don't agree with her perception of this, but I do agree with. There's a lot of people don't understand how this works.
No, she's right
I'll
about
give you
that.
I'll agree with that.
One. But I have to disagree with this thing that perception. No, right now reality is our reality.
Yeah.
It's not perception when I go in and see how much everything costs.
Yeah.
It's not perception when I see my utilities going off because of a ridiculous move toward this green thing without really being economically prepared to do so. I see the results of Biden because everything that I'm involved in costs more, and the way we look to the rest of the world and me not feeling all that safe, that's not perception that makes reality. That's reality that makes reality. Yeah. Those are all real things.
You know, and again,
anybody can see it.
These numbers, they're fun to look at, but again, they don't necessarily mean anything this far out because you had Trump at 43%, he lost second term. You had Obama at 43%, and he won handily second term. So, again, we're way out, but it is interesting to look at the comparison, and I really think it gets down to this. I think people do know that things are costing a lot more. They don't have the headroom in their budget that they've had before. A lot of people are living check to check, and they watch Biden on TV, and he just looks so bad. He just looks like he's not with it.
I mean, if I was,
that's the bottom line.
I mean, everybody, you're right, who watches him, you could walk into the room, no matter what their political affiliation, what their ethnicity, where they are on the socioeconomic ladder. You could walk into the room after them watching that man, looking at their society, and say, "Sleep tight, America."
Yeah,
and they would get the joke.
Yeah,
they would all go, "Yeah, that really makes us feel good, doesn't it?" Top of the hour, and people don't like to feel that way. If you're leaving us, have a good day. Don't ever forget that every day on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel, you can get video and audio archives of any part of the show that you may have missed. So be aware of that so you don't have to miss any Rick and Bubba. Top of the hour, if you got more of the live show today, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We tried to warn everybody about, and nobody would listen, and that is the transgender weightlifting. Have you heard the question? I've heard it a couple times. Bubba, you may have heard it. Hey, what happened in Maui? Matter of fact, I just talked to some people that I know that went to Maui, and I remember the first time I heard them say it, I thought, what did they mean? And they said, we went to Maui. What was being presented on the news was not exactly
exactly the way it was on the ground.
Right. And so right now, if Blaze TV, they're going to tell you about a Blaze original called What Really Happened in Maui. What Really Happened in Maui. And this is a docuseries from Blaze TV. They went to Maui to expose part of the story that may have been buried. They're revealing new things that have not been heard publicly. They will be now, including audio from actual 911 calls. Why did the Biden administration take 2 weeks to fly the president out there? In the events leading up to the wildfire, it's kind of like, what happened to we never got the manifesto of the killer in Tennessee.
Right.
They said, strangely, have you noticed, no one's ever talked about how the fire started. So Blaze TV is going to investigate that and have a docuseries that's going to answer the question, what really happened in Maui? Now, if you aren't already a Blaze TV subscriber, if you are, you're covered, just going to be part of what you get.
But if you'd like to be one, go to blazetv.com to subscribe now so you don't miss the first episode. What really happened in Maui. Now, you're going to get $36 off if you use our promo code. So when you go to blazetv.com and it says, give me a promo code for $36 off, use ours, Bubba Plus, P-L-U-S, Bubba Plus. That way they know that you're new to Blaze TV and you want to be a subscriber, and you get $36 off. So blazetv.com, promo code Bubba Plus. Get ready for all the great content that's available on Blaze TV, including an hour every day of this show. And you become a subscriber today and catch the docu-series, What Really Happened in Maui.
Who has, of course, won the gold medal. And now there's a women's rights group demanding action after a transgender weightlifter dominated a recent tournament and is free to compete at next year's Tokyo Olympics. Well, if a man decides he's a woman and starts lifting weight against biological women, he is going to win every time. Notice the word dominate.
Yeah.
You know why? Because biological males' muscle mass is built different and is much bigger and much stronger.
And if you'll read in there,
than what females have access to.
XXXY, Rick.
They go to the testosterone level. They have a minimum, or on that, but they say that's not telling the whole story. Like you said, you got muscle. And it's not just that.
It's at the cell.
But that
level.
is the only measuring stick they use is the testosterone level.
Well, but I'm confused here. If you have a women's rights group, is this a look right there? Is this a women's rights group that? Are they anti-transgender?
They're just saying they can't. You can live. They're not telling you how to live your life. They said, but you should not be able to compete
wait a
against
minute.
women. I know.
If you can't, if I can't be limited to what gender I can declare, when I'm supposed to be able to live out everything in my new gender. If I'm a weightlifter and I was a male weightlifter, and I say I identify
just because I feel like it
as a woman weightlifter, then you can't keep me from identifying that way based on current rules.
Well, see, this guy competed as a male before he decided to be a female too,
yeah.
so he already had the training and the weight mass to do that.
Oh my God!
Well, again, you both made the point. The testosterone thing won't help because it does nothing about muscle mass.
Yeah,
males have a larger ceiling to produce muscle mass than females do. And so you're never going to outlift a guy competing in the women's weightlifting division.
Yeah, look.
I mean, it's just not going to happen.
You can take the social aspect of this off on its own. I just don't think you ought to have people who are biological males competing in the women's category. And like they said, let them have their own category. Put them over and start another one.
That might be the solution.
But there's no way that the women can compete with this. I mean, it's not fair to them. You don't have women weightlifting anymore.
But here we go, though. We want to make the truth here. So the truth really isn't you're allowed to do whatever you want to do. That really isn't the truth, is it?
You're correct. And I think that goes back to other points. That's why a lot of them don't want to address it.
Right. You know, nothing wrong with a little prank, but you don't want to do a deadly prank.
No.
A group of middle school students in Ohio sent their art teacher, what they're now calling Bubba, a deadly prank because she had a deadly banana allergy, and they've sent their teacher to the hospital because they smeared banana peels on her door and doorknob, and they were also throwing bananas at her while she sat in their classroom.
Well, I can tell they don't paddle at that school.
No, evidently not.
This is like we said.
We got our hiney tore.
Oh,
they never would have got that far. We'd have been whooped so many times before this.
And then again when we got home.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Please don't tell my parents.
Yeah, it's bad enough that I'm going to smear it, but then I'm just going to throw bananas at you too. I don't even care that you see me throwing them.
I can't even. The only time I saw, because we were terrified of people in authority, but the only time I saw a teacher/coach be bombarded was in the food fight of 1979. And that is when we had one of our coaches.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. We welcome to the Rick and Bubba Radio Network today. One of the many ways you can catch the show live, AM 800 WKZI, covering East Central Illinois. You are now on the air and part of the boldest radio stations in America that carry the Rick and Bubba show live. So that's a live option. If you don't have an affiliate, you can get us live on our YouTube channel and also on our TuneIn app, which you can get by downloading free on the App Store, and then go to the Rick and Bubba channel, and you got 24/7 Rick and Bubba, including the live show. Some of your archive options would include the TuneIn app, also has archives of daily shows, but you also can get podcast archives and YouTube archives every day as well. So, Bubba, as we start this hour welcoming that new affiliate, we got some others we'll be welcoming over the next couple of weeks. You said that we did the story that it's obvious that Biden's attempt at a reelection is in trouble, and even the Democrats are like, come on now, we can't be serious about this. The polling's not good, and you're saying that one of those that usually has at least he's a voice people listen to, that Axelrod is saying, look, we got to get a new candidate, and Biden needs to step down.
Yeah, David Axelrod, who was one of President Obama's leading strategy guys, has come out and said that Biden needs to consider dropping out of the election. Yeah. The former Obama senior advisor pointed to polling numbers that shows the 80-year-old president trailing in key battleground states. The New York Times poll that we just talked about shows Biden falling behind Trump by margins of 4 to 10 percentage points in several key states.
Yeah, so it's just so obvious. It'd be different if they could hide it. And have you ever been in a situation where you're just like, man, I've tried my best to make this thing run. It just can't run. It just can't do it. You know, I don't know if you've ever been in this situation before, but have you ever been in a position where it began to dawn on you that you are asking someone to do something, they completely understand what you're asking them to do, and they completely understand that they need to do it, they just can't do it? And that's where we are with the president. I mean, he knows what he needs to be doing. You can tell him what he needs to be doing. You can encourage. You can write the best speech in the world. He is at the point now that what is required of him, he perfectly, I think, can probably have times of clarity that he knows what he needs to do, but he's getting to the point that no matter if he understands it, no matter if he agrees with it, he just can't do it.
Now, he is pointing out to the polling data coming from these states, and again, this was a New York Times story. Mm-hmm. He is trailing Donald Trump in Arizona, in Georgia, Michigan, and Nevada.
Yeah, so you can't have that. So then let me ask you guys something.
Key swing states. If you want the numbers of those, I got them too.
Well, let me ask you this, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Mm-hmm.
You're not a Democrat.
Not in grown-up times.
You don't want them to win. Anybody in the room want the Democrats to win? I don't think there's anybody in this room. So are we now kind of in an awkward position that we hope they run Biden? Should we stop demanding that he be replaced?
Well, we're just pointing to the obvious.
I know.
Yeah, good point.
But maybe the best shot of the Democrats losing is he stays in it.
We may have a rare presidential run this year. Okay, bear with me. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying possible.
Right.
You could theoretically have Biden, who cannot run physically by the time the election is here, mm-hmm. and still be the leading candidate on the Democrat side. And you could have a scenario where Trump is legally prevented from running if some of this plays out in some of these far-fetched scenarios. That we may have both candidates unable to actually run for president. And both parties would have to fill in somebody right quick and hope they could stir the base to support them. I'm just saying that's a possibility. I don't think that's going to happen, but it is a possibility.
So what about, were you surprised, and it was one of the ones that Speedy and Adler gave us that we played, and these are, mainstream media people. Were you surprised that one of them, and I can't remember if it was CNN or ABC, but were you surprised that one of them said, I mean, when you looked at Kamala Harris, I don't think anybody has any confidence in that. I'm paraphrasing, but basically that's what she said.
Yeah.
Were you surprised that somebody openly said that on a mainstream media thing? That there's no confidence in Kamala Harris? That's the truth. I just didn't think you were supposed to say it.
They had to ask the question because it was obvious if the president cannot carry on, you would think the number 2 person on the ticket would step up. But I don't think anybody's really touting that as the answer. Yeah. I mean, and I don't. It doesn't matter to me, but I mean, I don't think they are.
I think you're right on one thing that is not up for debate. The 2024 election is going to be a wacky world.
It may be one for the record books. You just think we've had some weird ones leading up to this, okay?
It is going to be a wild ride.
Yep.
All right, so you also mentioned we're always intrigued on the program at these ships that are supposed to have all this treasure and all this stuff going on. Are y'all interested in that? Is everybody interested in that?
Yes.
A little bit of, not a lot of treasure?
I am. I'm always interested.
I like a treasure. I got hung in a documentary yesterday, but
ever since the Goonies, I've always been interested.
I eventually cooled on
I like
it.
a little treasure hunt.
But it was a documentary about the debates of where all these so-called spiritual relics are. You know, the Holy Grail, the crown of thorns. A piece from the cross, the face from the shroud. You know, and all these, and they go all over the world and have people try to claim that they actually have it and that it has some kind of power and all that. It was interesting, a little long, but it was interesting, and I ended up bailing on it at the end. But this kind of stuff does intrigue me, especially this kind of money.
Well, Colombia is declaring that the wreck of the San Jose, it is dubbed to be the Holy Grail of shipwrecks, and it was lost in a skirmish with the British in 1708. And, Rick, they say it has, now bear with me, 200 tons of gold, silver, and emeralds on board, valued in today's price, in today's market, of $20 billion. billion dollars.
Helms, that get your attention a little bit? 20 billion? Wow. 200 billion? What is it? How much? How much is it? How many
20
billion? 20 billion.
Or about 3 months to finance the Ukrainian war.
All right. I'm sorry. What? That's funny. What would you be willing to put on scuba gear, do the training, if they said we know where it's at? It's not going to be some look. We're just going to go look at it.
They've got pictures of it. They know it's it.
Big old coins.
And you can take a bag and scoop you some out.
Well, yeah, I mean,
would you go?
Sure. Because I've always wanted to go scuba diving anyway, and this would be the best of both worlds.
Well, you got to go 3,000 foot deep.
Hey,
that's a problem.
Yeah,
and I'm not going to get in that thing that last guy built.
No.
I'm out. I'm now out, Rick.
Rick,
Can I run the robot that goes down and gets it?
Colombian divers have been down, Navy divers have been down, and they have high-resolution pictures and videos of this, and they are gold coins scattered all around this thing.
Ooh.
So, and they knew it had this on it due to the manifest at the time.
Wow.
But, so that's $20 billion.
So I've got, let's see, I got 3,000 feet as 10 football fields or a half a mile.
That's big. Would y'all be willing?
It's going tough, down, but it can be done.
You're going down the whole time.
The pressure.
Right. Buddy. Would you be willing to go down and get a bag of it? And I'm not talking about a huge bag, but a bag that probably about the size of a Publix bag, okay? One of their little, the ones you wash, okay?
Okay.
And to go down there with it, somehow it works out. It's about that size. It's waterproof, whatever. We find some way to do that. About that size. And you can stand there. You don't even have to go down there. They'll bring it to you. Oh. Okay, you don't have to go down there. No, but you do have to watch a soccer match that Beth Mowens is calling.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm in. Yeah.
I don't think I'll do it.
What?
I'm fine. I'm not.
Rick.
I can pay my bills.
Rick, there's enough gold, silver, and trinkets on here to make 20,000 people a millionaire.
How about that? Would you vote for Biden and get a bag?
Yes.
To get a bag, vote for Biden.
Absolutely.
Oh boy.
You have enough money just to live in Colombia. You wouldn't have to go back.
Yeah.
I'm really thinking.
It changes. I mean, it doesn't matter what he does to the economy at this
point. They say of all
the
shipwrecks, this is the one that has always been the holy grail of shipwrecks due to the amount of money that's on it.
And how did they find it?
And when you go to vote for Biden, you have to ride with Rachel Maddow.
Where are we going?
To vote.
That's how we're going?
Yeah.
Are we going to stuff the ballot box together, or are we voting?
No, you're voting straight up with her. She's got about 4 other votes because that's normal.
Are we in a swing state or just Alabama?
Swing state.
Vote in Alabama.
Swing state.
Swing state. That's different.
Yeah, and then you have to have lunch with Rachel Maddow.
Oh, you're making it worse.
And guess who her guests are? Three seats. The ladies on The View.
What?
Oh, Rick,
it keeps getting worse.
Rick and Bubba.
not realizing that there were so many students and so much food that people could hide behind the mass, and he stood up thinking
a hail of gunfire.
Because normally all he had to do was stand up, and that was the end of it. But this time he stood up, and he didn't count on that people could throw and never be caught. And I've never seen somebody get hit with so many things.
He did.
And
that I did heat the metal doorknob up in welding class with a acetylene torch.
Well, that was standard.
But I was trying to get my buddy, but the teacher came up before him.
Oh, really?
So how bad did you get in trouble?
It wasn't good.
Tell Bubba how he reacted, because this was legendary.
He reached the grade. He goes, "Oh, that's hot, man." And we were all sitting there, you know. Oh, that's hot, man. But I was intending to get my friend.
Right. Did he immediately know who it was, or who ratted you out?
Well,
what did he say after that? After that, what did he say?
Oh, he turned around and got us all then I finally fessed up because he was going to get us all.
So
it was me, buddy. Don't punish them. They're my friends.
So like Freddie Kitchens making the whole team run. Huh?
Right.
Exactly.
That is an effective way to end some of that, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, let's go back to this. This is the world we live in. These are 12 and 13-year-old students. They all knew that she had a deathly allergy to bananas, that she was deathly allergic. And if she touches a banana, she will go into the shock that I can't pronounce. Anaphylactic shock.
What I'm trying to step on out there.
You had it. It was
close.
He was very close.
Alphabet.
I left one leading syllable off. Which for me, that's closer than normal.
Well, I didn't attempt it because I didn't want to think that I was actually going into
anaphylactic
shock.
Bubba said for him, it was pretty good.
That's a pretty good shot. But no,
now
guys,
see, that's horrible.
Yeah, guys, that's they knew she was deathly allergic. They knew
That's
it.
different than heating a doorknob.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's attempted murder in some cases.
It is.
And it's different than moving the janitor's ladder when he's on top of the coral building.
It was inconvenient for him.
That's a
But
classic.
it was inconvenient for him, but he was in no danger.
It was so good. And to go hide behind some bushes and watch. That first time he went over where it should have been and started scanning around that roof. God, it was good. Nobody got hurt.
No, he was just uncomfortable.
Did you end up taking it back?
Rick, that's what you should
Somebody
have
got
done
him
is get it and put it back, and then you would get praise for getting him
No,
down.
I know. That was my normal plan, but in that one I didn't do that.
Probably laughing.
You just cleared the area.
I cleared the area. You know, there's two things you can do: clear the area or walk up and be the solution.
Yeah.
You know, this time there was something about me. I had that flight feeling.
Yeah, I just wanted to run.
Did it escalate to a greater height than you, no pun intended, that you thought?
It hit right because eventually another person who's in authority at the school went over and took it back to him and all that. And
I mean, he got to come down.
He got
at
to
some
come
point.
down. He's not still there. There's no bones up there.
No.
I mean
that we know of.
But
it could have got bad if it got stuck up there on a hot day.
Yeah, it could have. I mean, you don't think like that when you're a stupid little kid.
No.
But it was fantastic, is what it was. There was a lot of maintenance man, custodian things that were phenomenal. You remember that when jumping Johnny?
Jumping Johnny B.
Jumping Johnny B. We
was the janitor.
We had a furnace that was out. He came by and said he was going to fix it.
He's going to light the pilot.
Light the pilot. And we're in class. All of a sudden we were.
You see him come by the room.
You got him.
No, we called him Jumping Johnny B because he'd get behind his broom and he just jumped.
Do you have any eyebrows?
No, he did not. He did not.
You got to be careful.
Of course, that's a little different. Nearly killing you, teacher. Right. So the teacher had to be rushed to the hospital. She was administered with 2 EpiPens.
Dang.
She did recover.
A double pen.
Yeah. Now they're saying that they wonder seriously if any of these kids can be charged as juveniles, and will they face any punishment from like law enforcement?
Well, let me ask you this: if you're that allergic to bananas, and bananas are fairly
I've never heard of a banana
common.
allergy.
Yeah, I know. I've never heard of that either. That's what I was curious.
A lot of peanut.
You got to be really careful because bananas are very prevalent. I mean, they're around a lot of places.
Yeah. Wouldn't you love to just say, just let me be alone with this class for a minute, and everybody, and I promise you, we'll never have this again.
Yeah. Let me handle this.
Wouldn't you love to? But you know what we'll have some parent claim that their kid's being mistreated, and this ain't no big deal. No, we didn't never killed the teacher, and they knew that she was deathly allergic to it. It's not that they didn't know.
Maybe when they write the bill for the hospital stay and the ambulance and all that, they might feel like it's a little more serious.
Right. But
they threw bananas at her.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. 866 We Be Big. A brand new Rick and Bubba University. The podcast is out. Get it wherever you get podcasts. Letters from the audience. And maybe your letter made it. And we talk about some cool stuff from behind the scenes.
Rick, just one more thing on this story before we move to something else. Are
you talking about the Etosha?
Well,
no,
San Jose.
No, I was going to ask you a question, but I will ask you when you're done with that.
Apparently the ship had actually been discovered earlier, but this is the first time they've said we're going to bring it to the surface. And Colombia is facing competing claims from Spain, Bolivia, and a U.S. company that actually says they were the first to lay eyes on it. So,
yeah.
You know, you always have this with treasure hunters. There's always,
yes.
You know, somebody will bring it up,
is it?
and they'll get to fighting over it.
There'll be an insurance company that came from another company from all them years. They trace it all the way back to them. They insured the ship, so it should be ours.
Yeah, when you got 20 billion out there, you're gonna have people who are fighting for it. That's for sure.
Well, I'm still. I mean, I've got to go through the rest of the day and process that there's so much money here that Speedy, Helms, Adler, and I think Greg have all agreed they'll vote for Biden in a swing state, ride with Rachel Maddow, have lunch with her, and then be joined by the cast of The View.
Oh, yeah.
Your list
you have to spend.
pretty long.
That's a lot of money.
I could get through it.
You
and
know,
at the end, you got to kiss Whoopi right on the mouth.
Well, Greg, I didn't add that, but
you have to spend a lot of that money for counseling after all that.
Yeah. Now, once you've settled all the disputes, I don't know how much you get net. But in taxes and who it belongs to, but you still come away with probably enough if you play it right to be independently wealthy. So probably going through that uncomfortable day, I guess.
Time flies, Rick.
It does. It flies. It flies.
You can get through it.
I just look over at the bag, Rick. Whenever I was getting uncomfortable, I just stare at the bag like Greg does his food when he can't eat.
No, sometimes it's you got to work for the prize.
How about this American research company that found it in 1981? They handed it over to the Colombians on one condition, and that they'd receive half of the fortune once it was raised.
There we go.
When did they do this?
In 1981.
Well, they really got to it.
Boy, I don't want to flip this switch, but I'm looking on the different TVs here. You got a problem with Willie up there singing on something called the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony?
Yeah, it's no longer. There's one of the inductees right there too. So yes, I don't know why they call it. They should call it Music Hall of Fame.
They really should. Just Music Hall of Fame.
Because rock and roll, it doesn't apply.
It does not apply.
And we're not going to go into all the people they leave out. That makes no sense.
Well, then you're going to get Bubba started because he'll scream again, where is Sticks?
Sticks and Foreigner.
Yeah, Foreigner.
And Foreigner.
I agree.
I know. I mean, and that's valid.
Those two bands dominated
there goes.
radio airplay when we were first getting into
we were off
business.
and running.
What about KC and the Sunshine Band?
Greg.
And they deserve some of these others they give.
Greg. Well, you're right.
I just want to see him come out and dance.
Can we not change the name? Just like, I had to, kindly but aggressively get Dippin' Dots to come off Ice Cream of the Future because it was not valid. I think this being called Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is no longer valid.
It is.
It needs to be, and that's a big honor to be in the Music Hall of Fame.
Sure
That may be even a bigger honor.
It may be.
Because now it encompasses all music. Even Dolly Parton was like, y'all can't put me in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Did she finally give in to that?
She did, but she wrote a rock and roll song and she performed it on it. She said, at least I did have one rock and roll song.
All right, so that takes me to the Cracker Barrel promotion. And by the way, you're about to be mad, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Why?
You are about to be angry.
I'd prefer not to be.
Oh, you're going to hey, let me tell you something. This is going to fly all over you. And I apologize for this. I just missed it. And maybe they didn't send it to you because sometimes we were talking about earlier. Y'all were talking about the beauty about this logo here is it has two names on it, okay? So if you're not that familiar with who we are or on the inside, you see those two names, you're going to go probably contact those two people, okay? And unfortunately, that also includes hate mail. But anyway, which is fine. That's what I would do too. And I missed it. I don't even want to say it. Bubba's going to be so disappointed. So I saw an email, and I think we missed the promotion, and it was an email from Cracker Barrel reaching out to us, wanting to know, did we want them to bring us breakfast, full-blown breakfast to the show for us to talk about the Dolly Parton rocking chair promotion they're doing, which there's a signature rocking chair that she's got.
God, who was that email?
And it's some kind of rock and roll rocking chair thing.
Rick, it's fine. I don't mind.
Bubba, I saw it too late. I never saw it.
It's okay.
And I'm so sorry.
Who all?
I'm sorry.
Rick.
I know they shouldn't have sent it to me. I'm not the one on this kind of stuff.
We were all on it.
Yeah, we were all on it.
Yes.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, so we all
I'm looking back to Dolly Parton.
So I'm not the only one who dropped it?
Yeah.
So you got an
when did it
email
come
from
through?
Dolly Parton?
Greg?
Yeah.
I knew what. I stayed in my lane.
Here it is.
Well, you know I don't get that.
Oh,
excited about
Bubba.
breakfast anymore.
Dolly Parton and Cracker Barrel invite Rick and Bubba listeners to rock like Dolly. Circling one more time. Circle. They keep trying. Circling one more time.
Would y'all stop for 1
I want to bring
second?
the crew pancakes, bacon, eggs, sausage, biscuit beignets, coffee to share about
And
Dolly
nobody
Parton.
answered back.
To share
Nobody.
about Dolly Parton on this. Bubba, Rick, Speedy, Helms, Adler, you're on it, Greg. We're all on it.
I'm more mad that y'all just missed what Bubba said
What'd
than
he say?
anything.
What did he just say?
He said he don't really care about breakfast anymore anyway.
That's true.
Y'all missed that whole thing.
That's therapy right there. That's just him trying to do therapy on himself.
I had my family laughing pretty hard this weekend because on reels you see some of our Pentecostal brothers and sisters. Some of those reels.
Some of my favorites.
And I told my family, I said, "This is what I look like when breakfast shows up every morning."
Slinging your jacket above your head.
Yeah. All right, so this is
That
this
one
is
guy,
from a
I'm so
PR.
amazed how he can hold his head so steady with his feet so busy.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Busy feet.
Wow.
There it is.
Rick, this is from a PR group out of Nashville. So
we dropped the ball.
That's good looking rocking chair.
I don't know how we.
would you want? Well,
Would I want Cracker Barrel to bring breakfast here?
yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, just for the good of the show. I mean, I would in moderation enjoy some of it, of course.
Yeah.
But I can.
What about a rocking chair to go with it?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't mind one of Dolly's rocking chairs.
I like good rocking chairs.
I do too.
I do too.
I got a couple.
Of course, the dog ate the back of it off. But
No, I just feel bad because I know Bubba would have loved that. It's not really about me. I just know how much Bubba would have loved it. I hate to let him down.
No, they have some.
I'm picturing him right now like those reels on Pentecostal churches and Cracker Barrel walking in here and watching him move.
Listen, there's been some times on the road when you get up early and you're traveling somewhere and everybody says, "Okay, at so and so time we're going to stop and eat breakfast."
Oh yeah.
And you pull into Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
And you go in there and get you a big old stack of pancakes and them little bottles of syrup that's warm.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay. Well, you're right. It's probably good they didn't come. But hey, Bubba, you
love the little bottles.
Bubba, did you tell everybody you hit a new low today on weight?
Yeah, I've lost a little bit more.
He also say he don't care about Cracker
Look at
Barrel
you.
anymore. Look there. Phone calls are next. Speedy, hit the phone. Yeah. We'll talk to America right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
don't forget that.
I mean, they just threw bananas at her.
Were they not getting the reaction they thought?
I mean, was
so
she
they said,
going?
well, now we got to throw them at her.
And what, did she kind of go down? And then they're throwing stuff at her while she's like she's going
So you
down.
think because she touched the doorknob, she's already in trouble?
Yeah.
Tell me how she did.
Yeah.
It's not like
She wasn't
she's
shot
not taking gun
with a
shots.
9mm.
They didn't shoot her, Speedy. I mean, it's like who threw a banana? The door's getting shot.
Or were they looking and there was no reaction? They were like, well, let's throw bananas at her because we're not getting much.
Do you think they didn't understand the severity of it?
I think that's what it is. Because I'm thinking about my kids' ages, especially from a boy's standpoint. I could go tell Braden today, hey, look, you do that to your sister, it's going to kill her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He's probably not going to take me serious on that.
Right.
Because he'll clown and all that. And I think they just didn't understand the severity.
They do now, I bet.
Oh, sure.
The throwing part, though, that's tough.
I'm allergic to
Speedy, just after you touch the doorknob, show me what happened.
Yeah, you're good. Come in, Clay.
Okay, just touch the doorknob.
Are you rubbing your face with it?
Right. You're acting like it's sarin gas.
Yeah.
And then
I
they
don't
start
think it
throwing.
went like
It
that.
wasn't a nerve agent.
I'm not sure it went like that.
Was that a banana? No, and then you can't get banana out. Right, and then they start throwing them at them.
Right.
What can
That's when I whip somebody's A. Right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
my
yeah. That's
gosh.
serious, y'all.
Let me tell you one
Well, you
thing.
can if you're down.
I make somebody
true.
eat one of them
Let
bananas.
me tell you-
Peel and all.
Let me tell you something. The
in the
minute
ear.
here's me coming to at the hospital, swelling's gone down. The EpiPens have worked. They've done all this stuff. And Mr. Burgess, can you hear us? Yeah. Is there any parents in here of these idiots? Yeah, they're all very concerned. Tell them if they want their kids to live, to move them to another school. Because when I get back, I'm gonna rain down terror.
Right.
I'm gonna come. I'm gonna put on some gloves and I'm gonna take some bananas, and they're gonna wish they never had a banana. I mean, I just can you imagine the day you're in the room and your teacher comes back?
Sorry. Sorry about that.
Terrible. Hey, Arbath, sorry about that.
Phone trolling, phone troll. Hey, Sam, how's it going, buddy?
Going good. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
go ahead.
We got you. Go ahead.
Oh, Sam.
Okay. I have an anaphylactic allergy to coconut. It's an inhalation, ingestion, contact allergy. I break out in hives when I walk by coconut in the grocery store.
Wow.
What you're picturing a reaction is not the reality that I live with. I was at a basketball game for my daughter, and a lady had coconut in her hair, and I ended up having to take an epi shot.
Are you serious? So you're that allergic to it?
Who puts coconut in their hair?
You know, yeah, right.
Sam, that has to be. That's got to be tough because coconut is in a lot of places a lot more than it used to be, and to be that sensitive to it.
And shea butter is made with coconut too, but also her reaction was probably the first thing she did is she probably called 911 because I've got 3 seconds until my throat swells completely closed unless I have an EpiPen in my hand.
3 seconds. 1001, 1002, 1003.
So Sam, you have one on you at all times. Not.
I have one. My husband has one. My kids have one. Everybody who knows me knows where it's at.
Man, Sam,
they better.
Sam, is there any treatment to desensitize you to that just a little bit?
No.
So
not for me personally.
How many people suffer from that? Because that's a rare one. Yeah.
There's a lot more than you would realize.
Really?
Well, and the problem is, Sam, and of course I'm acting like you don't know. How about that? I'm going to inform Sam about it.
Yeah.
But you know, peanuts are so, you know, it's become, there's a big number, and so there seems to be peanut caution everywhere you go. But coconut caution? There's just not a lot of coconut caution out there. I mean, people expose.
Like there's not banana caution.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
wow.
True.
Sam, thanks.
There are no potlucks. There are no eating out unless I know that coconut is not in the place whatsoever.
Right.
It is a real thing.
For the love
of
God.
I would hate to be the lady that had to face those kids because you have to get a shot at the ER to offset your epi shot to slow your heart rate back down.
Sam,
good gracious,
did the doctors give you, and I'm sure you've studied this because you have it, is this so rare? Are there more occurrences now than there used to be, or we just didn't know it existed?
Yes. There's more occurrences now than there used to be.
What do they think may be causing that?
Vaccines.
Really?
Yeah, because we do have more food allergies than ever. It's
a byproduct. Do they know which one?
Not exactly. My research has shown like different things, but for her to have to face those kids again.
Pass the gravy.
All right, America, dial us up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You got room available. Calvin Speedy Wilburn is taking your phone calls right now. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Never too early. Never too early. Here they come. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, whatever you might celebrate. Let me tell you this. If it involves gifts, BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Get it handled. They're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. The emails continue to come in. For those of you in Rick and Bubba land that love this product, why not? It is. They've also expanded, Bubba, and you need to kind of kick the tires on this for us. They're still doing the budge, no problem about that. But they've kind of not just in the audio space, they're expanding their entire business with the introduction of home and power tech items too. You might want to take a look-see. Take a look-see. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. You can go there. The early Black Friday sale is underway. 20% off everything on their site, and some of the products, these are select products, up to 50% off. So beat the crowds, get it done now by going to BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba, and let the savings begin. And go ahead and get that done. Get that over with, and you're ready to roll. All right, to the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We start with John in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah, John.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How about it? Hey, buddy.
Vic, I absolutely love the way you go into your biblical things. I love it. I follow you on your YouTubes and all that, and I'm looking forward to getting to go to the man church. But I got to tell you, your marriage counseling I ain't so sure about.
Yeah.
I explained to my wife the whole king thing.
Yeah.
So Saturday she wanted to go shopping.
Yeah.
And I finally broke the card out. The king don't feel like it. Well, she quickly explained to me how the queen is the most powerful piece on the pawn set, on the chessboard set, and that if I wasn't real careful, this king was getting put in checkmate.
All right, John, let me ask you a question. How old are you?
I am 53, and it didn't work.
A little early to the king.
Yeah.
Early to the king.
Yeah.
How long have you
jumped
been married?
too soon.
How long you been married?
3 years.
Oh, good. Oh my gosh.
Way
John,
early.
I tried it. I tried it. It didn't work.
No, it's not going to work after 3 years at 53.
No.
You got to be like us. You got to be getting around 30 years, and you got to be hitting your 60s, man. Go, you went
you
too
didn't make that clear.
Well,
I went for it, and I just jumped too soon.
I make it clear today for others who may make the same mistake, John. I'm glad you called.
One of my favorite reels is the reel where the wife is getting on the husband about leaving things out and being messy.
Oh, yeah.
And he looks down, it shows video of like the makeup in the bathroom.
Oh,
and her side of the bathroom is just a disaster.
Oh, my
area.
gosh.
And he starts to speak up about it, and then it cuts to a clip of his funeral announcement. It's that same face that he had. That is one of I laugh every time I see it.
Well, I haven't had much success with it either, even though it makes for a good update on the show, and the fact that there apparently is some kind of study about this, and I'm not speaking for all the wives here, but I am speaking for mine, who had some very unkind things to say about the study and what she wanted me to do with it.
Yeah,
and that was
about the study.
That was when I was being told, and she was the one that brought the study.
Some of that
to
I
me.
think is anatomically impossible.
Yeah, right.
I don't think I can happen.
Well, she mentioned something about, and hey, I know I'm all hey. I'm glad we need to help and we need to do things. And I'm all about service, and we need to, but sometimes maybe involving Sunday school class, the king doesn't have to be involved in all of it. And there was something that was one of these meal things. We got to bring somebody a meal, and that's great. We should do that. And I'm thankful when people do it for us. And yes, have I pretended that I was sick longer, or Sherry was sick longer than she really was for a few more meals? We've all done it.
You know what I mean? To it.
Yeah, because some people, they should get their chance to bring you a meal, even if there's not a reason for it anymore. If they were on the sign-up list,
that's true.
But I made the mistake. I believe it was somewhere around Wednesday or Thursday that I didn't think the king was going to be part of that. And she said, we got that thing. I said, I said, what are we talking about? We talking about just picking up something we ordered? And she said, yeah. And I said, just dropping it by to him? And she said, yeah. I don't think the king's into that. and
how'd that go?
Not well. I can tell you exactly where we picked it up.
Yeah, I bet you do. Exactly how long it took you to get there.
And I got to hold the new baby.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the king was there.
The king was present.
Rick, because
I realized the king was not willing to go through what he needed to do to stay home.
Yeah. What you
wasn't that big a deal.
With you beginning to build a house.
Yes.
I think it's going to give you a lot of coverage in that, because you can always say you need to go to the house to look at something.
But Bubba, I just heard you mention something the break we'll cover in a minute. Paint.
Rick,
you ain't got to worry about paint for 9 months. Don't worry about it.
I know, but Bubba, and then we'll do it later. We'll do it later. We got more calls. We'll do it later.
You ain't telling me nothing.
We'll do it later.
I just came through all that.
Let's go to Cody, Birmingham, ZZK. Cody, go ahead.
Great anchors, guys.
Thank you. Well, I thought another one in. Okay. All right, Cody, you want to get a monkey grass in? Now, you've called before, so go ahead.
Yeah, I've called before. So, I am at 32 years old and unfortunately having to make this call. Bob, I got to talk to you about plantar fasciitis.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Well, you know the end result.
Bubba, ask him, though. Ask him if he's tried something.
Have you tried a little I'm sorry, topaz. I started to say plantar fasciitis. Have you tried any topaz?
Yeah, he's trying that.
Topaz is actually why I called. So I looked it up. I think it's going to work. I've tried like the frozen water bottles.
Yeah.
I've tried using a hard maul, rolling my foot on it and stuff. But this is a new pain. Like I've had plantar fasciitis for a while, but you know, on the right foot, it's always been on the back left side of my heel.
Mm-hmm.
This has developed since yesterday, and it's the back right side of my heel, and it is so much worse.
Maybe time for a little Topaz.
Kind of like we told the Chicago Bulls.
I would first consult your physician on
course.
this.
No, I say just
good podiatrist will take care of that. But I think what happens, because I had it really bad for like 7 months and just hopped around, and you start changing the way you walk to try to help the pain, and then you give yourself other problems by not walking.
Bubba, won't you
now
let
you're
him borrow
speaking to my whole life.
Won't Bubba let him borrow them shoes he had with them springs on?
You might want to try
You'll
just
do
a little
anything.
bit of Topaz.
You know, I've got some New Balance that looks like it's got marshmallow under it. You know, I mean,
I saw
that.
Yeah. Bubba walked in. I thought he'd stepped
I
into
got a
somebody's.
mini version
So
of that today.
he came in. I said, "Bubba stepped on s'mores."
You know, it's what it feels like. It's what
I
it
had a
feels
worse
like.
when I
This
stopped.
is a little version. I got the big version.
To Johnny
I like to see you bounce on it.
in Mississippi. Johnny, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Is Greg there?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, man, what's your problem with the Tesla Cybertruck?
With the what now?
With the Tesla Cybertruck. How is that not a truck?
Oh, that old ugly thing.
You can't shoot an arrow through it. I know that. You see Rogan try to shoot an arrow through it?
I know, it's like a moon rover.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, doesn't like a truck, does it?
No, it's ugly.
It is. How you like that, Johnny?
I'd like to have one to drive.
I mean, that you don't look at that and go, look at that truck, man. That's a sharp truck. You go, that's kind of a cool space vehicle.
No, you know what I would look at?
That ain't
I would
a truck.
say, wow, somebody's going back to the future.
I think
That's
it's its own
Yeah.
category.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not a truck.
It looks like it's from that movie Ark.
I mean,
that
El
TV
Camino
show.
had a bed, but it wasn't a truck. Right?
That's a good point. Needs a different name.
Yeah. How about the old Ranchero?
How about when somebody threw that El Camino out there? Everybody, yeah.
Look at him.
Half car, half truck.
Laugh at that.
Laugh at that.
Rick, and don't forget, which one? One was Chrysler and one was General Motors, but one was the Ranchero. Remember, the City of Oxford had a bunch of Rancheros.
Oh, yeah.
You remember companies?
You remember what I
Yeah, I remember you after cutting donuts in your Ranchero.
And then we super glued the windshield wipers to the windshield, which was solid gold.
What?
Well, we had a supervisor that was unpleasant.
Oh, Rick.
Of course, that made him even more unpleasant.
Yeah, that
Not the best move.
Yeah, that looks just like the Back to the Future car.
Hayes in Madison, Mississippi. Hayes, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're great. Good.
Great.
Hey, I want Greg to weigh in on this. I think he'd be good at it. But we always joke about Speedy smoking. But Greg, what kind of cigarettes does Speedy smoke? Is he what brand?
Cool
is he a
Filter
menthol,
Kings.
Regular?
Cool Filter Kings.
Hey,
He likes some Cool Filter Kings.
Jay and
Speedy
Vinemont.
does not smoke.
Yeah, he doesn't smoke.
Now, he is cheap, but he doesn't smoke.
Yeah, now he is cheap. Now he is cheap.
That's why
Which
he
is
doesn't
why
smoke.
he doesn't
That's why he
smoke.
doesn't smoke.
We're all diving for it, y'all. I'm sorry.
Well, that's a good one. That was out there. Somebody pick it up. Let's get possession. Jay,
Ball,
go ahead.
hold it. Get on it.
Fall on it.
hey guys, I have a little bit of an issue.
Hey, Jay, you're going to have to do a
You
better
got-
job than
you
that
got your
phone.
head in the bucket.
That phone sounds
Open
terrible.
that
If
mouth.
we're on the
Pull
speaker,
the string.
take it off, do
Uh-oh.
something. All right, try it again, Jay.
Hey, we any better now?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
okay.
Somewhat.
We're only okay. All right. Well, I've got a problem.
Okay.
I have a fiance that is ready to storm the Capitol over this daylight savings time bill, and I don't know what to do.
Ready to do what?
Storm the
Capitol.
Storm the Capitol over the daylight savings time bill.
Well, it's one of those things I said before. I mean, I said we've been beaten by it. I don't know why this is so difficult.
I think it's one of the more confusing things in modern civilization that we still do this.
Yeah. I mean, we may join your fiance on the storm. I don't know what else to do.
I mean, what's next? We're going to let blood for people have a fever?
Yeah, I mean,
good night.
We'll be back 14 minutes to the time. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
she better have Jesus.
Yeah, well, I will say this. I guess you can't even listen to Jimmy Buffett songs.
Living in Panama City Beach has become quite fun.
Yeah, how about when you go to the beach?
There's coconut
It smells
trees.
like coconut everywhere you go.
Yeah. Well, Sam, thanks for
Like I said,
calling.
we don't eat out a lot.
I know.
Thank
well,
you.
God love you. Thanks for the call. That's well,
tough
coconut.
one there.
She can't have anybody's award-winning coconut cake.
I just think about the first time of the reaction and trying to figure out what's going on.
Yep. Shan, go ahead, Montgomery.
Think about that.
I just want to say that I don't know which one of the guys said this, but their son doesn't realize the severity of it. That is a crock. I mean, these kids knew what they were doing. Obviously, they planned it. And they wouldn't have to worry about the law, because if it was one of my kids, they would, the punishment would be so severe.
Oh, yeah.
God help them.
Yeah, but a lot of parents don't feel the way you do, and they haven't been brought up that way. And you, again, like Rick has said many times, they don't have to announce, they don't spank, because we already know.
Oh yeah.
I have a feeling those 3 kids won't be back in our classroom.
These kids live in a bubble, and I said it, and you can say I'm full of crock all you want to, but it's one of those things that kids they don't listen anymore. And now I would tear mine up, and it'd be a big ordeal at my house, just like it would be with this lady. But kids don't understand consequences like we used to, and that's what I'm saying. They don't.
Well, I'll tell you why they don't understand it is they don't suffer any.
If these kids understood it, they would not have taken it to this level. They wouldn't have.
Well, I don't know. There's some. I agree with you to a degree, but there's a certain strand of evil right now that you see even in kids that I think is unprecedented.
But I really don't think if you interview these kids, they were out to kill her. Maybe not. Kill him. I'd like to think.
I'd like to think that, but we've seen some young kids do some violent murders that you
have.
Like if she took up a cell phone or took away a video game, they have no concept. You know,
yeah, something important like that.
So I think it's a mix of things. There's something though.
One of the funnier parts was we're down to the last 2 bachelors, and they do the visit with her parents. And one of them is a contractor, and they get along very well. Of course, both of them claim to be in love with a young lady. And and the second one comes in, and he is a songwriter in Nashville. Well, they're concerned about, how he's going to, earn a living, how he's going to take care of her. And the more he explains his job as a songwriter, it seemed like the worse it got. He admitted at one point he only had one client, and he wrote jingles for a dog food company. And the look on the dad's face.
Sure, they were hoping he was going to list a big record company.
Yeah, like, I've had 3 number 1 hits and whatever.
You may have heard.
So much like the Duggars, I know when the dad, I've seen him interview prospective husbands for his daughters, he never asked them the first question if they love them or not. He asked them, how are you going to take care of them? How are you going to earn money for them?
Yeah, it's important.
And so I thought that was pretty funny last night. And it's kind of thrown her for a curve because everybody thought that the songwriter was kind of the lead guy going into this. But now the parents have kind of got cooled on him because of his perceived inability to make income consistently. So that part was funny.
Yeah, and as Greg always points out, one of the things that I have the ability in 6 weeks to be in love with multiple people.
Yes.
And I've really got...
I mean, to the point I'm squalling over it.
You're right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
In 6 weeks.
We started with 22, 23.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I've narrowed it to 2, and I'm madly in love with both of them. Was pretty in love with the last 2 before I sent them to the house.
Yeah. Especially one.
And I've sent one home that I guess it was...
if you want to just, I'm just saying, if do all
they
that,
got close.
All that,
and on the game shows
and you're
when
the
you
next
lose,
one sent home.
Yeah, when you on the game shows when you lose, they say, well, we're giving you some nice parting gifts. Yeah,
one guy leaves with some parting gifts. I understand.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
really.
So it was. It's
like
been
the whole
interesting.
concept's bizarre. I love when they get squalling, but the guys too. They're just so in love.
with this person that I've seen on a limited basis throughout this whole process
for 6 weeks.
For 6 weeks, but I'm
with a
I'm down to
cameraman
two
and
of
an
them.
audio guy.
And I love with all my heart both of them.
Right. And I was in a pack of 25, and we weighed this thing out in 6 weeks.
And I've made out and just piled on top of all of them.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The show that has survived for 30 years. Our birthday coming up in January. We start, Lord willing, year 31 by basically not being as bad as everybody thought. The expectations, under promise, over deliver. And we have done that for 30 years now. Okay, Bubsy, I heard you bringing this up, and I just... By the way, let's see. Looking at the time of the live show, let's see. My wife said just the other day. She said, I don't catch this show that often. I need to start listening to the show more. Which I said, now let's not be hasty. Let's not be hasty. You're doing just fine. It's the family business. There's no requirement for you to be listening. You know me. You hear all this stuff all the time.
Yeah.
That's all.
Oh, shucks.
You've heard those bits 1,000 times, and usually the story I tell on the show, you heard it the day before.
Right.
Ain't no need for that, And so anyway, I'm looking. Can I code y'all something?
I think so.
Can everybody pick up on the code?
All right. Let's see.
And then I'm going to ask you a specific question, Bubby, that I'm safe on.
Mm-hmm.
Which ties to this. Do y'all remember me? I'm going to have to be very general, and y'all just give me an affirmative if you're with me.
Okay.
I told y'all that I had a situation with the home that we're about to start building. Do y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather say no more.
Yeah.
Yep, I got it.
Everybody with me?
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Check. Bingo.
Think I'm good.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Good. Well, I'm good then.
Okay.
We're all good.
We're all good. Everybody good?
You're good. I'm good. We're all good.
We're just all good together.
Everybody keep it down home, cuz. Okay? Bubba, I know that you are in a rebuild, which can bring some of the same headaches of a build.
Mm-hmm. It's practically been a build. Right?
Yeah, it has. Tornadoes, they'll do the damage, won't they?
Yeah. They'll cause you a little pain.
Is there anything quite like when the wonderful women of our lives, our wonderful, wonderful, beautiful, just so powerful, intelligent wives, when it comes down to things about them trying to pull us into, I'm trying to pick which paint we're going to use.
Rick, I just went through it. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I can't tell you how much we have talked about paint.
Oh, Bubba.
I cannot tell you how many color chips we have looked at.
A lot of shades.
I cannot tell you how many test paints I've had to look at under various lighting conditions at various times of the day. And I thought 3 or 4 times we had settled on it. It was done.
That's always happens. You always think we've had this conversation.
And then before I know it, we're having a discussion. Again, now, my wife, Betty, who I love dearly, friend. Just love spending time with her.
Bestie.
She's funny. She's entertaining.
Oh,
we always have a great time
the
together.
joy they are.
Every day I go, I didn't get to spend enough time with you.
Absolutely.
Because I enjoy your company so much.
Except when we're talking about paint.
But the paint thing has just run everybody's cup over. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, buddy.
And the kids will not even discuss it anymore. When paint comes up, they walk out of the room.
Because they
don't want to hear it.
Because they can.
Yeah.
We have decided on this several times. I thought, I've even heard that's it. This is what we're going with. What do you think? Fine.
I've heard that too.
The house looks like it has been vandalized by some gang of painting strips of various colors.
They come onto your property.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, I mean, we've had it, back like it was. We've had it very dark. We've had it very light. We've had it, honestly, I don't even know what color it's going to be now.
Right. And be honest, you don't really care.
Do you really care?
I don't care.
I don't
care. I just wanted to have paint on it so it doesn't rot. That's all.
Can I ask you this? And Greg, you've been through this. Yours was a change, so I get it. But Bubba, your house, and this is the one that would drive me batty. Okay, your house is not being redone on purpose.
No,
a terrible, terrible storm caused it.
Yes.
So you legitimately can ask the question, what was wrong with the color it was?
Yeah, I know.
How'd that go?
Rick, I'm just so done with it. I can't even bring it up. I can't even address
You got no
it.
energy for it, do you?
I mean, I will just, if it comes up, I just turn and walk the other way. I have seen so many of them paint things.
Oh,
You
my
swing out
gosh.
like a fan. I mean, it's got 1,000 pages on it. The test strips are everywhere. You have to be careful where you're walking because you can't even. You'll misstep because of all the paint coming at you in different colors. It's just and she loves it, and I'm glad she loves it. And I'm glad she's taking care of it. And,
we like
and it's going through
the things we
of all that.
do, and we don't ask them to give an opinion on it.
She don't want to hear about towers. She don't want to hear about ham radio.
Do you ever ask her to care
hear
about it?
About hunting stuff, and I got it.
Do you ever ask her to care about it? I don't. I never ask Sherry her opinion on how we should do the food plots. Never.
And they don't buy into it when you say you don't care. They must think, no, he really does.
Why
care.
do they
I
think
really
it?
don't care. So if you like it, I'm good. I really don't care.
What about when they start? This is the one where I think.
Well, what do you think though?
Right.
But what if you had to pick one?
But here's the part that's going to drive you mad, and I've already been there. I'm going to give you some advice, and you might remember I've given this before, and it's actually started working for me. First of all, they do not want your opinion. They are doing nothing but talking out loud, and it's almost like one of those throwback things you throw out and the ball comes back to you.
Yeah.
Talk it out. That's all that you are to them. The pitch back. They do not care what your opinion is.
Because then to make your point, because I have actually picked before, and she never goes with what I pick.
Right.
Never.
Well, the one that drives
I will even give the opposite, knowing if it's a what I'm going to wear question.
Oh yeah.
I will go. I pick that one, and then I go. I think. You know,
yeah. Listen, I had 3 different rooms that had strips of paint on the wall of different colors.
Unbelievable.
And then when Peter in the paint company, I know every time he saw my number on his phone, he's like, I need another sample. And boy, there's a lot of shades, y'all, with a lot of funny names.
Yeah.
And then you get it done, and they'll go, I like this, but I wonder if I should have went with it. No, you shouldn't.
No, they're never at peace with the
great.
decision. They're never at peace with the decision. And the one that blows your mind is, and I'm not even colorblind that I know of, is when I'm pretty certain the things you have laying next to each other, there's no difference in them.
Yeah, it's all the same.
I know.
And they're like, you don't see the difference in these. I honestly don't. I think if either one of those is on the wall, it'd be the same look.
But what gets you
Let's
is
do
the
something
lighting.
drastic. Bring in Hunter Green. Let's talk about that.
Oh, Rick, don't worry. You got to have an accent wall somewhere.
Oh, do you?
A great accent wall that's a different color than everything else in the room.
Well, I would suggest, Bubba.
You got that, Bubba?
And you tried it.
I don't know.
It actually turned out really good, by the way. I was very skeptical of it. It actually looks good.
The thing that helped me, you remember, I actually did a bit on it. It may be on a best of CD. I now have become super opinionated, and they hate that because they're not expecting that.
Yeah, no, I want this, and I'll take nothing else.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm not even going to be in this room. It's going to be painted that.
I will say this. I was a big fan of the warm colors, the browns, the light blue, all the kind of the nature colors.
Sure.
And everything has gone to like operating room white now, and I'm not a fan of
And
white.
shades of white. Is there such a thing as a shade of white?
Come on. Yes, there are many shades of white.
White is white.
Many.
Sherry's like, oh, no, you don't want it to look like we got toothpaste on the wall. I'm like, that's white.
Listen, in one room, the same color looks different in another room because of the lighting. That's just the way it is.
Top of the hour.
Nothing we can do about it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is.
I mean, honestly, if you're sitting there the first time and you're sitting there in the drummer, you say, hey, give me a little something over here. Okay, that's good. And you're getting your keyboard set up, you're trying to get your sound right.
Oh, yeah.
At a church, well, this particular and when you travel around all these different churches, they have so many different setups. Well, this one, I'm not exaggerating. At one time, he said the choir was up there, but they thought the choir was too far away. So when a new worship leader comes in, he moves the choir down to risers. And he takes the praise band and he moves them to where the old school choir was at one time. I kid you not, my wife is afraid of heights. She couldn't have been in the praise band.
Really?
I mean, to get up there where they were way up.
Way up.
And so they're up there, and all the musicians. Well, you know how sometimes they'll just kick a little something that's just musical only.
Yeah.
For maybe the offertory when they're passing the plate or something like that. Well, what they were playing.
They didn't go into Stevie Wonder, did they?
Well, yes. So they start playing it, and I lean over just ready to just laugh so hard, with my buddy there who was with me. And it sounded exactly like Signed, Sealed, and Delivered.
Right.
Boom, 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 boom. And so I leaned over as they're playing. I went, like a fool, I wouldn't stay too. I said, this is Signed, Sealed, and Delivered. And he just looks at me like.
He had no idea.
What? And I'm
What's
like,
this?
Signed, Sealed, Delivered. Just like
What is this?
Stevie Wonder. Who? What?
Oh.
Wonder. I don't know. And I'm just like, okay.
You missed your opportunity.
Then you think, if I say it to the wrong person, though, it's somebody here on staff, they may think, is this appropriate for you to be saying our praise band's playing Signed, Sealed, and Delivered? Sounded just like it. Boom, 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 boom. And I just started, like a fool, I wouldn't stay too long. So I couldn't find anybody to draft with. Have you ever had that moment where you want somebody to share on it? And I guess I'll just tell myself that sounds like Signed, Sealed, Delivered.
I'm the only one here.
I'm still worried he's not going to remember all that he's learned. I hope he's writing this stuff down.
Well, yesterday he said that he and Brody, that Brody really took. I had worked on his basketball shot a little bit, but it was only pool basketball. But Brody took him to the court yesterday, and they worked on straight up basketball. And Gabriel seemed to think, as we discussed it today, that he made great progress.
Okay.
Yeah, I could see him as a little wiry point guard.
Right. Yeah. I think he'd be a 3-point guy
that played blistering defense.
Right. You think,
like a gnat.
Oh, you think he won't get aggressive?
Yeah.
Now I tell you, the little son of a gun can jump rope till sun up to sundown.
Have you?
You ought to see him bouncing when he gets that little jump rope. He can jump it.
Have you let him see an episode of the Goldbergs?
I haven't. No, he doesn't understand the 80s. See, that'll be another thing of me trying to make him understand the 80s.
Well, I just wonder if he'd seen Adam Goldberg.
Yeah.
Oh, I see your point. Yeah. That's a good point. I need to make that happen. Okay, that'll happen today. And he claims tonight he's cooking for us tonight.
Oh, really?
So we get a French
no
dish.
paper plates.
No, lots of pots and pans,
good
plates,
stuff.
glasses.
Start to clanging.
It's rare for me.
And one big pitcher of warm water.
It's rare. It's rare for me just to give in on something. But I've just given up on the plate. Then.
Yeah, let him have
Well,
it.
it's not a.
He's
look,
immovable on it.
It's not a bad. It's not a bad
he's
deal.
going to-
He's a hard-headed little Frenchman.
He will. eat
It's
off
not a
plate.
bad deal.
Yeah.
I even had one the other night. Should have been a paper plate. And just because Frenchie had said that, I got out on the good stuff.
Yeah. But look at him. He looks he's very hard-headed.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't move him on something he don't want to do. And
Like gravy.
Yeah. Well, even today, a couple of sausage balls were left from yesterday. I said, "This is something you hadn't tried. You need to try one." No. And I was like, "No, you need to try this. Not yet. No."
By the way, somebody left 2 out in there. We need to be sure those do not get
Well,
out today.
I uncovered those for him, and I was trying to show them to him, but he says he's got to eat something else first or something. He's very particular about his getting some tea and all that. He's more hard-headed than he looks. 15 minutes past. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Unpacking the stories of the day. It begins next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6.5 minutes past the hour. Welcome to another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being here with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we gather together to unpack the stories of the day from the weekend. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little show we call the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Bubba, the one thing we have not updated on,
like that.
yeah, we haven't. There you go. I understand what you mean. We have not updated all the stories from the weekend concerning the uprising in the Middle East, and we're.
That was me.
What is all that?
I was moving that out.
Okay. I was at one point I thought but anyway, so that we have the Israelis who were attacked by Hamas, and now of course they have started a war to remove Hamas and take away their ability to commit terrorist attacks against their people, and hopefully remove Hamas as the government for the Palestinians there, and try to restore order. So one of the things that you find is, the Biden administration, they're in a little bit of a bind here, because on one part of the current day Democratic Party, you really would think the current Democratic Party would really be, and you see some of this, it features people that are actually pro-Hamas. Now, they'll say they're pro-Palestinian. It's hard to get them to say they're pro-Hamas, and they certainly have anti-Semitic views of Israel's place in the world. So that base you kind of have in your party, while at the same time you also have some in your party that still think, well, America's pretty clear that we stand with Israel, and why that's important. So, the Biden administration, they're trying to play both sides of the fence, which is very hard to do in this, which we've said over the years you really can't do that, because one doesn't want the other to exist. And how about the White House got some protest?
Oh, it's a big protest in D.C. this weekend.
I mean, a big one.
They're saying 300,000 people.
Yeah, normally you would see this kind of protest against a Republican administration.
Right.
But these are people that a lot of times the Democrats try to cater to, and they're calling Biden all kinds of terrible things for standing with Israel, and it's a massive pro-Palestine rally. And this is something that and they're they all, is that all of them coming to the White House there?
That's the march right there.
Yeah. Wow.
300,000.
Yeah.
Is that what it said?
Whoa.
My goodness.
Whoa. That's a lot.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, it is. Good number. And says some of them surround the White House and defy Secret Service. We have that. And we've got
they're shaking the fence.
This was earlier in the
desecrating,
day.
vandalizing historic monuments in D.C.
I noticed they brought them some porta potties.
Pro-Palestine chants outside. I mean, if you're sitting there and you're the Biden administration,
defacing historical monuments, of course.
Yeah, look,
the
right
barbarians
there.
are at the gate.
That's it. So what do you do if you're the Biden administration right now? Because the more that you stand with Israel, the more of this you're going to get. And the thing, Free Palestine, I would argue that the removal of Hamas would be part of freeing you, because you're not free under them.
Right.
Yeah.
How come nobody's mad at them?
Yeah, well, because...
Isn't that why we're in this mess?
Well, if you thought about that, though, you should be concerned that if these people claim to be these Palestinian-loving people, why are they, too, not angry with Hamas? And the fact that they're not may send a message that maybe you don't want to hear. I don't know any other way to interpret that. You would think they would go, yeah, help us be free from Hamas, and we didn't want them to remain in our government, but once we voted them in, they won't leave, because that's what terrorist groups do. But they, aren't they calling Biden something?
Oh yeah, they're yeah. They had some chance that we can't air.
Yeah, the president's not there, of course.
No, he's in Delaware.
He was on vacation.
Yeah.
Right.
You let him get out there on the beach, I'll get him.
I think
Right.
one of the most frustrating things for most Americans is the double standard on which group gets passes and which doesn't.
Yeah.
If another group, and you can come up with your own, is shaking the gate to the White House, and shaking it and climbing halfway over and screaming and hollering, probably would have been dispersed and today would
domestic
be
terrorism.
Yeah. Today there would be a big headline about it, but not here.
Yeah, and I've seen in New York. I see this down here on 2H, but I saw actually in New York that not just this public defender, unless that was who it was. Was that the one who it was? No, because this is a woman here.
Yeah, there's lots of people doing it.
There were actually there was a male who was removing the picture of all the missing Israelis off of the posters in New York, and buddy, he just encountered just New York people. And buddy, he regretted that.
Yes.
I mean, the New Yorkers went after. Now this one I haven't seen. Victoria, is it Ruiz?
Yeah, she's doing the same thing here.
She's taking these posters down of children that were kidnapped by Hamas. Now the New Yorkers, the one I saw, they did not take kindly to this. But so they walk around. I want you to think about that. These are children that have been kidnapped, and these families are putting up their loved ones, hoping to help find them. And these people are going around tearing them down who are pro, the Palestinian cause.
Yeah, it's common. There's a lot of footage of lots of people taking down these posters of missing Americans. It's not. These are missing Americans that you're taking the pictures down of. It's crazy.
Well, I'll tell you, the one that I saw that the New Yorkers got a hold of, he won't do it again.
Yeah, that was great.
I think he's done.
That was fantastic. He was like, we can put up our sign, but you can't take it down. But you can put up your sign, but we can put up ours too now.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, wow.
It's just pictures of children that are missing. You're not taking that down.
I'll be wiping the floor with you if you take it down again.
Yeah, and
it's great.
He had a stupid look on his face.
It was
fantastic. He was starting to get surrounded.
Got somebody bowed up on.
Well, I mean, now you're into that not being reasonable. I mean, these are Americans who are not really involved in this, and you don't even want the American families to have their loved ones missing posters up. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's now you've crossed the line. And like they said, if you want to put your stuff up, put it up, but you don't tear down that when people are just looking for their family members.
Right.
Yeah,
so
crossing the line, that's not really a problem.
No.
Most time you run by it.
No. So anyway, that the update is now. I know that the Israeli forces were on the ground and moving, but I don't really have an update on where we are on that. But what's going on with this protest? Has it stopped? Are they still doing it? Are they still outside the White House? I mean, where are we on this now?
The most violent stuff happened Friday night, and the mainstream media called it a passionate protest. They're just passionate, is all they are.
Right. So the people that thought the election was stolen, not passionate?
Yeah.
They're insurrectionists.
They're insurrectionists. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Not passionate.
No.
So what we have is Palestinians passionate, Black Lives Matter passionate, other groups insurrectionists.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
All right. I was just trying to. I was just trying to lay down the scorecard there.
Yeah. No, you're right, Rick. That's exactly right.
And of those three, one of them were posing for pictures.
Right.
Right.
Wow. Just we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, the Democrats, some of them took to the stage. Don't they do it in 2 nights because there's so many
things? If you want to get kind of look at the state of our country and how things have changed in your America, a couple of things that we'll look at from last night. I will let all of you know that for the first time in American history, this phrase from a moderator of a presidential debate, a phrase was said for the very first time to a male candidate. Are you ready for this? What was said when talking about college debt for the first time in American history, a man who is vying to be president, this was said to the man. But wait a minute, you and your husband have a lot of college debt. So for the first time,
you've never heard that before.
For the first time in American history, the term to a man running for president, a comment about that man's husband.
Okay.
So just make a note of that. That felt kind of
more to come.
That felt odd, especially considering his last name. But I will get into this too. Also, Helmsy, you saw the most of it last night.
Yeah, I watched a good bit of it.
And it was all it was
Anytime I get frustrated, I go to Shark Week for a few minutes, and I'd come back over. It was and then
you
the
must
Reds
saw a
and
lot of Shark
the Reds
Week
and
then.
Pirates, which we'll get to. They got in a big brawl last night, so that took a little bit off of it.
And that's been an ongoing thing.
I have fun with these things, and I'll tell you, I've found something that works for me. Okay, one, I try to for me to really stay focused and not get so frustrated. There were 10 people there last night, and I tried to see, and it could be just one little sentence. I could even take it out of context, okay?
Yeah.
But try to find something with each candidate that I agree with.
Interesting.
Okay?
Interesting.
And the other thing I do is I put myself in these shoes. You got to vote for one of these people. One of these 10 you got to vote for.
So if you were in that position.
If I was in that position, who would you vote for?
Wow,
so those are two ways that I kind of handle these things. Now, I will say this. Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, they put out these matrix and stats. They said the most words last night.
Thank you.
Okay? But I couldn't find anything that I agree with either one of them saying. Like even Beto O'Rourke, he said something one time. I was like, okay, I could actually get on board with that. Hickenlooper, kind of like that guy. Kind of like Hickenlooper.
Hickenlooper.
He's a governor of Colorado, I think.
No idea who that is.
He said a couple things. I was like, okay, kind of like this guy.
Kind of like Hicken.
The author that's crazy, she said a couple things. And I was like, I actually agree with that.
Is this Marianne Williamson?
Yes, yes.
Because I think we need to concentrate on her. I think there's some gold for us there, and we got some of it today. I think she's one that we need to keep our eye on for Radio Gold.
Yep. Mayor Pete, couldn't find anything he said that I could say. I tell you what, I agree with there, Mayor Pete. But that's how I work through the whole thing. And if I get too frustrated,
how'd you like John
enough,
Delaney?
he was one of the ones I could find a couple things he was saying that I was like, okay, I can go with it.
What about Joey Biden? You said no.
He wasn't there last night. He's tonight.
He's tonight.
Yeah.
Rick, he's taking the gloves
The
off.
Montana governor was there. Bullock, I believe his name is. There was a couple things he said where I was, okay, I can see that.
Okay, and I understand Bernie though got
Bernie, yeah,
got mad.
Got mad a few times. Well, when he talks normally, you think he's mad.
That's a good
Y'all
point.
leave me alone.
But he cussed a couple times, which
Bernie.
was funny to me.
Go ahead.
Bubba's going to do his impression of this.
So he's
I
trying.
wrote the bill, damn it.
That did happen.
Yeah, it did. Here's the exchange, courtesy of CNN.
Medicare for All is comprehensive. It covers all health care needs. For senior citizens, it will finally include dental care, hearing aids, and eyeglasses. But you don't know Second of all. You don't know that,
Bernie.
of all.
We'll come to you in a second,
I do know,
Congressman.
and I wrote the damn bill.
I do know it. I do know it. Bernie's listed. We're just going to give everybody all kinds of stuff.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Eyeglasses, hearing aids,
You'd like to
and
see
crowns
Bernie,
on their
you'd like to
teeth.
see Bernie include mental health. In that.
Right. Yeah. Where does Bernie have some Aladdin's lamp we don't know about? He's rubbing that thing, getting all kinds of stuff.
Right.
Stuff left and right.
There was also.
I wrote it.
That's that Babylon Bee story where he was asking everybody to quit sending him the economics book. He said Economics 101.
And he's mad. Bernie Mazzarek keeps sending him an economics book.
Sending those to me.
Before we get to what Marianne Williamson said about the dark side of America and all this kind of stuff, she did sound like she was yodeling during one of her responses.
This is good.
And see if you can catch when she does
How
it.
do you respond to the criticism from Senator Warren that you're not?
It is 20 minutes now past the hour. We'll get to some more of your phone calls coming up here at the bottom of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Bubba, I will be announcing now, just added to upcoming events. I mean, just added.
Hot off the press.
Hot off the press. If you go to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, and you look under upcoming events, just added today, let me send an announcement to Lake Martin Amateur Radio Club. Of course, we know they meet at the Senior Activity Center, located at the Sportsplex in Alexander City, Alabama.
It's a very nice place.
Right.
It really
There
is.
is irony that now on our upcoming events, Bubba and I are appearing at Senior Activity Centers.
Yes.
And it says it all. Bubba, you'll be going there and speaking at that amateur radio club?
Yeah, the Ham Radio Club meeting Thursday night. Excited about that.
Somebody landed the big fish, KJ. Watch out. Poor JJ.
Well,
I know, he's hard to land.
Ricky's on the Alabama Repeater Committee.
I know. Well, and a lot of hams, feel like that Bubba could do more for the ham community.
Yeah.
With this platform.
I know.
So
we got a few towers.
In tennis, we called you the face. In ham radio world, what do we call you?
Oh, the father.
The father.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the. How about the dean?
No,
I like the dean. I think that's where it is.
Ham.
Yeah,
I'm sure whatever the title is, it will not be reflective of the truth. So I guess you can just pick what you want.
So you are going to speak to this group, though?
Yeah. I'm a member there. They're friends, and we're excited about it.
I'll tell you what they'll see.
Going.
I'll tell you what they'll see. Passion.
Mm-hmm.
Bubba, talk to us. The
Even
topic
the
will be
president
2 new
is.
repeaters in the Lake Martin area.
Yeah, we're going to be updating
Is
some
that
of
what you and Super Tom been talking about?
That'd be Pete and repeat.
I know y'all been laying out some maps and coverage and stuff.
And you don't have to be a member to attend, right?
Right.
Guests are allowed.
Who don't want to hear about that?
Anybody can come?
Yes. It's wide open, Rick.
Is there admission?
No admission. No. Heck.
I like the tower.
Mm-hmm.
The tower will speak.
Let's hear what Bubba has to say about repeaters.
Among hams everywhere, he's considered to be a tower of influence.
The big stick.
Like it. Tower of influence.
Y'all are going to destroy this like you've destroyed everything else.
So
I know
anyway.
if I'm in that area, I'd want to come.
Oh, I'm all over it. Yeah. I mean,
I just want to hear Bubba talk about repeaters.
What would you do if you?
You, of all people, Greg. I got plenty of time today. I'll just come sit in your office and talk to you about it.
Bubba, you.
This will be an opportunity, and I'm telling you, don't.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
So that's coming up.
That's right.
On is that Saturday? Was that what day that is?
Thursday.
Thursday.
Hey, a weeknight?
Wait, whoa, time out.
Wait
Hello.
Crazy. Hang on, KJ44.
Is there a holiday the next day we didn't know about? KJ,
A weeknight, Bubba.
I know. I don't get out much.
Man, you got a little travel time.
Get a little nappy nap before
Another
we go.
thing I'm trying to work.
I was about to
through
say,
during the
next
week.
thing I know with this, you'll take that December date.
Yeah, I know it. I know it.
Tower's going to
Work
have
it
to lay
out.
down.
They can't do this on a Thursday, Bubba. It can't happen. No, you get started at 6:30.
Bubba,
Six bells.
You don't have any food.
There'll probably be a little food.
Will you just drive in from the lake that night?
Maybe y'all have some ham. Yeah. Get it, ham.
Did you ever get your tower
yeah.
situation
Sure I
in
did.
Jacksonville situated?
No.
Come on, man.
That's next month.
Can I tell you? Well, the Tower of Influence. I'll focus on that later. But I was, I'm not even joking around. I'm not even joking around. So we're talking about so much history of the show right now.
There you go.
Oh my God,
That is a crazy tower, by the way.
Yeah, that's-
he's up there.
Oh wow.
Why did he go up the ladder in the middle? There's a ladder to climb. What is he
Listen,
doing?
I'm going to take y'all back in time, and this is not me. This is not me trying to do a funny story or anything. And Bubba knows it's true because he remembers it. So we first start out. I knew Bubba from college, and we knew each other, and but we're
Jacksonville boy.
and he's engineering and all that, and so we're doing.
Hey, who won?
We're doing something Oxford in a bit big.
Okay.
But anyway, so we're
Shouldn't have been scheduled.
But anyway, so we're talking one day, and Bubba throws out Hamfest. And I start laughing, thinking he's doing this great bit.
Talks about
Yeah, and he's like, Rick, I'm going to a Hamfest. I said, yeah, that's really good. That's a good bit. That's a good bit there. That's like the new health study food classes. and so I think he's talking about he's going to a festival of hams.
halfway through it.
Yeah, and all of a sudden I realized, wait, but he's not talking about food. I had no idea what he was talking about.
Well, since you mentioned that, the Montgomery Hamfest is coming up Saturday.
Well, how about that?
Oh, you jumping down for that?
Will you be going to that?
Probably going to there.
Easy, Tiger.
Ham extravaganza.
You putting the hole in the wall gang together? All y'all going, hold on now. I know he's there. They are. There they are.
Hey, that group.
There we go.
Party.
Woo!
Turn it down, fellas.
Yep.
I don't know who those guys
Now, Bubba, they all tuck in. Are you I know you've lost.
No,
them.
Bubba doesn't tuck in. Of course, he's got a new weight
don't
today. He
tuck
might.
in.
He might.
Huh?
Be climbing the tower
The
again.
tower
They
doesn't
ain't going to be
tuck.
tucking in.
Oh, Zambic!
The passion that came out with. Yeah. And the volume was unbelievable.
That was off the cuff.
You were so committed.
I tested that one. I was testing that one. I think that one stays.
They got him a little jingle, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it gets in your head.
Because that comes from that song that was by Sky.
You know.
It's Magic by Skyfall. Was that the name of that band?
I'm not sure.
Sky something? Sky something, it seems like. I can't remember. And it was
Pilot.
Pilot. Are you sure about that?
Almost
Pilot Magic. It's 1974.
Almost said pilot.
Buddy.
Dang, I wish that one had said.
Take a pop.
Whew, that's good.
All right. So are you working on your notes, or is it just all in your head?
Oh, we're good.
Off the cuff.
Teleprompter?
No teleprompter.
I don't know the last time.
Yep.
No teleprompter. If I'm just awake, I'll be fine.
Yeah, that's right.
That's always. I mean, think about it. 6 o'clock will be 2 hours after dark. I'll be getting sleepy by
I forgot
then.
about that.
Oh, yeah.
Bubba,
Look, they need to come on in and get in their seat. Don't be,
don't wait.
Bubba, I'm not trying to say that this day could get any better for you based on everything we just talked about, because you've got a pretty electric weekend coming up.
Yeah, I do.
But now we have a story. The question: are you exercising too much?
Well, you know, I've asked this question for many years.
Experts warn.
Guilty.
Bubba, let me tell you, I've never
Guilty as charged.
You and I have never felt so clear on a warning as we will on this one. Experts warn that working out more than 5 days a week can cause sleep problems, bone fractures, and make muscles even weaker, not stronger.
How about that? Over 5 days.
You're overexerting
I'm
them.
good.
Rick, you do, and you know
I have no
this.
issue with this one.
You know this. There's a cycle you have to go through in muscle, training and
Recovery
building up
and
your
all that,
muscles.
yeah.
And some people just plow through it.
Right.
You know
what you speak to here physically. You're talking about the law of diminishing returns.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
The tower has spoken.
Fitness, the story says, it's in Daily Mail today, is no longer a hobby. These days, keeping in shape has become a lifestyle. If you go to social media, you'll find reams of images of toned people perfecting their squats in the gym. The number of Americans with gym memberships has risen threefold.
How about that?
To 62.5 million, according to Bloomberg. Roughly 1 in 5 adults work out every day.
Every day?
Every
That's
day.
what it says.
Oh, I can't. Yeah.
Wow.
Nobody's ever told me. You know what they say, Bird? You can't take that. I told you the first time the doctor said to me, I've said 1,000 times on the show, it's been about 10 years ago. And he said to me, nah, anything more than 2 days a week is some kind of personal goal. He said, look, get after it 2 days a week, which is all I'll do. And then, if there's another day you want to walk or something, but working out every day at your age right now is just going to be more detrimental than helpful. And
you thought, I like the sound of that.
Oh, yes, that was one of the rare things the doctor ever said that I said, hey, that sounds good. Now, he was still telling me I needed 2. That hurt. But I finally got to that, but still.
It'd be like I'm walking in going, Greg, you know what? If you eat a lot of pizza, it's good for you.
Right.
If I had that, but...
I will tell you this, though, Greg. I will tell you this, now, moderation, but the anti-carb movement is actually flawed.
Oh, I know.
You're not supposed to remove carbs completely from your diet. That also will get you a law of diminishing return at some point. It actually helps your body reset and burn. Now, you can't overdo it.
Yeah.
So, Bubba, good news. We're not supposed to work out more than 5 days a week.
Dial it back.
Dial
it back, buddy.
What a setback. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. We chat with you. We come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Warren said that about me specifically. I admire very much what Senator Warren has said and what Bernie has said. But I have to say, I'm normally way over there with Bernie and Elizabeth on this one.
There it is.
I have to say, I'm normally way over there with Bernie and Elizabeth.
It's a Yodo!
I'm normally way over there with Bernie and Elizabeth. I'm normally way over there with Bernie and Elizabeth. I'm normally way over there with Bernie and Elizabeth on this one.
Oh, I hope certain that lifestyle. I know it's a Democrat, but you got to take notes on that.
Bernie and Elizabeth on this one. Normally way over there with Bernie and Elizabeth on this one.
And I'm no John Delaney fan by any stretch.
What's just up with you and John Delaney?
Calm down.
He
wrote
said,
it, damn it.
Listen,
Greg, this is not a pass for you to cuss.
I hear.
Yeah, it's not all on that, Greg, just because Bernie did it.
Hold on, one more time.
I have to say, I'm normally way over there with Bernie and Elizabeth on this one.
That's unbelievable.
You know, Delaney last night made a point that I think is lost on a lot of these folks, and he got basically shut up juice from Elizabeth Warren on it.
Yes.
When he said, I think Democrats win when we run on real solutions, not impossible promises.
Right. That's a good point. Okay, all right.
And so you see why I locked on to that.
Yeah, I do.
Well, then Elizabeth Warren shoots back at him and says, I don't understand why anybody goes to all the trouble of running for president of the United States just to talk about what we really can't do and shouldn't fight for. And that line got a big applause. But he's making a point.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and another one made the point when they want to go Medicaid for all. See, they will outlaw private health insurance.
Yeah.
It will go away. They will destroy that industry.
You mean we can't keep our doctors?
Yeah, what's left of it? Put people out of work. All this, and one of them, and I don't know which one it was, made a point. There's 180 to 200 million people who have private health insurance who like what they do. It's a voluntary agreement between an insurance company and a patient. And they have that service, and they like it because they continue it. It may not be perfect, but it is a working arrangement. And he said, you can't just take that away from people and make it illegal and outlaw it.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And they were, oh, yeah, we can. Yeah, so everybody can be part of it. So everybody can be miserable.
Right. Yeah. So somebody actually said we got to stop with all these outlandish promises.
Yeah. Well, I think the big point last night was you had Bernie and Elizabeth, who are the far left out there, and Williams, I don't know where she is. She's in La La Land.
Yeah.
But
wait, we got one
the
more
other
quote
ones,
from her.
some of the
listen. I think we got.
there she is.
That's so good. That is so good.
I'm pleased every time.
Is this Mayor Pete?
I don't know.
Is that who you wanted, Mayor Pete, about the crazies?
No.
Okay, because he's basically saying that if we embrace the far left agenda or the conservatives.
Well, one of them said if you keep up all this stuff, you're just going to.
I think it was Tim Ryan. I think it was Ohio.
Yeah. All right, well, we do have more comments.
You got to have a scorecard to keep up with this thing.
But we still have the Marianne Williamson comment, and we don't know why OJ's watching the Democratic debates and giving us play-by-play on it.
He's doing that again.
Yes, he did.
He can't even vote, but he's giving you his 2 cents.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour. Here we go. All right, as we come back, it is now 35 minutes past the hour. Our UTC time, 15:35.
Right, let's just go with it.
So anyone want to know that? TheraBreath teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. They have been for years. We love having them on the program. One thing you never have to be concerned about is stank breath when you come to this studio, because we're loaded up with TheraBreath. Actually, it was funny. I actually almost had an impromptu TheraBreath commercial Sunday. I was right in the middle of the message at my home church, and I walked, and a TheraBreath package fell out of my pocket, and I reached down and picked it up, and I almost did a quick TheraBreath commercial, but it just didn't seem like the right place. TheraBreath is great, and we love their products. We love them, and you can find them all by going to TheraBreath.com. Now, retailers do carry, over 100 different retailers, the TheraBreath products, but shelf space, sometimes there's so many TheraBreath products, I may not have them all. I've gone to some places have the lozenges, some places don't. So you can either find a place that always has it, or you can just go online to TheraBreath.com and order any of the products, and they'll ship them right to you. And of course, they always seem to be out ahead of all of those that are in the same, category, but the product's not as good. TheraBreath, like their whitening formulas are better. The stuff for gum health and healthy gums, their oil rinse, just better. The stuff that takes on bad breath, better, because it actually addresses what's wrong and why you have bad breath, or I have bad breath. The lozenges are there for you to have fresh breath, and you eat something or drink coffee. Now you want to be fresh again. The TheraBreath lozenges do that. So find all that by going to TheraBreath.com, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look right there under the sponsors. Bubba, can you imagine this story that is pulled for us today? So you're in a thrift store, okay, and you happen to be an anthropologist. This is in Lee County, Florida. And the anthropologist is going through the thrift store, and because we just finished, the creepy Halloween deal, he looks and notices that a skull in the Halloween section is a real human skull. It's not a fake. Wow. It's not a toy. It's not a decoration. He's like, well, I'm an anthropologist. You got somebody's real skull there. And so that's kind of a new day at the thrift store.
Where'd you get it?
And so it says he noticed this, and after further investigation, detectives on the scene believe and confirm the skull is human, and the store owner said the skull was located in a storage unit that was purchased years ago.
Whoa.
Hey,
hold on.
One of these things where you go, somebody's got a storage unit, and they just sell you everything in it. And he thought it was a Halloween decoration, but now detectives have joined the anthropologist saying, no, you got somebody's real skull. and we might want to know why somebody had in their storage unit a human skull. Who did it belong to?
Rick, that's very disturbing.
So
that thing looks old, too.
Yeah, so now that investigation has begun, and they may find out, that it is some kind of, something that was from a museum or something. I don't know, but
it doesn't look like a modern skull.
It looks almost Neanderthal.
Yeah. Now, can you imagine? Seriously, can you imagine? You're an anthropologist. You're strolling through the thrift store and said, wait a minute,
that's a little too real.
Let me tell you, this skull right here. So anyway. Also, another thing about the, what did you think was going to happen, Bubba? That new category you brought to the table.
What did you think was going to happen?
Restaurants are dying in Oakland. Do you know why they're dying in Oakland?
Rick, I'm going to guess it has something to do with the crime and the terrible economics.
Correct. They are losing thousands a week because diners are leaving mid-meal because their cars are being robbed, with locals now starting to talk about the Democratic-run city downtown. Property prices have tanked, and the DA there is facing a recall because the DA is allowing the crime rates to go through the roof. People can't even sit down in restaurants that are struggling and finish a meal without their car being robbed. So if they park down there,
they run out to try to stop their car from being robbed and don't pay their bill.
Yeah. Correct.
And some DA is trying to fix it.
Yeah, that's district attorney.
Yeah. And they are not trying to fix it for some reason. I just don't understand.
I don't
this,
either, Bubba. I don't.
Electing DAs that don't want to prosecute, unless you're just trying to tear down the fabric of the whole country, which is what George Soros is trying to do.
Right.
For some reason, I don't get.
Also, video 3 here, Adler. We talked about this a lot. So how there's not a lot of thinking just like this. We do all these things. We demonize law enforcement. Now nobody can function because crime is through the roof. And Bubba has asked the question, what do you think was going to happen? We keep trying to educate the far left and some of these activists that a lot of issues that they love and cling to, that the people they're standing up for and the Palestinians and certainly Hamas do not share their views. As a matter of fact, any devout Muslim would not share their views when it comes to the LGBTQ issue. We now have an activist that's going to be shocked to find out that a young Muslim woman and women that he has been marching with to go out and be anti-Israel in London, when it comes to this topic, they're not with him. So here is the video. Adler set it up.
And yeah, this happened in London, so everybody's kind of got that accent, so that adds a little bit to it's a little bit hard to understand. But they're going to be talking, and the Muslim woman is going to say to the activist guy, "You have black nail polish on your fingers, and you're a man. Just shut up." So it just shows you how far these far left activists are from the beliefs that they supposedly support and are with. These people aren't on the same page, but they think they are. It's bizarre.
This guy is trying to propagate anti-LGBTQ propaganda. He's trying to tell children that they are not allowed to be trans.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're not. They're not. Suck your mum, bro. No. You have black nail polish on as a man, bro. Stop talking. Listen. Stop talking. There is some religions you can't do that. Yeah, you have to respect that decision. But in religion, yeah. LGBTQ. But in some religions they accept that. But in our religion, you can't do that. So we don't agree with your faith.
Wow. So they said in our religion, you don't understand. We don't agree with you. They would actually side with the guy that says, I don't think we should give puberty blockers to children. Well, this guy's saying, we need to get on this guy because he's saying that children shouldn't be allowed to transition as children and they shouldn't have puberty blockers. And they looked at him and said, you got your fingernails painted black. We don't want to hear from you.
They're like, we agree with him.
Yeah, we agree with him, and you must not understand our religion. They even say that. Do you not understand in our religion we don't agree with you?
You know,
and apparently he didn't.
There's a reels, and I know you've probably seen it, Rick. The guy who's going around getting people to sign a petition
we played that on
about
the show last week.
to free Palestine. Said, but I need you to know everything we stand for. And they go, well, I don't stand for that.
They wouldn't sign.
I mean, they were ready to sign in a minute.
Oh yeah, they don't know, Bubba. And then on 4, what is this? We have a pro-Israel speech from an Iranian woman?
Yes, this has been going around. It's amazing. A lot of people are saying, I never thought that the best pro-Israel speech would come from an Iranian woman. And here it is here if you guys want to check it.
All right.
The Islamic Republic, the supporter, trainer, and the biggest funder of terrorism in the Middle East is holding my entire nation hostage, as they are posing attacks on your free-living democratic nation. The atrocity that we have been witnessing against women, children, babies, the elderly, people in a music festival, just youth celebrating peace. The atrocity that is being celebrated today in London, in Paris, in Milan, all over America. The atrocity that is only anti-Semitic. Now we are witnessing here people talking about genocide, about ethnic cleansing, about hate on humanity. Where is their humanity? When they say from the river to the sea, they are chanting for genocide. The people of Iran are on your side, they're on my side, and they are on the side of humanity. So down with the Islamic Republic with Iran, down with Hamas, and down with Hezbollah, and woman, life, freedom!
So she understands that these terrorist groups, they're not going to allow us to be free people. And why are we embracing them? And also, I was surprised that Miley Cyrus knew so much about this issue.
Well, I started to say I thought it was Iran's version of Lady Gaga.
You're right. Phone calls are next. We'll wrap her up this hour. For some of you, it'll wrap up the live show today. And you are welcome to join us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All 10 lines are available. You pick the topics, ask the questions, make the comments, and we'll wrap up this hour with you, America, on the phone lines right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Marianne Williamson, I believe, guys, if we're looking for some people in the Democratic race right now, we heard the how she sounded a minute ago. I think there's some potential gold here. I mean, this comment here she made. Listen to this. Hear this one.
I think that was probably her biggest moment.
Now, did y'all see what's his name, Hickenlooper? When he was
Watch him
imitating
out.
Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders did it back to him.
I didn't see that.
That was pretty funny.
I do.
That
I
was
think
pretty
I have
funny.
that.
So your name's Hickenlooper?
Yeah, I know. Immediately right then, I would pull him aside and say, "Change your name if you're gonna run for president."
But don't you have to kind of be a jokester?
Johnny Looper.
Don't you have to
I
kind of be?
like that name.
Don't you have to be a jokester if your name's Hickenlooper?
Yeah, you got to be kind of a card.
Back to Marianne Williamson. She went on.
What is that? What is she?
Author.
Let me
That's
tell you.
it?
Yep.
If Saturday Night Live is not doing
Since
a
Trump,
parody,
everybody gets into it.
Okay.
if Saturday Night Live is not doing a parody of her, they have no credibility. Because this woman, she's got the look, that we've all seen, and so she wants us to know. She's telling everybody this thing of Trump must be stopped. And she goes into a discussion of just listen to this rundown that she gives us.
Courtesy of CNN.
The water crisis. My response on the Flint water crisis is that Flint is just the tip of the iceberg. I was recently in Denmark, South Carolina, where there is a lot of talk about it being the next Flint. We have an administration that has gutted the Clean Water Act. We have communities, particularly communities of color and disadvantaged communities all over this country who are suffering from environmental injustice. I assure you, I lived in Grosse Pointe. What happened in Flint would not have happened in Grosse Pointe. This is part of the dark underbelly of American society. The racism, the bigotry, and the entire conversation that we're having here tonight, if you think any of this wonkiness is going to deal with this dark psychic force of the collectivized hatred that this president is bringing up in this country, then I'm afraid that the Democrats are going to see some very dark days. We need to say it like it is. It's bigger than Flint. It's all over this country. It's particularly people of color. It's particularly people who do not have the money to fight back. And if the Democrats don't start saying it, then why would those people feel that they're there for us? And if those people don't feel it, they won't vote for us, and Donald Trump will win.
Thank you very much. Dark psychic force of something. What was the other word she came up with?
Now, Rick, let's be clear, and I'm open to a further understanding on this. Flint, Michigan's water system got polluted and poisoned because they did not maintain it. They didn't rebuild it. It was very old, and they didn't update it and continue to repair it. Mm-hmm. That falls on the city leaders there that manage that. That has nothing to do with Donald Trump. That has really nothing to do with the Clean Water Act.
All that had been done before Donald Trump was even.
And trust me, you can't blame the Flint water situation on Republicans because none were in charge in that area and haven't been in eons. So
the term is we must deal with this president's dark psychic force of the collectivized hatred. So there's a collectivized hatred and a dark psychic force.
Wow. To me, it's pretty simple when it comes to these water systems, and we've had our fair share of problems here where we live too. But you have to figure out what it costs to run the water department, and then you need to have a portion of the bill figured in, a small amount for future projects, and then maybe a little rainy day part of it too for emergencies. And then that's what it costs to supply water. If you don't like it, dig a well, I guess.
Well, what she's doing, Bubba, everything you are saying and you and Greg are saying 100% correct. But what she said, my strategy is no one get too caught up in facts. I'm going to use the words that have always worked for us. Yes. This is racist. It's bigoted. What about the rest of America? What about those that are not wealthy? These people are all this is the dark underbelly of this country. This country is racist. It's bigoted. It looks out for the rich only. It doesn't care about the poor. And she says this is going to be my game plan. This is the way.
Well,
I'm
that's
going.
Fine, and it makes good sound bites. But it really doesn't help Flint, Michigan have clean water, or Denmark, South Carolina.
No, it does not.
I don't know a lot about airplanes because I don't have one. I've flying one every now and then. I have friends who are pilots, but it's always interesting to me how they have a maintenance schedule for that plane. They may have a part, and it could be whatever, a wheel, a motor that does something. When it has a certain number of hours on it, they replace it, whether it's working or not, because they know the lifespan of that part based on past performance of other planes. So that's why planes usually, we have some that have mechanical problems, but for the 1,000 that fly every day, you hardly ever hear of it because they have a routine maintenance schedule. And
Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour, and you can join us, Coach Helmsy. taking phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And you can join us. We got lines available, and if you dial it right now, you ought to get in. If you missed part of the program today, and according to some of your emails, you didn't catch all of it, and I know that's hard. It's a lot to catch every day, but some of you do. But if you don't, you can always go back and pick up any part of the show you missed on our YouTube or our podcast archives. To the phones we go. Let's go to Sean out of Huntsville, Alabama on 100.3 The River. Sean, go ahead. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing today?
We're good. We're good.
Hey, so this weekend I was watching YouTube, and this one YouTube channel was talking about the FBI put out a list of top cities in America that may have a terrorist attack, either physical or a cyber terrorist attack coming up within the next couple months, is what they were saying. And it was pretty much all your Democratic cities.
Well, that may be. I will warn you, though, that, clickbait is all the rage now. And I saw somebody put out the other day, and it was so funny. And, of course, if you follow into the story, it's not always as it appears. And the headline was this, and I thought, boy, this is as good as I've ever seen. New virus that is 95% fatal. And I thought to myself, wow, that'll get some clicks. But anyway, I didn't.
Luckily, Alabama was not on that list. It was San Francisco, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., New York, and I think Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So I think that was the closest to us. So we're good in Alabama. Roll Tide.
Well, I think, too, you got to get past this clickbait title.
Right, yeah.
They may be more at risk because they're bigger cities.
Right. With a bigger population of people who might be bent on that.
And bigger infrastructure to attack. Right. You obviously wouldn't have as many targets, say, in Chicago as you would in East Aboga. No offense to East Aboga. But you see what I'm saying. So you need to look at those headlines closely.
Or, as Jason Aldean also saying, try that in a small town. Sometimes it just ain't worth it. We continue. Let's go to Ray, Hazel Green, Alabama. Ray, go ahead.
Green Retirement Acres, sellers.
Oh, all right. Okay. Good for you, Ray.
Yep. So I live with my mother lives with us, and I'm trying to build my retirement house. And if you think pleasing one woman, it's a challenge. I'm going to tell you what my grandfather told me. He said, "You may buy or own many houses in your lifetime, son. None of them will be yours."
That is 100% correct. Yep.
So the best advice I have for you is when I designed my master bathroom, I put in 2 vanities across the room from each other for a specific purpose that all married men understand.
No, Ray, it's funny you said that, and I kid you not. So, anytime you get to start at 0 on a house, it is a nightmare. But as Bubba's noticing too, even on a rebuild, there are some opportunities to correct some things.
Yeah,
and one
they're
of
a little different if you can.
One of the things that we are correcting is that Sherry and I will not share a closet, and we are not going to share a vanity or a bathroom. And so
your marriage will be better for it.
No doubt about it. So it's just because what happens, as we all know. I mean, this is not the first person to say this, and Ray just alluded to it. If you do that, whatever they call it, Jack and Jill, or whatever the 2 vanities in the bathroom thing is, I don't think that's it. That's when you have the bathroom that
in
you
the
can
middle,
use. But if you have 2 vanities in a bathroom and one's supposed to be yours and one's supposed to be hers, you have your sink, they have theirs. They take over the entire thing. At one point,
unless they're separated.
Right. Now, if you separate, it's different. And so mine's not right now. So Sherry's stuff starts at far right, and it just creeps. And it just almost like an enemy taking over more land. Yeah. And it just keeps pushing. And then the one that got me the most is when I walked in one day, and her curling iron or something's plugged in by my sink. And she has a plug over here. And I said, why are you plugged in over here on my side? Well, I like it over there better because I like where the light is when I'm working on my hair right there. I said, but that's your side over there. There's I see a plug. I like it over here better. I said, so really, I just get in here and try to brush my teeth every night and on your bathroom, on your 2 sinks.
One of the things we've done.
I try to shave. Is it okay to shave?
And this is not an indictment. It's just a safety thing. One of the things we did is we've put a timer on the plug that'll have Betty's curling irons and all that on it. So
they'll leave it.
So it'll
unplugged.
cut off automatically.
They'll
just
leave
as a
it
safety
plugged. They'll
precaution.
leave that curling iron plugged in a second.
Well, it's easy to do,
Yeah.
and so if you have a timer, it'll cut it off.
JC,
Hopefully that won't come into play.
Shelby County, Alabama. JC, go.
Good morning, guys. This is the retired Green Acres as well.
Wow, a bunch of that going on today.
After three custom builds, I cannot believe that you guys do not have an interior decorator. Take yourself out of the equation.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen this time, but I've had some remodels that I didn't even get involved.
Yeah,
Right.
Betty is our interior decorator. So
well, give them somebody else to bounce the stuff off of.
And of course, you knew how that was going. Anybody who comes into our world, I know what's going to happen. I know it from the very beginning. Is at some point Sherry's going to think that they're not doing it right. Because ultimately I say, why don't you just do it the way you want it from beginning to end? And I think it goes back to that again. They just like having some feedback.
Yeah.
That they can disagree with.
They never take that.
They won't argue with somebody, right?
Eric in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Eric, go ahead.
Big ends, how are y'all?
Good.
Buddy.
Just wanted to ask Bubba if he's ever tried those colorblind sunglasses or glasses, whatever they are.
No, I
Look at that face. You see his face? You just had the most disgusting look on your face. And somebody brought this up before, and you just like, I don't want to.
I didn't mean to have a disgusting look.
I thought this may be something somebody's thrown at you before, and you had tried it. Look, this was you when he said it. Look.
Well,
yeah.
What's the rose colored you got?
I don't think they work.
Well, that was the look. I was looking for the reason for the look.
Maybe that's what it was. It just oozed out. I couldn't help it.
You thought to yourself, it's almost like you had, I ain't trying to. You know what you almost had. It would have been all was missing was what Greg would have done and called him stupid.
I don't think I'm actually colorblind. I have a green-red deficiency.
Well, you remember years ago I declared to the world, I don't think you're colorblind. I just don't think you know your colors.
Right.
Right. And
there's two or three of those dark dot charts where they have the number hit in there. I can't see it.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I just can't. And everybody's going, you don't see it now. I said, I don't see anything.
Are those glasses you get on now? Are they? I don't get they're colored around the edge there, but they're clear though.
Been to the store.
They're clear.
Yeah, I'll expect that from readers.
They're just readers, yeah.
I have them I'm like you. I have them everywhere. I
think those are women.
40 pair of them.
So many.
40 pair.
Well, that's why I finally just gave in and got these.
Yeah.
But what's hilarious, and because of this thing of their bifocals, I know they're called something different now.
Progressive.
Progressive. But
there's not a line. They just slide.
But they're bifocals. Is that this call screening screen is put at the exact distance that neither one of them were. If it was a little bit closer, then my readers
is
could
that why
see
you
it.
lean forward a lot?
Yeah, I can't because it's the right here in the middle is where it is. And when I look at the perfect distance of this, it's the perfect distance that these glasses don't work. You can't even have a call screen.
No.
You can't.
You can't even
Nothing.
and that's why you always see me going in and try to get one of them to catch. I'm trying to get one of them to take control.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the first time you ever wear them, the big deal is, can you walk down steps in them?
Oh yeah.
Because you got to get accustomed to that. But that doesn't really bother me. But there's certain things that are at a certain distance that the top is not good enough and the bottom is not either, and you're just kind of left going, well, here's glasses that don't quite pull off either one. And of course that would be,
if you just wear sunglasses, you would get closer to seeing it because of the darker.
Yeah, you're right.
That you're in, your eyes will open up.
Yeah. Thank y'all for being with us. If our time together is wrapping up, I mentioned, and don't forget the archive option. You can get other Rick and Bubba content. You can stay on top of everything that's going on and stay updated. Shop the Rick and Bubba store. What's going on with upcoming events? What were the stories of the day? All at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. awesome, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and